Thomas.
America's comeback starts right now.
Donald Trump launching his third campaign for the White House, making the announcement last night before a packed house at his Florida estate. White House correspondent Greg Clugston was there and says this may put Mr. Trump on a political collision course with Florida's popular GOP governor, Ron DeSantis.
The 45th president is the only one to formally launch a campaign so far, but DeSantis continues to gain increased attention from Republicans, especially after his easy re-election here in Florida. Trump has already begun to lash out at the governor publicly, and DeSantis shot back on the day of Trump's 2024 announcement. The governor said people should go check out the scoreboard from last week's midterm elections. Greg Clugston, Palm Beach.
The Texas chief executive says that if this ruling stands, it will be a disaster.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is one of many today furious with a federal judge's ruling that ends a Trump-era border rule known as Title 42. A U.S. District Court judge ruled Tuesday that the measure removing illegal immigrants at the border was arbitrary and violated federal policy. The rule was enacted during the pandemic, allowing authorities to send border crossers back to Mexico due to public health concerns. Governor Abbott said the decision will tell cartels and criminals that an already porous border is now wide open. U.S. Customs and Border Protection says there were more than 230,000 border encounters in October, with the majority of the illegal immigrants coming from Cuba and Nicaragua. Tasha Stevens reporting.
NASA earlier today launching an unmanned lunar mission. This could pave the way for a return eventually of American astronauts to the surface of the moon. Watching Wall Street, stocks in the red. Right now, the NASDAQ is down 178 points, the Dow off 29 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Charlie Dombeck here from Key City Capital. As a practicing CPA for nearly 30 years, I have found that 80% of your ability to grow your wealth is dependent upon two factors: taxes and investment performance. At Key City Capital, we improve investment performance by diversifying capital into off-market investment opportunities in passive rental real estate and alternatives like asset-backed lending. We recover dollars that clients unnecessarily pay in the form of income taxes, creating a lifetime annuity of savings. We are a sponsor of passive, affordable single and multifamily residential rental investments, which are located in Sunbelt landlord-friendly states. These investments are the top choices in a rising interest rate and inflationary environment. They represent a store of value, protecting your capital from market volatility. Learn how we at Key City Capital can help you ultimately grow your wealth rapidly. Connect with me at keycitycapital.com or give me a call at 817-912-1569.
The power supply situation critical in war-torn Ukraine.
Ukraine's emergency services and technicians are working round the clock to try to patch up power networks, many of which were already badly damaged after more than a month of sustained Russian attacks. Ukrainians have had to adapt to blackouts, but the warnings are getting more acute. The electricity operator is urging people to stock up on water and charge devices when power is available. It also wants people to limit usage. It fears demands will place excessive strain on the network, with temperatures forecast to dip below zero.
That's BBC's Danny Aberhart. A court in Berlin ordering a rerun of the German capital's 2021 state election because of severe election day glitches at many polling stations. The Constitutional Court of Berlin declared the original vote invalid, according to Germany's DPA news agency. News and analysis, townhall.com. On the verge of winning a majority in the House, now just a single seat away, Republicans choose their leader.
House Republicans elected Representative Tom Emmer, the chief of their campaign team, to be House Majority Whip in a closed-door conference vote, ending a closely fought race with Representatives Jim Banks and Drew Ferguson. The conference separately voted to elect Representative Steve Scalise as Majority Leader by a voice vote. Scalise had been serving as Minority Whip. Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy was elected Speaker Designate. A vote on the House floor will eventually determine the speakership. Emmer won the race for House Majority Whip, the third-ranking post in the GOP majority, locking up a victory in what was considered the most competitive race in the conference. Bernie Bennett in Washington.
While in the Senate, Florida Senator Rick Scott is planning to mount a long-shot bid to unseat Senate GOP leader Mitch McConnell. Scott tells his fellow Senate Republicans in a letter that if you simply want to stick with the status quo, don't vote for me. More on these stories at townhall.com.
And now the weather.
Here's your Eagle Eye forecast.
Bright sunshine expected this afternoon with daytime highs approaching 46. Winds out of the northwest 8 to 15 miles an hour. Lows level off around 28. Tonight, clear skies and quiet. Ample sunshine expected tomorrow, high at 54. Dry with temperatures well below average Friday and Saturday, and highs from the mid-30s to the mid-40s. That's your Oklahoma City forecast from the Eagle Eye Weather Center. Right now, it's 36.
We're the new talk radio, 96.9, Oklahoma's new clear voice of the people that is loud and American proud. Because we're the only talk station that does it with 100,000 watts of power. So wherever you go in central Oklahoma, we're right here at 96.9, letting freedom ring on the new talk radio, 96.9.
News radio studios in Midtown Manhattan. It's the fastest growing radio talk show. Brian Kilmeade.
Hi, Brian from 40th and 6th in Midtown Manhattan. As the guy with the deep voice said, we bring you the latest hour of the Brian Kilmeade Show. Bill Hemmer is going to be coming into studio at the bottom of the hour. Last week, Shannon Bream was in studio. This week, she's preparing in Washington for Fox News Sunday. So we'll look forward to talking to her. And then we're going to be picking up stakes and going to the Patriot Awards in beautiful Hollywood, Florida. And it is the award show that you can actually enjoy and be motivated and moved by. So hopefully everyone will be watching on Fox Nation. And then hopefully we'll find out what I'm doing there soon. But not only am I doing Fox and Friends and then this show for 2 straight days, also I'm going to be doing Gutfeld as well as One Nation, which is Saturday night at 8 o'clock. So I have a big agenda. It's going to be one of those working days and nice. It's going to be a lot of work in very nice weather, which is a good combination in a casino where I can lose everything I've earned. Let's get to the big 3.
Now, with the stories you need to know, it's Brian's Big 3.
Number 3.
Director Ray, do you believe that the border is secure?
What I would say is that we see significant criminal threats coming from south of the border, and that contributes to the violent crime crisis here.
Will you ever just answer a question? Border's still broken, America's security is still in jeopardy, and leave it to Texas to take action and the FBI to be less than forthcoming.
Number 2.
In order to make America great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
He's back. The 45th president makes it official, wants to be the 47th president. The speech, the strategy, the reception, the Republican field.
Number 1.
Too early to say whether this missile was fired from Russia.
There is preliminary information that contests that. It's unlikely in the minds of the trajectory that it was fired from Russia.
Okay, we know roughly what you meant. World War III? Nope, not but close, as Poland gets hit with rockets, killing 2. The question, who launched it? Was it knocked out of the sky by Ukrainian missile defense? Russia looking to distract us? Looking to distract and challenge NATO? What about it? We'll discuss it all. So, Shannon Bream, welcome back.
How the heck are you?
I'm good. How was your trip here in the election coverage? How did you handle it emotionally?
Well, the highlight was clearly being with you.
Right.
In studio, because it makes a big difference.
Right. I think it does.
And I love that the restraining order was put on hold temporarily so I could join you there.
For the good of cable news.
For the good of America. I don't know if you've had a nap yet. I don't know if you know that the House has yet to been called. I mean, there's still races being decided. Have you heard that?
So 9 seats, a lot, most of in California, yet to be called. But we have Kevin Kiley. He's up by about 6. I mean, what do they expect to happen? It's been a week. Where do you think these other votes are?
I don't know. I mean, listen, we've talked about this, that every state, per the Constitution, every state legislature gets to decide how they want to do this. But you would think that states that have figured it out, like states with millions of people like Florida, maybe that some of the other states could take notes and decide they can do their own thing, but maybe in a bipartisan way they could come look at it and say, like, all right, this is working. Let's do it here.
I tell you, it's just so aggravating because people have to rein it in. Georgia did. Florida fixed it. New York hasn't really been a problem. Ohio has not been a problem. I go around, but we're Arizona again, and we're dealing with California, who couldn't even pick their mayor. One city. They can't pick their mayor.
Exactly. Yeah. And in the meantime, everything's sort of hanging in the balance. They're going ahead and having leadership elections here in the House, and it looks like, they're barreling towards that in the Senate, too. So Washington's not waiting to find out. They're just moving forward.
All right. So it does look like from your sources that Kevin McCarthy's got about 180 plus votes, but doesn't he need 218? Why are we assuming that he's going to get it?
Well, I think the main thing is there's no one else as that secondary choice. I mean, when this happened in the past and kind of Paul Ryan stepped up, everybody coalesced around him as the good backup decision and end up being, a very powerful Speaker of the House. I think because there's not somebody who's a dominant challenger or an obvious second choice to McCarthy, that's hugely to his benefit. But these, Freedom Caucus members and other conservatives who think he's not conservative enough and he's not listening to them, there are some of them who are saying, I will never vote for him. Now, does he get any Democrat votes? He says he's not going to go and actively seek any of them, but he's going to have to sit down with the Freedom Caucus folks and figure this out.
So I want to talk about President Trump's announcement. And I looked at it, I said it was pretty to the point. It was direct. Now he's ready to go. And next thing I know, I'm reading the Washington Post and New York Times. He looked tired. The applause was stilted. They wouldn't react quick enough. No one knew how to go. There was no air of excitement. Excuse me? It was an air of excitement. It was like 2,000 people in a ballroom. They were pretty pumped up. It wasn't the star-studded Republican event. It was Mike Lindell, the Devin Nunes, Russ Vogt. There was Kash Patel. There was Matt Whitlock. Whitaker, excuse me. So I thought it was a good announcement. This is an example, I think, and I'll play a cut from it, of people going out of their way to criticize him, which makes people say to themselves, I'm not going to listen to a word they say. Here's the president, cut 11.
In order to make America great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States. This will not be my campaign. This will be our campaign all together. Because the only force strong enough to defeat the massive corruption we are up against is you, the American people. It's true.
So he went out and he rattled off, didn't bring up 2020. He rattled off things that they did and what's gone wrong in his view. And I think he's right in almost all of it. Reminded me of some of it. And then he's ready to go. All right. You want to talk about the timing? That's debatable. You want to talk about whether he should be run again? Let's debate it. But there was nothing wrong with last night. I didn't think that they had to go out of their way to rip him.
Well, but they're going to. I mean, if he had been screaming and walking around the stage and some of his more hyped up rallies that he's had, they would have said he's frenetic, he's out of control. Yeah. So if he tries to take this measured approach, which is not generally his style, it was very disciplined. It was, like you said, focusing on what he had done and not going back and really getting 2020. To them, that's, quote, boring Trump. Then, there's something wrong. There's low energy. And he took some hits from people on the Republican side who don't like him either and was like, he just didn't have his A game. Listen, whether he was hyper and doing cartwheels across the stage or he was being disciplined and subdued, he's going to have critics. Either way, they're going to say it wasn't a good night for him.
Yeah, I guess so. So Mike Pence knows. Mike Pence was here and talked about the president of the United States running. I think he's running. He's got his book out. Mm-hmm. Here's what he said, and think about how tight they were that led him to this. Cut 20.
And I think it's time that we had leadership in this country that reflected that commitment to respect for every American.
So, just listening to you, you wouldn't vote for him?
Well, I honestly believe that we're going to have better choices.
So he looks like he'll be on that stage. Youngkin, I bet you Youngkin's going to be on that stage. Mike DeSantis might be on that stage.
Mike DeSantis?
Ron, excuse me. Right, Ron DeSantis might.
Like, maybe there's someone I don't know about.
Right, there's a Mike.
Maybe he's got a twin brother.
Well, actually, Mike Pence does have a brother, Greg, older brother, but that doesn't really apply here.
Mike Pompeo. I mean, there are a lot of,
So your thoughts about DeSantis, and when do you think traditionally someone would have to announce if they want to get financing and a staff?
I think any other announcement from anybody is going to be in the next year. I mean, I think it'll be in 2023, not this year. The interesting thing is, some of these candidates that are people are so white hot on them until they actually get in. And I think DeSantis, if he does it, it's going to be very interesting. His press people do not play. And they also keep him pretty much within friendly places. I think we've requested him a number of times on Fox News Sunday. I hope that he will come at some point. But I think that they are very careful in where they send him right now, because the minute he's actually running in earnest, if he does, the questioning gets more pointed and more difficult, and the attacks from the Trump campaign will be more pointed and more difficult. So I think, the earlier you get in at this point, you're going to be spending a lot of money and a lot of political capital. And, he was just, for DeSantis, reelected governor of Florida, and I think that people there want to see that he's still committed to them, although you heard them chanting 2 more years at his election party as if many of them would support him running.
Yeah, very interesting. I want to pass forward to the border if I can. Here's Christopher Wray yesterday taking question from Congressman Bishop. Cut 29.
Director Wray, do you believe that the border is secure?
Well, I can only speak to border security from our narrow lane, but I can speak to it from that lane. What I would say is that we see significant criminal threats coming from south of the border, whether it's guns, drugs, money, violence. We see transnational criminal organizations that are sending their drugs here and that are using street gangs here to distribute it, and that contributes to the violent crime crisis here.
So, no doubt about it, he doesn't just say that's a problem because he knows it's a politically volatile thing. But if Christopher Wray ever went out of his way to do some interviews and talk about the security, our security's in jeopardy because that border is wide open, he would help his cause, help his people, and help his country. Is it possible for him to do that?
Well, they've got to focus on the pro-life protesters, Brian.
Yeah.
So they've got to focus their efforts in other
there might
places.
be a school board out of control.
Right. Well, listen, the FBI is powerful. It's fully staffed. They can do a lot of things. They can handle a lot of crises. The border is a crisis. And if we, every month we get these reports of people who do come across that are on part of the terror watch list, or they are a known, gang member, all the things that, were a part of that soundbite. I mean, we know that there are issues there. Any sentient, honest human being knows that there are problems there. This gets us back to Mayorkas as well. There are a lot of people in the House that say he's going to be called up. We're going to impeach him. We'll see if they do that. We've asked the White House, let us talk to Secretary Mayorkas. Let us sit down with him and talk about what's going on there. I mean, the head of CBP was kind of forced out. He was forced out just days ago. And maybe they think, okay, that's one person to take the fall. That's not enough. I mean, the numbers for October are astounding. And so it's just completely divorced from reality if you don't see the threat at the border.
Absolutely. So how are you going to cover this weekend, or are you? Do you know?
Well, we have asked the White House if Secretary Mayorkas will come on. And if he does, then we got a lot to talk about with the border. But I think there are going to be a lot of foreign policy things. They've got all this internal stuff at the parties fighting with each other and within themselves about these leadership posts. So I think there are a lot of threads. So we'll keep you covered. I can tell you that we have a special guest already agreed to join the cast of thousands. Britt Hume is coming to give us his take on where the country goes moving forward.
Nice. I will say this. It looks like the Republicans lost a partner in Arizona, because if the Democrat does in fact win, you wonder if they're going to just take up those shipping containers that have been a basically makeshift wall and been so effective. Meanwhile, Governor Abbott has got a plan. He's going to deploy the National Guard. He's going to deploy the Texas Department of Public Safety. He's going to build his own border wall in multiple counties on the border, deploy gunboats to secure the border, designate the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorists. He's moving. I wonder if Arizona is just going to let all hell break loose, because Senator Kelly all of a sudden got tough at the border when he realized his election was in jeopardy. But I don't know if he's going to do it after.
Well, you could see Greg Abbott, as you just said, just newly reelected. He feels like he's got a mandate from his people there and from his, folks who said, yeah, our border is a mess. We've talked to Henry Cuellar and many other Democrats. There are localities, mayors, sheriffs who say it's a complete disaster. And the governor says he's going to do what he can. He's going to throw everything at it to help them. Does that now drive all the traffic to Arizona? If so, they're going to have to deal with an influx beyond what they're already getting.
Shannon, thanks so much. With Britt Hume, you don't need anything else. Hate to tell you.
I mean, maybe just an hour with Britt. Thoughts with Britt.
Yeah, thoughts with Britt.
Watch that.
Yeah.
I want to talk to Britt for an hour.
Absolutely. I mean, he'll get his.
We'll see what happens.
It'll also save money on the budget, the satellite budget. You'll get him in studio.
Exactly.
Go get him,
all right,
Shannon.
Brian.
Watch Fox News Sunday. Bye. Meanwhile, when we come back, your phone calls. Then Bill Hemmer at the bottom of the hour, which we could probably take phone calls with Bill, or we might find out if there's more to know. 1-866-408-7669.
Toss that. Play that beat.
Hey man, I don't have a motherfucking choice but to make it. You hear me? Big money schemes, not dreams. I'm trying to put on for the fam, I'm trying to put on for the team. Nigga, we gotta make this shit work. Hey, I'm up, baby, I'm up all the time.
Have you ever lost it all? Have your back against the wall? But you had to persevere, couldn't show fear, had to stand tall. For the money, said it all. For the money, miss a call. For the money, let's be 100 guarantee. I'ma risk it all. Because I'm too hungry to be nothing. 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 Everything happens for a reason. Life challenged me to have to squeeze it. At the bottom, I was independent. Didn't think I would be the same. To my neck with the pressure winning. Felt like I was locked in the prison. God, why did I not listen? Screaming, I need to be winning. I was hungry with nothing. I was lonely with no one. I was wandering with no path. Now I'm coming for myself. Open eyes now, see no limits. Rubbing it and opened up a vision. Now I'm suited up for business. Come up, got me feeling short-winded. Never humble to be in a system. I really had to learn to be a villain. And this message for the people listening. Only you can be the one that ends. Have you ever lost it all? Have your back against the wall? But you had to persevere, couldn't show fear, had to stand tall. For the money, said it all. For the money, miss a call. For the money, let's be 100 guarantee. I'ma risk it all. Because I'm too hungry to be nothing. I'm too hungry to be nothing. I'm too hungry to be nothing. I'm too hungry to be nothing.
Have you ever had to stretch a meal? I remember days ramen noodle diets. Niggas learned shit got real. I had a $quarter of some sticky icky. That's all we had to pay bills. If we didn't profit, then you out of pocket. Have you ever had to go and steal? I've been really out in the field. That was fuck starving. 223s, a whole 100. I had to up the cartridge. I put a scope on that bitch. Let's see who get the farthest. I'm not from here. We are not the same, bitch. I'm a Martian. I'm an alien. Clark Kent.
I turn nothing to something consecutively. I stay hungry, but eat more than regularly. No heart, I be looking too devilish. I got hoes trying to whisper they fetish to me.
I know some niggas indebted to me. Be easy to go where the medical be. I be cooking it up, secret recipe. What I make in a day, you make couple weeks.
I'm too hungry to be nothing. I'm too hungry to be nothing. I'm too hungry to be nothing. I'm too hungry to be nothing.
All right.
April, I see you. Good breakfast is pizza.
See, Tilly is a pro at driving these campaigns. I have not yet mastered this out camera.
Steve, you're watching.
I'm an in the cab driver. I'm an in the cab ATS driver.
Thank you so much.
This right here is what
Put
I
the
like to
website
say.
for my family jewelry business live the other night. Had zero issues. Has been stable ever since.
There we go.
Alistair, send me the link, man. I would love to look at it.
Whoop. Pull in for a vehicle inspection.
I would love to look at that, man. Look at David. Damo, you're loved, man. You're missed around here. It's an officially apartment about 550 square feet, one person. That's all you need, man. Cayman, listen, I wish I had a 550 square foot apartment. That's all somebody needs.
These way stations out here are super annoying, though. I think I had to hit this one coming the other direction. This is not going to be too bad.
Game of Thrones, right? You and the wife have binge watching Game of Thrones again?
Around. Oh yeah. See that? That is just a total game changer for when you're making turns here.
It would. It's handcrafted elephant hair jewelry. Alistair.
Elephant hair jewelry?
I want to see it. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and pull in here.
Whoa, Tilly, coming in hot, bro.
Talk Radio 96.9.
The Mike Gallagher Show. He's your happy conservative warrior.
And I am a huge Ron DeSantis fan. I am grateful for the work that he's done. From my perspective, he's one of the greatest governors in the country. Clearly, Floridians agree. And it was an epic win for the Republicans here in Florida.
Breaking news and what to make of it. Don't miss the next Mike Gallagher Show.
Listen to the Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays 2 to 5 p.m. 96.9.
If you're interested in it, Brian's talking about it. You're with Brian Kilmeade.
How many have been released into the United States?
Congresswoman, if I may, because you are mistaken, factually mistaken.
So your data is incorrect.
No, you are misunderstanding our data.
No.
Okay,
I'm going to reclaim my time because based on the information from your website, from your department, officially there have been, of all those encounters, 1.4 million, and that's a conservative number. Today, in fiscal year 22, you have now released over 1.4 million illegals into the United States. And my question to you now is, can you guarantee that none of those people have criminal records?
This enforcement work is not fun, Congresswoman. This is a noble profession in which people risk their lives to conduct it. And you know that very well.
All the righteous indignation. Here we go. Just to clarify as a final question, you, with all of this data that has been presented based on your own department's releases, you still believe that the border is secure?
Congresswoman, we remain committed to enhancing the security of our border every single day.
That's not an answer.
It is, and Kate Kamak calling him out, just like we want to do every day. Mayorkas is an embarrassment. This administration has totally dropped the border, and guess what? They have not been held to pay the price. Bruce, listen to WSB in York, Pennsylvania. Hey, Bruce.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I have a point I want to make, and then I have one quick question. You can take me off the air when you answer my question. The point I wanted to make is I canvassed hundreds of people here for Dr. Oz and Mastriano before the election, of course, door to door. And some of the people said, well, we have a problem with the carpetbagger here from New Jersey. I said, yeah, I guess so, but you're just not like the people in New York State who love the carpetbagger from Arkansas called Hillary Clinton. That shut them up quick on that point because they didn't seem to have that bias that you do. Another one is somebody said, and this happened a few times, well, what about inflation? It's terrible. The government spending is causing terrible inflation. And they said, no, the government's not the cause of inflation. It's the big businesses. If the businesses got all of a sudden greedy in the last 2 years and started to raise their prices. So, in my opinion, there was no chance. No candidate could possibly have won Pennsylvania. A Democrat has to win Pennsylvania from now on.
Well, how did Pat Toomey win? How did Pat Toomey win? And there's more Republicans, registered Republicans, than Democrats. It's growing. It was definitely winnable. Mastriano was a dead weight. He didn't try. He was an intelligent guy. I'm sure he was a fine interview, but he didn't want to do interviews. He didn't want to do anything. He raised $300,000, and Trump didn't give him anything. They picked the wrong guy, and it weighed down the ticket. I thought Dr. Oz was fine. Man, was he qualified. Roger in Tennessee. Hey, Roger.
How you doing? Hey, I know there's plenty of blame to go around about the midterms.
Yep.
But even if a Republican president or a Democrat president, even though those guys get elected, they still have to go through the House and the Senate. Those guys hold too much power. They do what they want. They undercut the American president who got all the votes and got into office. If they have the power like they did before, Paul Ryan can do it. Mitch McConnell hates Trump. He can do it. He doesn't have to bring a vote to the floor. He can allocate money like he did up in Alaska with Murkowski when a Republican was already going to win. Unless the Republicans come together as a team, including the governors, who could have changed the voting rules in Arizona but didn't, who could change the voting rules because 30 states have state houses that control the voting rules.
It's terrible. And just forget about signature match. We need ID. That's what we need. And no more ballot harvesting. Can we agree on some of these universalities and then let the states decide? I hope. Bill Hemmer next. Brian Kilmeade Show.
Hey, brand new Air Force Ones on they vocal cords. Pay attention, cause they gon' paint a picture. But they true colors for you, not annoying. I got paranoid when they gon' switch up on you. Balance board, a triple balance beam, my way out all my options. Yeah, know they talking about me, they won't switch the topic. Yeah, know they sitting around plotting, know they pocket watching. I was giving this shit my all, I was the couch hopping. Yeah, tryna gon' get that back and bet your bottom dollar. Yeah, I was praying that I was gonna see better days. I'm all in my shoes with a smile on my face. I got a doubt in my pride every day. Take my shirt off and I dance in the rain. Things gonna change if you say the same. Think too much, I got too much to say. Heart full of hurt and a verse full of pain. Going up another level. I'm one of a kind, you can't change my mind. Know that I got something special. I need a whip with the leg room. I be smoking on jet fuel. And she got a dome like Rasputin. And I'm tryna see what the neck do. And I need a beat with a dog t-shirt. Need a bitch with big pockets, let me dig in your purse. Can't do it better, they can't do it worse. Just tryna stuff blues in my pockets like Smurfs. I just had to talk with the whole universe. I just had to realize deep soul search. Can't let a motherfucker ever question my worth. Can't never settle for nothing less first. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. I'm leaving it all on the table. I'm leaving it all on the court. Ready and willing and able. Leave it to Johnny to save. Through the pool. I need a car with no roof. I need some ice on my neck. I need a reason to flex. Yes, I need respect on my name. I need to change the game. I need a mill in the bank. Wait, I need to fill up the bank. I need big bills, house on the hills. I need somewhere we can Netflix and chill. Pull up a pearl, conquer the world. I need it all for my baby girl. That's why I need a mill in the bank. Houses in different states. I need respect on my motherfucking name. It's my turn to change the motherfucking game. Yeah, stay down, come up. Yeah, I'm getting high from the jump. Yeah, you niggas fake punk. Yeah, her pussy get A1. I'm putting grade A in my lungs. I hate it when niggas be faking the phone. Too playing for hoes that be playing too much. Playing no, I don't be saying too much. Yeah, pay me up front. I need my funds to be doubling up. 2.0, got the club getting crunk. I need the best of the best in my blood. Yeah. Yeah, I'm leaving it all on the table. I'm leaving it all in court. Ready and willing and able. Leave it to Johnny to say. I need a good pool. I need a car with no roof. I need some ice on my neck. I need a reason to flex. I need respect on my name. I need to change the game.
Here's what real gamers have to say about Newcastle Casino.
I've won more jackpots at Newcastle than anywhere else. I won over $750,000 last year. I've always been kind of like it.
Just the excitement, the lights, the sounds, the winners, just exhilarating.
In my experience, at Newcastle Casino, you win more often than you lose.
Are you ready to get real? Then get to Newcastle Casino.
The following is paid for by Third Home. Do you own a vacation home? How would you like access to leverage it for world travel without the hassle or expense of renting? Third Home is the members-only luxury property and travel club that opens your world to exquisite rent-free travel. The Economist reported Third Home to be the secret to scoring a vacation home that's practically free. Find out how it works. Call for your free information now. 800-201-1894. 800-201-1894.
Okay, smile naturally. Perfect.
Cam's Photography knows wedding season ramps up in a flash. They need to say I do to a studio assistant before clients go full bridezilla.
I'm so sorry. I have to get a different lens. I'll be right back.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Francesco says, hey, Tilly, what is going on? How are you?
I'm trying to get real fancy here.
Long time no see. How's life been treating you?
Chickashay.
We're going to drop this load. We're going to shut it down, guys. We made it.
100,000-watt voice for freedom in Oklahoma City. So set a button and tell a friend about the new 96.9.
you think. This is the Brian Kilmeade Show.
Well, many of them have said they would never run if I run, so we'll see whether or not that turns out to be true. I think it would be very disloyal if they did, but that's okay, too.
So that was the President of the United States, Mr. Vice President, who's kind enough to come into studio. His book is out called So Help Me God. And that was the president a couple of weeks ago. So if you decide to run for president, he would consider that disloyal. How do you feel about that?
I think the American people love competition, Brian. I really do. The president had every right to make the announcement he made last night.
And you think you're a better choice right now than the president? The former president?
Well, I wouldn't say that about me because we've arrived at no conclusion about what role we'll play. But I think there will be better choices.
That is Mike Pence a couple hours ago. Bill Hemmer here, just fresh off the air.
Hey, brother.
On America's Newsroom. Bill, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Was that on TV this morning or was that on radio? That was on radio.
He came up here.
So he's been consistent in that comment then.
Yeah. He's pretty consistent. He thinks there's better choices. He thinks America needs to come together.
Did he say there will be more choices or better choices?
Better choices.
Uh-huh.
So I think he's running. Unless money's an issue and he finds himself with absolutely no donors. You know money's a big thing. But he also said on the couch today that money's not going to be a defining issue, that they won with less.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this. What's the stage look like for that first debate? Can you line it?
Do you think you would do it?
Do what?
Will you do? Do you think you'll do
a debate? It's always possible. I'd be the first one.
Have you done it before?
Yes.
For us?
A couple of times. Done with Cleveland, Ohio.
Presidential?
And Des Moines, Iowa. No, Republican primary.
Oh.
Never a presidential.
That was exciting, right? With Trump in the middle?
Are you kidding me?
Amazing.
I always tell people that's the night the world changed.
Right.
I kind of feel like it changed again in the last 24 hours, and we could talk about that.
Yeah. A couple of things. So who's on the debate stage? I'll answer your question.
Yeah.
Tell me when I hit a candidate where you think I'm wrong, tell me.
What's the over-under? Is it 8 or 10? I think it's 8. Max.
Really? Okay. It depends if Rubio and Cruz get in, who have done it before, might you?
Fair.
But okay, so here we go. Trump, Youngkin, Pompeo, Mike Pence, Hogan, and there's another moderate out there that I think will run. Name will lose me right now.
DeSantis.
I am not sure about DeSantis. I would say 80%.
Wow.
44 years old. And if he sees Trump in there just tearing people up, he might think to himself, why don't I just wait?
Very interesting. Is that your view or is that what you're hearing?
I don't think he's committed yet. I'm pretty sure my sources are correct. And everybody I know in his world, I don't think he's committed to running it, but it'll be in January.
Okay. All right. I agree with you on Youngkin, Pompeo, Trump. I don't know about Larry Hogan.
Oh, Sununu. I bet you Sununu gets in.
Maybe as a dark horse. But of those, who takes down him?
Youngkin could.
You think?
Here's why. Not necessarily. If he can't come out like he's not going to surprise anyone anymore, the president. Youngkin is extremely bright. And the thing is, Republicans have gotten street smart. They're going to look for someone, not that necessarily they like, the one that can win. This is what I'm hearing. You can't win. Too many people hate him. Too many people hate him.
DeSantis has to be back on the stage that we just described.
But if you can't make him get on the stage.
Okay, fair. Listen, the reason
Christie is the other.
Okay. The reason I'm asking you this is because I have not been able to game this out just yet. I'm really not quite sure where it goes. If you were to tell me on the stage in August of 2015 that it was going to go the way it did, I would have said you're crazy.
Yeah.
All right. And so it just, every layer peeled off one at a time. The story was revealed for us. And in the end, it became obvious. Oh, yeah, I see it. Oh, yeah. So he's the guy. But I don't think it was obvious to a lot of people until the New Hampshire primary took place.
Yeah.
Think about that stretch of time, right? August of 2015. Now you're deep into the winter of 2016. You've already been through the battle in Iowa. Cruz wins. Trump comes in second place, but a distant second, like 4 points behind, all right? Then you go to New Hampshire and he wins every county. And then we went to the Northeast primary in the spring of 2016. And I do believe that Trump won every county over a 6 or 7 state area in the Northeast, except for one. And that was Manhattan on the island here in New York City. And John Kasich had won that district.
Right.
And that district is where Trump Tower was located. So the old irony of all that entire night is how Trump runs the table.
Yeah.
It becomes apparent to all of us looking at that map that Trump's going to be the guy. And he won everywhere except for his own city block.
And Kasich just sat in there and sat in there and said, well, I'm
so anyways, the reason I'm asking that, because I think everybody's just digesting this right now, Brian. And there's an open question as to how it unfolds, how it develops. I think the points you made are quite valid. He's not the new kid on the block. So how do you manage it? How do you beat him? Can you beat him?
So listen to what Mick Mulvaney said. I was pretty stunned by this, but I guess he gamed this out. He did game it out. So Mick Mulvaney weighed in. You know, he was the OMB director and his former chief of staff.
A very fast talker, by the way, too.
Right. I'm not against that.
Do you think this is good for the Republican Party?
No, I don't, because I think he's the only Republican who could lose. If he wins in 2024, now he's a candidate. He is the likely Republican nominee. Can he be beaten head-to-head by Ron DeSantis or Tim Scott? Sure, but it's not going to be a head-to-head race. There'll be 5 or 6 other people in the race, and he'll get the 35% that really support him. And under the winner-take-all primary system, he'll be the nominee. But that means the 2024 race is not about Joe Biden or whatever Democrat is on the ticket, not about inflation, not about world events, not about abortion. It'll be about Donald Trump, the same thing we saw in 2020.
He says he's going to, in a big field, he wins.
Trump.
Yeah. Tim Scott does not get in if Trump's in. No.
Why?
I just don't see it there.
Do you know that?
I feel that way.
Okay.
And do I know anything for sure? People could not be telling me the truth.
Yeah. I get it, and things change. Yeah, and speaking of things changing, Brian, I think there's a lot of serious things happening in the world today. A lot of these headlines are significant. There's war in Eastern Europe that a lot of people are wondering, where is this headed? It's a long way from a conclusion. Inflation's a mess, all right? You got questions about gas price in the economy? All right, I get it. We just came through a midterm that shocked everybody, didn't turn out the way people thought. Who knows what happens over the next 24 months? As serious as the headlines could be right now, it could be much more serious. What if Beijing makes a move? Right?
And just does what they did in Hong Kong, just take it.
What happens then, And then how does Joe Biden look and appear as a commander-in-chief? Is he stronger? Is he more serious about it? Or do people discount his credibility as commander-in-chief?
But how could you discount it any more than Afghanistan?
Well, I mean, after the midterm vote last week, you have to ask yourself, right? So if the world becomes more serious, maybe someone like Trump is now seen in a different light. Maybe he continues to remind people of his record as president before COVID hit. They think, you know what, okay. And maybe he has the ability to change. We've seen this. He can morph into different people. He can do it again that way and become a much more serious person. A lot of people think this event last night was sleepy. All right, it might have been. I didn't watch the whole thing. But maybe that was his way of taking the tone down. I don't know. We'll see if it continues. But if we're debating more serious issues than we have today, maybe someone like DeSantis is more appealing for the Republican Party.
Yeah,
DeSantis being rocked because he doesn't have a sense of humor, that he smiles. Well, maybe the times over the next 2 years change in a way where you demand a more serious candidate.
Right. I would say a couple of things. There's nothing wrong with Trump's address last night. And they said he was crisp. He didn't talk about 2020. He mentioned Herschel Walker. It was him being him. He didn't look tired. It wasn't sleepy. It wasn't insane. It was good. I mean, here's an example. So this is, to me, I wanted to see him like, that was a solid address. They're right. He's sleepy. He's done. It's boring. I'm like, excuse me. He does enough wrong. You don't have to go out of your way to go out and take shots at him still. We're still doing this. Here he is yesterday, cut 12.
I will ensure that Joe Biden does not receive 4 more years in 2020. Can't do it. Our country could not take that. And I say that not in laughter. I say that in tears. Our country could not take 4 more years. It can only take so much.
And he ran through some of his accomplishments, which reminded people, I'll take his foreign policy any day. I'll take what he was doing. I don't think that Donald Trump would have called an early night if he had a chance to meet with the G20. I mean, he lived for stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, what did Joe Biden saying, I can't do the job? If it turns out he was just tired and didn't have COVID, I mean, then he wakes up and has to handle the Ukrainian crisis.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on. I don't know why he skipped the dinner.
Will we find out?
I don't think we will. You know, I was talking to Dana about this yesterday, and she's like, every world leader doesn't want to go to that dinner. They just they find it boring. It's the ultimate. It's the conclusion of the event. They want to skip it. And he found a way to do it. I don't know. Maybe he was dealing with Ukraine at the time. I don't know what the answer is. Martha's got a theory that he didn't want to be in the same room with MBS again. All right. That might fly as well. But back to Trump. If you want to win in a general election, we saw what happened in 2020. There were a lot of Republicans who would not vote for him.
That's what I'm saying.
And those same Republicans aren't going to vote for him next time. I know he increased his vote total by 10 or 11 million votes, but there are some Republicans who simply will never vote for Donald Trump. And they may have done it in 2016, but they did not do it again in 2020. That's a problem for him.
Right. So last night you talked about Ukraine. So we see that missile defense might have knocked a Russian rocket out of the sky, and something killed 2 Polish farmers. Here's Joe Biden, cut 1.
Too early to say whether this missile was fired from Russia.
There is preliminary information that contests that. I don't want to say that till we completely investigate, but it is. It's unlikely in the minds of the trajectory that it was fired from Russia.
So they hit between 70 and 100 precision-guided missiles yesterday. It was the biggest attack, rocket attack, since 9 months have passed in this war, and they're aiming at the Ukrainian infrastructure. We was just speaking to one of the ministers over there that's definitely affected to severe damage to their infrastructure. No doubt about it. Rolling blackouts. We know heat's going to be an issue soon. So when you say it's concerning, why?
Many things here. First of all, given the barrage that you just described, it could very well have been an errant Ukrainian missile or rocket. I think that's option A. Option B, however, is the Ukrainians want to be part of the inspection. So that crossed around 7:30 Eastern time earlier today, which, okay, yeah, I buy the argument there, right? So all the NATO leaders, and President Biden's one of them, and they're all suggesting that this was an errant Ukrainian missile, and it might have been, but now we have to prove it. So the Ukrainians want to inspect, all right? So 2 hours after that happened, the Polish president came out and said, we will allow the Ukrainians to be a part of this investigation they want, so long as the Poles and the U.S. are part of it too. Now, isn't that interesting? Because the Poles and the U.S., they want to be there so that all 3 parties have the same story. Yeah. You would not want the Ukrainians to go to this inspection and come out with their own story and say, hey, this is Putin. Because then we got real problems here, Brian. So if you did a trio investigation and came out and said, yep, look, man, there was a lot of incoming. This one went offline, and we go back to the war. If, however, the conclusion is different and you've got sides that are pushing against what the Poles and the U.S. and the rest of NATO are saying, we got another problem here.
Yeah.
Because, Brian, if that's the case, did we just say to Putin, hey, man, you got one strike?
Right.
And I really hope that's not what's happening behind the scenes.
I will say this. They have their standing army's been terrible. Their commanders are awful. Their equipment's outdated. And even Vladimir Putin, not only did he not attend the G20, his foreign secretary seems to be ill. And number 2 is he cut off his marathon town hall that he cut that off yesterday. He didn't do it. It's not rescheduled. There's trouble in Moscow, which is anything but paradise. Bill Hemmer, one more block, and then we're through. Don't move, Bill. Brian Kilmeade Show.
Educating.
Late night, rolling, 20 grams rolling up, potent. past, they ain't passing no blunt to you hoes. When I roll down the windows or open the doors, you catch a contact from the smoke. Yeah. Won't catch me without my pole. No, yeah. I go hard for days I was broke. Nowadays I go Vincent Van Gogh with the stroke.
Late night, rolling, 20 grams rolling up, holding. And it's grown right by the ocean. Niggas better know what I'm smoking. Ayy, smoking. Niggas better know what I'm smoking. Niggas better know what I'm smoking. Niggas better know what I'm smoking. Late night, rolling, 20 grams rolling up, holding. And it's grown right by the ocean. Niggas better know what I'm smoking. Ayy, smoking. Niggas better know what I'm smoking. Ayy, smoking. Niggas better know what I'm smoking.
Welcomes you to the following presentation of the NBA.
And this is it, Game 4 of the Western Conference quarterfinals. We're looking at what could be a very short series. With Greg Anthony and Hall of Famer Doris Burke, this is Kevin Harlan. And joining us on the sidelines, another Hall of Famer, David Aldridge. We'll see Oklahoma City facing the Memphis Grizzlies. Look at Memphis. They're facing elimination, and the fans in this building know that this could be their last game of the year without a tremendous effort.
And in a lot of ways, I feel like the pressure could be off. I mean, you're down 3-0. Nobody's expecting anything from you at this point. They can just go out and let it fly.
So here's Oklahoma City's starting group. Buckets is out there with Ibaka. Then there's Russell Westbrook. There's Jeremy Lamb. And it's Adams in at the 5, down low.
Make no mistake, an intimidating 7-footer. Steven Adams gets the space he needs and finishes with ease.
So it's the Grizzlies now, following the score by Oklahoma City. Sabonis inside. Ibaka on him. Another shot, trying to get open as Carter.
Breaking news, unique opinions. Hear it all on the Brian Kilmeade Show.
Do you think you will have the votes by January to become Speaker?
Yes, if you look at the last two speakers, Paul Ryan, he had at this time had 43, lost 43 votes. Nancy Pelosi had 32 votes, and no one was running against her at that time. Look, we have our work cut out for us. We've got to have a small majority. We've got to listen to everybody in our conference.
Trying to get to 218, do you want Democrats to try to support you?
No, we're the majority as Republicans, and we'll get there as Republicans.
And Kevin McCarthy, that's yesterday. He's not there yet. He's about 180-something. And he's, by the way, he doesn't officially have the majority yet, but I think Kevin Kiley is up by about 6 or 7 points, right?
Yeah, that's California.
I'm with Bill Hemmers here.
Yep. How you doing, Brian?
So, Bill, there's 9 seats open?
Is it 9? Is it 13? Kiley's just, he's been up by 8 points for 5 days.
So what's the problem?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I can't figure it out.
Right.
But I do know what the law is in California. Hang on. If you're receiving mail-in ballots, they have to be received no later than the next 30 days. That can't be right. By December 9th, state law requires them to report to the Secretary of State. So they have until December 9th if they're going to continue to count ballots. Can I tell you something? I mean, I'm into this stuff because That's what we do on election night. David Valadao is a Republican. He voted for impeaching Trump. He's running in a new congressional district in California. It's favored toward Democrats. He's one of 10 that voted to impeach Trump. Only 2 are left in office right now. Dave Crenshaw won in Washington State, so he's going back to Washington. And Valadao is on the verge of winning also. But the estimated vote in his district, Brian, has been 54% since Friday of last week.
So what's going on?
No clue. There's part of that district is in Kern County, Kern,
right.
And apparently one of the machines doesn't work. But why you can't figure that out by now, I don't know. It should not take this long. I believe it's bad for democracy.
Carrie Lake is considering protesting her loss. They're going back and forth with our experts. Does she have a real case from what you know of Maricopa County and those machines?
I think she might get a recount. That's what she's been pushing for. I don't know. It's really hard to overturn a result, period. And history proves that. Lauren Boebert in Colorado, she was losing for most of the night. Boebert, sorry. I apologize.
You're thinking Colbert.
I think she wins. You mentioned Kevin Kiley in California 3. I think he wins. David Valadao, pretty strong. I don't know if he wins, but Mike Garcia in California 27, north of L.A., he's going to win.
Republican?
Yeah, and he's been ahead by close to 10 points now for almost a week. And why the AP doesn't, I don't know. They obviously must see something within a certain precinct in some corner of that district that says, hang on, folks.
Do you know who's going to be on tomorrow on your show?
No clue.
Right. But you know when you're going to be on.
Yes.
And that is?
9 to 11 Eastern Time. Tell a million people we take all viewers.
Absolutely. It's a great show. Who's going to be your co-host?
Dana Perino, live from the Patriot Games.
Patriot Awards.
Awards, too.
Right. Patriot Games. What are you talking about? If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From the pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. Innovation refunds can help. If your business has 5 or more employees and managed to survive COVID, you should be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. This is not a loan. There is no payback. It's a refund of your taxes. The challenge is getting your hands on it. So how do you cut through the red tape? Go to getrefunds.com. The team of tax attorneys that they have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. They are experts. They got $1 billion back to businesses. Why can't they help you? They do all the work with no charges up front and simply share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, even if you got PPP, nonprofits, even those that had increases in sales. So, to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited amount of time. Don't miss out. Go to getrefunds.com. Why not be among those getting money back? Get refunds. Getrefunds.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-306-8158 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-306-8158. That's 800-306-8158. What do you have to lose? Call 800-306-8158. Again, 800-306-8158.
KQOP Enid, Oklahoma City, KNIH HD4 Mustang. Talk Radio 96.9, covering Oklahoma with 100,000 watts of freedom.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
In order to make America great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
As expected, former President Donald Trump has launched his third campaign for the White House 1 week after the midterm elections. He made the announcement before an audience of several hundred supporters at his Mar-a-Lago club, where he stood flanked by American flags and banners bearing his Make America Great Again slogan. His decision to run again paves the way for a potential rematch of the 2020 election.
White House correspondent Greg Clugston reports.
President Biden has said he intends to run for re-election despite concerns from some in his party over his age and low approval ratings. Trump also faces obstacles, including a possible long list of GOP challengers. If it comes down to Biden and Trump, age will be a factor once again. They were already the oldest presidential nominees ever when they ran back in 2020. Greg Clugston, Palm Beach, Florida.
She wanna party. I pull up a Deuce and Bacardi. Brought a friend and they looking like Barbies. You can get your bitch took in a heartbeat. Ride around, I be rolling my weed. While I'm steering the whip with my knees. She keeps sliding her hand in my jeans. Told her chill out there, go to police. Beat the pack up, they calling me Floyd. See, I cannot get caught by them boys. That's that shit I be trying to avoid. Most these rappers ain't making no noise. I gotta go till I'm platinum or golden. He talking money, I'm hopping in motion. I got a problem addicted to smoking. Indica on me, allergic to whole shit. They gon' hate if you winning and popping out. It ain't nothing to see what that chop about. Shit, they calling me out, I came back around. With my hands in a big bag of sticky loud. Told her that I like money and guns. Popping shit cause I feel like I won. I'm the man like George Jung. Bring it straight to your door for the funds. I'm outside in my city regardless. Keep my distance from niggas on op shit. Man, this nigga, he think he the hardest. In his pockets, I know he ain't got shit. Man, the whole city know what I'm on. They didn't let me back out, bitch, I'm home. RIP to my cousin who gone. I promise I'm gonna be the reason we get on. For sure. I don't got time for these people. When you come up, that's when they need you. I won't ever switch lanes. I was taught to make a name. Come up and they want a piece of the pie. You burnt your bridges, boy, you set them on fire. This a legacy that's never gonna die. Stay down until you come up to the sky. Stacking my Legos. Trying to put all of my niggas on payroll. I fell in love with a bankroll. I want a chain to put my name on. This for the niggas who stay with me. I will never ever forget my family. I came from robbing, selling, catching felonies. When I came up, niggas swore that they fuck with me. Hey, 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 what you say? Hey, 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 out my face. Hey, hey, say, pour some drink. Hey, hey, Mary Jane.
Bitches ain't shit, I ain't cuffing a thing. Play my position like studio games. 100 cause real niggas running my veins. Hot in the bitch, I be leaving in flames. Had a bad bitch, rub the dick on her feet. The strong survivor, this ain't for the weak. Don't see competition, why would I compete? I ain't been myself, I've been missing for weeks. Bitch, I'm outside while you niggas in sleep. Been off the porch since I was 14. Lock make him sleep like a morphine. Fast life from the gas, no brakes, please. In the bitch head like a daydream. Bitch in my mouth, I can make her say cheese. Niggas is bitches, y'all really ain't peas. She give me brains, she ain't got no needs. Step on these niggas like a domat. You can find 2G with a hose at. I already hit the fuck when I go back. Niggas is stealing, I don't even want my flow back. Step on these niggas like a domat. You can find 2G with a hose at. I already hit the fuck when I go back. Niggas is stealing, I don't even want my flow back.
What you say? Hey, 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 out my face. Hey, hey, say, pour some drink. Hey, hey, Mary Jane.
Free throw drops in there for Thibault. Butler, he's checked in for each one more. And Oklahoma City also making a switch. Serge Ibaka has checked in for Adams. Both good from the line that time. Oklahoma City leading by 5. Left side, Ibaka. It's good. The assist this time from Jackson.
Yeah, the chemistry has been terrific. Really impressed with their offensive execution.
And so Conley will bring the ball up for the Memphis Grizzlies. They lost their last game on Tuesday.
Well, they made a few key shots, but missed many more. It was a rough night for them offensively.
You know what? There was a lot of standing around in that basketball game. Failing to move bodies and failing to move the basketball is a bad formula.
And you want more of this from Jackson. The more unselfish he is, the better the team.
The Grizzlies trail by 9. The pass to Thibault. Butler with the ball. Excellent D from Cancer. Here's Oklahoma City now. They lead by their biggest margin of the game, 9. Hugh passes to Jackson.
Should I go? Jim's saying yes, we should definitely go. Jim says right in my ear before it starts, go, which I like. Because if I'm sitting here up until the last minute, as many of you watching home on Fox Nation see, up till the last second, I'm doing some kind of work. If the setup for our Fox Nation video viewers who watch the simulcast on there looks a little different, I'm sorry it's not that much different. I'm sorry for this little device here, but we are getting ready to pack up and load up for the Patriot Awards, which will be going on soon, tomorrow. So we are, in a bit of an equipment crisis as everything gets packed into like Pelican cases and we move the Fort Lauderdale. Luckily, I don't live that far from there, so we got that taken care of. So a little bit of news broke yesterday, just a little bit, just a smidgen. We had a missile, a little bit, Jim, missile land in a NATO country, which happened while we were on my show, by the way. We had this guy, you may have heard him before, real estate guy from New York, sold a few homes and properties here and there. Trump, yes, announced he's going to run for president. We had the FBI, an expose by the FBI at the New York Times, of all places, which did a random act of journalism. New York Times, holy Moses, it only took you 50, 60 years to finally get a story out there and do some journalism. You guys are amazing. About the FBI spying. Using a spying program or thinking about using a spying program called Pegasus, which if you listen to the show, you already know about because we warned you about it over a year ago. So let's get to the biggest story of the day. Well, let's just have Donald Trump tell you the biggest story of the day himself. Jim, play for me. Cut one.
In order to make America great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
Yeah, that's it. He's running. So, I mean, listen, this is probably the worst kept secret anywhere in politics ever. I mean, everybody kind of knew he was running. I had a good idea. It's doing a show is tough because people share things with you in confidence, and you want to talk about this stuff without violating the confidence of people, obviously, who shared stuff with you in confidence. So he's running. I mean, it's pretty obvious at this point. He announced formally last night, President Trump. So it's on, baby, like Donkey Kong. It is on. Now the fight begins. So we're going to go through this. I'm going to go through some of the highlights of the speech last night. But I want to make a couple of points first because I'm already seeing, commentary. I think, candidly, is just misguided because, I believe in facts and data and that kind of stuff. First, I'm already seeing, a lot of panic on the Republican side. And a lot of it is, oh, my gosh, it's going to be a bloodbath primary. Look at this, going to be a war. You name the adjective, modifier, noun, whatever to describe some kind of dark apocalypse. It's out there. It's Book of Eli. It's Book of Eli. Denzel's coming out. Denzel with the machete. He's coming out there with the shotgun and the machete. It's the end of the world. This primary is going to be terrible. The Republican Party's finished. Oh, man, we should all just pack up and go home. And I'm like, really? As I said to you the other day, where's that happened before? What example do you have in a presidential fight in the last, say, 30 years where the primary was devastating and made the general either not competitive or didn't lead the candidate to win. I mean, look, the examples are endless, folks. You had a brutal primary between Obama and Hillary, and Obama won. Matter of fact, he won 2 terms. You had Donald Trump in a brutal primary with, gosh, I don't even remember how many people initially jumped in. 47? Remember the Jeb, low energy Jeb, Marco, little hands Marco or whatever? Was there a more brutal primary? Ted Cruz? Ted Cruz won Iowa. People forget. People think Donald Trump was inevitable. No, Ted Cruz won Iowa, folks. Go back, check it out. He won Iowa. Everybody's like, oh, Donald Trump is finished. That was a brutal primary, and something happened. Oh, yeah, that's right. Donald Trump won. I'm not telling you candidates love primaries because they don't like to spend the money. Then you got to spend money over 2 election cycles. But you got to remember, even for donors, that's considered 2 elections. Did you know that? So if you want to max out to an election, it's not maxing out for an election cycle. It's for an election. So if the max out is $2,600, you can give in cash because cash is message. And believe me, you don't think otherwise. And look what happened this last election to the Republicans that were dramatically outspent. And we got dinged up good in the Senate side. We did. That's just a fact. Looks like we're going to win the House hopefully today, which is good news. Not the best news, but good news. But with a primary and a general, people can donate twice. So in a fiery primary, one of the reasons primaries aren't necessarily catastrophic is donors. Yes, donors. See, it's the benefit of having run for office myself. You learn this stuff. It's really hard to get people to donate to your campaign for a primary when you have no opponent. Hey, we need $2,600. For what? For my opponent. Your opponent is Casper the Friendly Ghost. You don't have an opponent. When you have a hot primary like Obama and Hillary did, it gins up interest in donors. This is cool. Jim just sent this to me. Bill Crystal's already freaking out. Please do not underestimate Trump. Bill, Xanax. Xanax, can I recommend a product? It's called, I think you need a prescription, Bill. I'm not sure it's over the counter. Xanax, maybe some benzodiazepine or something like that. Everybody stop freaking out. So one of the reasons these primaries, you shouldn't freak out is it gins up a lot of interest from donors who wind up donating to the primary, who wind up becoming general election donors as well. Builds out donor lists, and money is message. Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake. If you don't think money matters in politics, you're listening to the wrong show. You might as well start reading Aesop's Fables. The second thing is it sharpens up candidates. So if DeSantis, he's running. I base that on no inside information at all. I want to be clear. DeSantis is running too. If Ron DeSantis, who is a fantastic governor, in my opinion, the best in the country, I live here in Florida, and Donald Trump, whose record of accomplishments in one term far surpasses, I think, George Bush's in 2 terms by far. If those two want to go at it, you're talking like Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays in their prime. Who's better? I don't know. I guess we're going to see in the home run derby, ain't we? But nobody should fret. Let Biden sit on the couch if he wants to run for re-election again, run it from his basement, let him put out a press release once in a while. Fine. He may say, well, it worked last time. Well, let's see if it works again. Folks, don't worry about it. Don't worry about a primary. Can I just be candid, too? Is that okay? I hope so, or else you wouldn't be listening to this show. You want cutesy time, get a freaking dog, okay? Call her Lucy, like my dog. Go get a golden doodle. They're the cutest things ever. They're not fighters. They're like the cutest dogs ever. My dog loves everyone, right? You want to do that? It's cutesy time. My dog is never mad at anyone ever. That ain't politics, bro. That ain't politics, okay? Politics is an ugly, filthy business. And you know what? You got to do a lot of things that if you were watching a guy in a movie doom, you wouldn't be proud of it. Gee, what's that up on the prompter? What am I looking at there? There's like a scene up there. What is that? It's distracting. You see that? Oh yeah, what is that, by the way? I must be the Fox thing. Sorry, guys. Don't mean to be distracted. Jim's like, can you handle this, please, during the break? No, we can't. No, we can't. I'm sorry. But yeah, you want cutesy time, go get a dog. Don't get involved in politics. It is a brutal business. I can't tell you how many times when I was running, people I thought were going to be total flakes and losers turned out to be the greatest, most loyal people on the campaign. and vice versa. I'm not kidding. People you thought were going to be diehards, that the minute another well-funded candidate jumped in, they jumped ship like that. Primaries are good. And one last thing on this primary, because he's going to be primary, Donald Trump. Pompeo's already, it's good. You like that? Pompeo's already putting out tweets hinting he's getting in. Larry Hogan's a joke of a candidate. He's going to, former Democrat governor of Maryland pretended to be a Republican. They're all going to get in. A lot of people are emailing me and sending me Facebook messages too, saying things like, Dan, this is no good because Trump people are never going to vote for DeSantis. DeSantis people are never going to go vote for Trump. I've heard this 1,000 times. I heard the same thing about Obama people. Folks, listen, I was there in the inside baseball with this. Remember Bill Clinton's line, Jim? You remember this to Teddy Kennedy about Obama?
And close.
And part of that has to do with his mindset. He has been looking to push the action at every opportunity, and he has been in attack mode all night.
NBA playoffs, round one. Thanks for joining us as we get back to the action on the court. So for Oklahoma City right now, we've got Russell Westbrook. Adams is out there with Ibaka. Then there's Buckets, and it's Lamb in at the two-guard spot.
Well, why not, right? When Russell Westbrook is working to the degree he is tonight, why wouldn't you consistently run your offense through him? It makes perfect sense.
Now here's Butler. It's White on the wing. He's covered by Westbrook.
Pompeo was a Trump guy. I don't understand. Larry Hogan is no constituency. Larry Hogan is a better shot at Democrat primary. So he should consider that. I don't think Nikki Haley's going to run. And can I say just one more thing? I'm sorry, just tactics. Again, I think having run, I feel like I have a little bit of experience here in this topic. I'm hearing a lot of commentary, too, from people on both sides. One saying, well, DeSantis shouldn't run because there's no way he's got a shot in, say, a 6-7 person field because Trump's going to get 30%, 40%, move on. Listen, I think that's bad for both sides because it gives the Trump campaign an artificial feeling of inevitability, which I don't think helps. And Bill Kristol, I just read you that tweet. He's saying, don't underestimate Trump. Well, don't underestimate the other guys either. I'm trying to give you a broad-based perspective on this campaign here, even though I'm a Trump guy, always have been. It's not in dispute. I want everyone to be comfortable here on the show going forward. I don't want anyone to feel like I'm not going to cover this fairly. I owe that to you, the audience across the country. I owe it to you. It's my obligation, and I mean it. But that logic is silly. That's logic from people who don't understand how primaries work. Trump's inevitable. He's inevitable. Don't even worry about it. They'll split the vote. No, they won't. That's not how this works. Ladies and gentlemen, after Iowa and New Hampshire, the first caucus and primary we're going to have, right? Everybody drops out. Pretty much everyone. Why do they drop out? Because they want to? Wrong. They drop out because if you don't win Iowa or New Hampshire, the donors leave you and go with the next guy. That's why Kamala Harris started her campaign with this big, huge announcement. She's laughing, cackling. And then 2 weeks later, she dropped out. No, it was a little bit later. You get the point. After she didn't even make it Iowa because the donors stopped giving her money. Remember, it's a national campaign. You can't run it out of your backyard. You got to go to South Carolina. You got to go to Florida. What is she going to do? Fly there on her own money? They're not going to do that. So this idea that there's going to be a plurality and there's an inevitability to Trump because it's going to be Trump versus 9 others, say, or 10 others, that's not what's going to happen. That's silly analysis that doesn't help either side. It's just wrong. After New Hampshire, the latest South Carolina, it's going to be mano a mano. And it's likely going to be Trump DeSantis. That's a fact. And now you're talking about 2 people, not 10 people. Now you're done with pluralities. That's just silly analysis. I'm sorry. All right, I'm going to get out just a little bit early. I usually go way late. I want to get to some of the clips. They're short, and I want to give you some commentary on some of the highlights from Trump's speech last night. and how sadly he can't win with the media. It's hilarious. The media coverage on this is just hilarious. There's so much for getting out 30 seconds. All right, more on this the other side of the break. We'll be right back.
Bongino.
Had to come up out the trenches. Some selling booth packs, some serving midget. It don't matter, we got it just how we had to get it. Yeah, I be smoking that gas, you smell it through the sheesh. You smell it through the city. Yeah, I be smoking that gas, you smell it through the city. It's done, you smell it through the city. I be smoking that gas, it's all I know. Inhale, exhale, blow out all the smoke. Nowadays this shit got me moving hella slow. Remember we didn't go home because we smell like Joe? I was selling booth pack cause I had to get it. Right now it's going 10 and it used to go for 20, man, that's a price difference. But yeah, I still gotta get it in, set the price to get the maximum profit. I got hitters in the D, I got hitters in your city. Got my plug out in Cali and he really fucking with. Just had him send me a new packet at Thrax. Lemon OG and Gary P, what's that? It's some real exotic if a nigga didn't know. Yeah, your plug say he got it, but he capping no. Sold it to him for the high, but got it for the low. Now he trying to tax, and that's the reason that his trap slow. Silly niggas trying to be like me. Trying to pop bottles, but you need ID. Walk in smelling just like 2 peas, and you coming in smelling all fragrance free. Still I tell you what it is and what it ain't, nigga. Shit, call him Ed and Eddie cause he plank, nigga. If you snooze, then you lose, yeah, you late to the cake. Man, I love it, so I take it out on dates. Count face after face after face. I swear I love it, so I take it out on dates. Count face after face after face. After I spin it, man, this shit get replaced. Smoking that gas, you smell it through the city. You smell it through the city. I be smoking that gas, you smell it through the city. You smell it through the city. I be smoking that gas, you smell it through the city. I be smoking that gas, you smell it through the city.
Hold on. Hey. Look, gas man, yeah, that's me. I'm attached, man, cause everything come with a fee. Touching hella P's came a long way from a G. I was minding my business while I was rolling some weed. That's a big ass blunt, that's a big booty butt. Rubbing on it while I'm smoking something getting slut. Hey, Fronto King, I give a fuck about the Dutch. I mean, that's just me, baby, I don't judge. Don't pass me booth weed, and I mean it. Hey, but it's that gas pack, then I need it. I'm a Mac, baby, Naruto, who's a Maki believe. And my heart too cold, like I need it. I don't trust nothing but that calculator. Ay, it never lie when I be counting paper. Ain't deep up in that water like an alligator. I got flavors like an hour later. Look, you would never know I'm serving to your neighbor. I'm a real smooth operator. I just get in and get out. Right back to that safe house, I fit in but stick out. You would think I had my dick out. Niggas claim the YS10, I wonder what that shit about. I don't even know him, but the game turned this bitch out. If you want smoke, you bringing blicks and the zips out. We bringing blicks and the zips out.
Smoking that gas, you smell it through the city. Me and all my niggas had to come up out the trenches. So I'm selling booth packs, so I'm serving midget. It don't matter, we got it just how we had to get it. Yeah. Smoking that gas, you smell it through the city. Me and all my niggas had to come up out the trenches. So I'm selling booth packs, so I'm serving midget. It don't matter, we got it just how we had to get it. Yeah.
Back to Conley. Three-pointer. The Grizzlies with another miss.
+8 in the rebound differential. One more reason why they're in control.
Robertson kicks to Westbrook. To the inside. Here's Adams. Cantor trying to free himself up. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul.
Well, Steven Adams is as strong a player as there is in the NBA. Draws the contact there.
For Oklahoma City, they have shot 5 of 6 at the foul line tonight.
We're not playing games. Cutesy time is over. This is for real. The Dan Bongino Show.
Yeah, and Trump's not playing games either, and either is DeSantis, man. Cutesy time's over, folks. They're going to be a primary. It's going to be rhetorical punches thrown. Leave the real ones for the violent leftist nutbags. And there's going to be some bruises. And that's how politics is, man. You know, those old expressions, you know, your parents, that's how the cookie crumbles. That is how the cookie crumbles. That's it. That's how it goes down. You don't like it? Don't get involved in politics. Don't get bitter. You don't want to make it personal. I'll cover DeSantis' response, too, and how this happened. Nobody make it. This is the perfect way to do it. Let's see them go at it. I don't mind. You shouldn't mind either. Sharpens everybody up. Tighten it up. Tighten it up. I don't know who said that. I just said that. The damn Bonginoism. Tighten it up. It is a Bongino original. You're right. Hey, Christmas is coming. If you're looking for a really special gift, I'm editing this spot. I strongly encourage you to check out the firearms made right here in America by our friends at Henry Repeating Arms. Folks, when you give someone a Henry rifle or shotgun, you're giving them a work of art. It's built with the finest craftsmanship I've ever seen in a lever-action rifle or shotgun. It's just true. Their performance is top-notch. I have the 44 carbine, the 45-72. Mine were accurate right out of the box. I have the all-weather finish, and I beat the living out of them. Start by going to henryusa.com. That's the website. Order their free holiday gift guide. Do it today. They'll mail it to you with free decals. Use them for stocking stuffers. One of the things I like the most is that these firearms are family heirlooms. People love Henry rifles. They can be passed down to future generations. They'll be backed by the company's lifetime satisfaction guarantee. So if you're looking for the best gifts this Christmas and you want to put something that's made in America under the tree, I got the answer for you. Go to henryusa.com. Order their free gift guide and decals. That's henryusa.com for a free gift guide and decals. You're going to love this company.
Dan Bongino. Remember, you listen to the Dan Bongino Show today. Talk Radio 96.9, the new voice of freedom for Oklahoma.
All right, so here is a small snippet from the speech last night. Cue up for me, cut two, Jim. It's a perfect time for Donald Trump to address the voter ID same-day voting issue, given the debacles in Nevada, California, and Arizona that are still going on. Take a listen.
To eliminate cheating, I will immediately demand voter ID, same-day voting, and only paper ballots.
See, folks, this is how it's done. If you're going to give a speech and a campaign speech like that, you better make it buttoned up and issue-oriented and distraction-free, and that's what it was. If he can run this kind of disciplined campaign and continue to give speeches like this, he had the media, shockingly, I'll read it to you later from Playbook, you know, the Bible on the left. He had the media claiming he's boring. This is hilarious. Jim, I thought, you know, he was Hitler, he was Idi Amin, he was Mussolini. Now all of a sudden he's boring. The best thing that can happen to Donald Trump is for the left-wing media, I'm not kidding, to characterize his speeches as boring. This is what happens when you do what he did last night. Distraction-free, buttoned-up, issue-oriented. People care about voter ID, same-day voting, paper ballots. He addressed this and more. I'll get to more of it after the break. We'll be right back. Folks, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. You ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? Well, that's a problem. It's basically a towel leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. Crazy. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.96 with promo code Bongino. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this incredible offer on the 6-piece MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on that radio listener special, and enter promo code Bongino, or call 800-837-0459, 800-837-0459. That's MyPillow.com, promo code Bongino.
From a whole different dimension. From a whole different dimension.
yeah, she fell in love with the vision. We been making her do anything for the digits. She fell in love with me cause the young nigga getting it. I'm all in her dreams, she calling me the Sandman. I'm pushing that weight in the morning time. I've been too high to think, but don't realize and I understand. I'm a South Florida nigga, Midwest where I lie. To my heart on my chest and threw it in the sky.
Last Saturday, I was on Saturday. They know the shit, they don't matter. No mama bad, I'ma get at her. Yo, bitch ain't bad, mom better. I'm pissed off, I got a small bladder. Drop the top and push it much faster. Told my squad the boy gon' be ours, yeah. Johnny got superpowers, yeah. I'm 20 years ahead of time. My feet, the sand, my head, the sky. I'm 20 years ahead of time. My feet, the sand, my head, the sky.
I'm stopping, yeah. This is every place I go, yeah. Take my bitch to every store, yeah. I'm just trying to take control, stopping, yeah. 4-5 on the hip, you know. 5-6, couple bitches on the horse. 7 straight nights in a row.
Issue-oriented speech last night. Again, distraction-free, which is exactly what he needs to do. And it's just hilarious. Here's how Playbook characterized it. This is a political playbook, as you know, is the Bible of the left. They read it every day. They should start paying me a royalty playbook because I mention it. I mention it because I like to understand what the left is thinking. They don't really care what we're thinking. That's why they always read us wrong. I'm not going to pay them back the favor. So a Playbook and the other lefty media outlets who in the past have described Trump in the most awful terms, it's fascinating. He gives this really detailed issue-oriented speech. He did the obligatory, which was smart, call to action about the Georgia election for Herschel Walker. Very smart on his part. Doesn't make it appear to be a mercenary speech at that point. And he's talking about bigger issues other than him. Very smart move. And Playbook describes it this way. But for many of those in the room and watching at home, the supposed spectacle was a dud. I didn't hear anybody say that, and a bunch of people were texting me from the event. Where was the buzz, the energy, the thrill? Well, what are you talking about? If there was buzz, energy, and thrill, you would have been like, Hitler! Hitler's back! Hitler's back! It's Hitler again! You know, come on, guys. You know it would happen. You know it. Godwin's law would be violated 1,000 times over. Hitler! It's Hitler! I mean, this guy can't win. They said Trump appeared tired. And worst of all, many thought his 63-minute speech was plain old boring. Guys, you can't. It is unreal. You can't win with these lefties. That's why don't try. Don't try. What is the common denominator behind the two most successful Republicans right now in the country? Based on name ID, based on the ability to raise money, and based on a track record. Ron DeSantis and Trump. Both of them give the media the double-barreled middle finger and not the family-friendly one. They do. Don't even try to impress these people. Who cares? That old thing, don't mess with people who buy ink by the barrel. No, mess with them. They're idiots. Trump appeared tired. Did you watch the speech? What do you mean he appeared tired?
Pass to Waiters. Fires from the corner. Shot is good off the back rim and in.
Just reliable, guys. He's just always trying to make the right play.
Passes it to Conley. And there's the bucket. Staying with it on the offensive glass, getting it done.
Well, inside, Mike Conley has got to be savvy, and he is in that instance.
And they can just let the clock run out here.
Cannot argue with the W.
2-second difference between shot clock and game clock. And there's the pass to T. Left side Adams. Shot clock at 5. Conley grabs
the way that many Americans think about politics. Now, this is not just a cliche. Do not hear me say, he changed the game. In my view, left paradigm. Paying attention and still trying to frame politics in terms of the left, I think that they are flat-footed. I think that their analysis does not benefit you because they're not recognizing that that false paradigm leads to the same conclusion, and that is an idol that is not Jesus. I am a Bible-believing Christian. I want to bring people back to the Lord. I want people to go to heaven and not hell. And I believe it is important that when people analyze their government, whoever the magistrate is to swing the sword to make sure that righteousness and justice is done, they need to have a sober view about it. And I've given a short history. I'll do it briefly. The right-left paradigm comes from godless France. 1789, the General Assembly in France was about who was going to be on the left, who opposed the king, and who was going to be on the right, who supported the king. And so the left and the right came from godless France about supporting the king. That's not an American political analysis. That's not how we talk or how we should talk about our politics. The way that our founders talked about the politics was we are endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. Chief among them are life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. Fast forward down the Declaration, they said that the government derives its just powers from the consent of the governed. An American political analysis is rooted into the truth of the scriptures. And that's what's going on right now. Trump smashed the left-right paradigm. You now have people that are still affixed to that. That's still how they think because they've been trained and conditioned. And now you've got other people that are beyond that, still trying to figure out where do we go to hear truth about what's going on. That's what I try to do. That's what other people try to do. So please continue to share this live stream and tell other people about it. But think about how this applies. The way that this applies is you have Trump announced for president last night. I think he's going to win. I think he's going to win because the people that have been turned off to politics are going to be doing the right thing. And them being turned off to politics and focused on doing things that are true and powerful and God-honoring is what God's going to use to bring the country back. That's what I think. I think Trump's going to win, not because of what Trump does or what Trump says, but because of the American people that are now, you know what? I'm done with politics. I'm going to focus on Jesus. What do I got to do to focus on Jesus? I think that is the crux. I think that is the linchpin. I think that's the decisive point in America right now. It's the people who love Jesus, and what are they going to do about it? Do they sit on their haunches, rest on their laurels, and see how the world, oh man, this sucks, and not do anything? Or do they actually do something? We'll get to them in a second, but what I wanted to point out is the fact that the Trump tropes are already out. You've got the Washington Post, the Guardian, all these other people are already saying all this stuff. Look at the headlines. The godless commies have to write their headlines. They took the bait. The godless commies in the media have not innovated. They hate Trump so much, and they need to communicate that hate because they need their people for their likes and their clicks and their shares and their advertisers. Trump is good for business of the godless commies, but the godless commies haven't innovated about how they talk about Trump. So the people who pay attention to the godless commie media are going to be looking at the headlines, but then the people who are dying suddenly. They're going to be looking at the headlines, and Trump's an insurrectionist, while they got to pay a gazillion dollars for a turkey for Thanksgiving. They're going to be looking at, oh, Trump's a racist. He's an anti-Semite. Look at it. He's so horrible. While they're over here going, you know what? I'm going to homeschool my kids because I don't want them to learn about spores pronouns, right? Like that's a very real thing. That's happening. But then there's the people that are still enslaved, I'll call it, affectionately enslaved, to the left-right paradigm. You have someone named Tommy Tuberville. He's a senator from Alabama, and he was asked this morning on Maria Bartiromo about if he supported President Trump. Here is what Senator Tuberville had to say.
So here we go, Senator. Your reaction, are you going to back Trump for 2024?
100%. You look at what he did, Maria, before he was kicked out of office. He had this country going in the right direction. He's not a politician. He stood up to the mainstream media. They don't like him. I can understand that, but he stood up for the American people. Look where we're at now. I've been up for 2 years since President Trump lost. This is devastating. We just elected this group to run this country again for 2 more years. We're getting ready, if we're not already in a recession, it's getting ready to get really bad. You can't run a country or this entire planet without fossil fuels, but they're hard-headed enough to try to get it done. The American people elected the Democrats to run the government again for 2 more years. This will be devastating because the repercussions of what's going to happen, a lot of money's out there. They flushed $5-6 trillion over our budget into the economy. People felt good about that. They had money in their pocket. Yeah. Money's not going to be in their pocket here in a couple of years, and it's going to get really rough.
Yeah, I think, and so I have nothing against Mr. Tuberville. I got nothing against him, but it's this, I got my money in my pocket. I think that is slow political analysis. I think that whenever you are butchering children in the womb, whenever you're doing what they're doing with little kids, I think that we're beyond that. And so when the economic calamity hits, I believe it will. I think it's designed, disaster capitalism. That's what these godless commies are trying to do. I think that when that hits, yeah, it'll scrape some people off into Trump's side, but there's no more precious independence. We gotta have the precious independence, and the whole thing is how do we get these precious independence? I think that is slow. I think you need to recognize that the truth isn't told, that God isn't honored, that people hate this country and they want people to be enslaved. You got to speak bluntly, like tell the truth, be candid. And so Tommy Tuberville supporting President Trump is going to go well with the people that are still enslaved. They're flat-footed from the left-right dynamic. Other people would say they're not woke up. That's good, because if people are going to hear that, they're going to be like, yeah, I need more money in my pocket. This analysis does nothing for me. I think it's boring, actually. But then you get into other people, the conspiracy theory types, the Q, and where's the black helicopters, and the military's in charge, and did you know that the executive order that President Trump signed would tell people to do this? And it's like, listen, President Trump, and I started this stream by saying Trump's got the guns, because when I started it, he did. And he needed to do what he needed to do. He needed to prosecute. He needed to execute. He needed to do those things. But he didn't. So now it's like, how do you respond to that? And if you are watching and you're one of these people that are like, well, Jaron, those are body doubles and, the military's in charge and is doing stuff. Think about your expectations about a plan that you don't know. And if you don't know what the plan is, you will always be looking for that plan, and you will deny it whenever it's happening, if it is indeed happening. Kind of like the Pharisees, who are all looking for a Messiah, and then Jesus is right in front of their face, and they're like, no, you ain't him. It's something else. It's not that, it's something else. So you need to stop looking for Gnostic solutions, and you start reading your Bible. Amen. To the people, I should say, who are looking at the fraud machines, looking at the cheats, looking at 2022, 2020, 2018, who are depressed or disappointed that President Trump conceded. He did not concede. He's running for 2024. You can simultaneously have won 2020, have it stolen, have won the midterms in 2022, have them stolen, and still participate in the system. Now you could say, I would say, rightly so, that that's stupid. If you're not going to get rid of the machines or the mass mail-in ballots, why would you participate in the system? We'll get in that in a second. But for the people that are so jaded and disappointed with politics and this and that, I get you. You are the people that are actually going to save America. The people that are jaded and disappointed and frustrated with the way that things are the ones that have the greatest mission to actually do the greatest good. Let me make my case. The people that recognize that politics isn't going to solve things are necessarily going to make a decision. Do they check out and disengage and just kind of say, screw it? Or do they figure out what do they need to do and engage? In either case, I think that they will both come to the same conclusion. If people say, they throw up their hands and say, I don't want any part of it, I'm out. Well, what are they going to go do? Are they going to go back into the matrix? Are they going to try to plug themselves back in and act like nothing's the matter and just say whatever? Probably some of them will, but most of them won't. Most of them are going to try to figure out what can they do that's better with a better use of their time than pay attention to the Republicans and the Democrats and if I got more money in my pocket or not, or what the committee or legislation said, or Nancy Pelosi was, doing stuff, and Hunter Biden's laptop, and like you're going to be like, oh, what do I do with my time? Amen. I'm right there with you. This is where I played the video of my son's piano. He's doing the same thing over and over and over. He's practicing, folks. He's not a concert pianist. He's learning to play the piano. And so that required him and his little hands with no dexterity to do the same thing over and over and over and over. If you are disappointed with the way that civic politics have gone, with the voting and the machines and the ballots and the stuff, what can you go practice over and over and over and over that will actually lead to something beneficial? See, you might not recognize it, but your frustration with the system is a blessing. Your condemnation about the way that things are is good. Now build on that. Recognize that the way that things are is not good or the way it's supposed to be. Our founders didn't give us institutions that were corrupt like this. This has taken time. And it's taken a long time to get there, and it's a commentary on our sense of pride and indulgence for us to say, well, we need to fix it immediately. I'm mad. Fix the elections now. And whenever the bought-off politicians are like, no. Or whenever the media is like, you're an election denier, or you're insurrectionist, or you're an anti-Semite, or you're whatever. When the media starts to label you, what do you do? This is where, folks, this is where I just simply put, I ask you to encourage, support independent media. LiveLocal.store. Get your Live Local Field Manual. And if you subscribe right now, I'll send you that thing for free. The Live Local Field Manual has in it how to do citizen's arrest, how to execute a sheriff strategy. There is even a part in there that talks about what I call the bond maneuver, where you sue the politician's insurance bond. And if a politician does not have an insurance bond, a politician cannot be in office. So you go get the bond, you go get paid, and you go remove the person from office. That is all in the Live Local Field Manual. But there's other things in the Live Local Field Manual. Localizing your attention, directing your steps with purposeful, specific action steps. That is for the people that recognize that everything just sucks. Everything's stupid. What do I do? You play the piano. You do that same thing over and over and over. You get disciplined. You get back to the truth. You get back to Jesus. You talk about the gospel. You read your Bible. You go to church. You grow your own food. You do those things. Now, you can say to me right now, there's people that are like, well, Jaron, I live in a city, or Jaron, I'm in a suburb. I can't grow my own food. I can't do this. I can't do that. You are just giving excuses as what you can't do. But don't you understand that we need you to do what you can do? And part of the challenge is figuring out what is it that you can do. I believe that whenever President Trump ran for office the first time, he smashed the two-party system. It's dead, it's gone, it's obsolete. It's still there. It's like a big dinosaur. The brain is dead, but the body is still slumbering on. Until it just completely crashes, it's still there. But now people who supported President Trump, who see the fraud, who see the ballots, who see the machines, who see all this stuff, now it's like, what do? You are the ones that are going to save the country. Because I believe you are the ones that are looking to Jesus. I believe you guys are the ones reading your Bible. I believe you guys are the ones that are recognizing, what can I do? Not what can I outsource, not what can I pay attention to. Not the people talking about, well, the Republicans have passed this in the committees and the legislation is getting passed and all that. You are now the ones that Washington relied on, that Washington needed to fight. You're the ones going to cross the Delaware. You're the ones going to camp out at Mount Vernon. You are the ones that are going to sacrifice. Not because you want to, but because you get to. And that's the opportunity. The opportunity is that we now see, if you're watching me, you now see how things are stupid and they suck and they don't make sense. And now you get to do something about it. Trump is going to win, I believe, in 2024 because there's enough people that recognize that everything is so stupid. We have no choice but to exercise our rights. We have no choice but to get on our face and repent back to Jesus. And I think that's profound. I think that is an incredible opportunity. And let me anchor this, because this is already happening. This is already happening. Do you recognize the first time since the public school system became the public school system that now the greatest movement back towards homeschooling is happening? We are witnessing this already right now in this country. Do not underestimate this. Do not underestimate the frustration and the love of parents to withdraw from the government-sponsored systems to then exercise control, dominion, and love over their children. We are seeing a loving of our children unlike anything that's ever happened. And it's being done despite the fact that government now provides everything for them. So you already have a record rejection of the way that things are. And the power, the potential, the purpose is reflected into taking care of the kids. You recognize if you break the chain of government indoctrination, if you sever the tie of government dependency, you've just got a bunch of little patriots all over the place. You've got a bunch of little independent thinkers that are able to be entrepreneurs and to hack it out of the wilderness to get back to the trades, who know that they don't want to go get a college education, so they learn that they come from monkeys and that the climactic part of existence is your sexual overture. Look at what's already happening. And over the next 2 years, I don't know what's to come. I don't know what's in store. I don't have a crystal ball, but I don't need one because I've got a thick Bible, right? I don't need a crystal ball. I've got a thick Bible. I know what's going on. I know that I'm supposed to love for my neighbors, go to church, take care of my business, not complain. I'm supposed to get to work. That's why Trump's going to win. Trump's going to win because so many people are sufficiently pissed that the whole thing sucks that they have no recourse except for to do as God tells them to do. Now, there's going to be more pain, and until people actually start doing what God tells them to do, the pain's going to increase. So you might as well do as my son's doing and just practice that same chord on the piano over and over and over again. Make no mistake, Trump's going to win 2024. He's going to be a better candidate than Biden or anybody else the Democrats put up, and he's going to obliterate anybody that steps into the ring on the Republican side. But it's the fact that there are people that are so upset with the whole thing. Those are the ones that are going to be focused to do what is necessary. And them doing what's necessary, though not a majority, them doing what's necessary is going to be, I believe, the requisite change, the requisite input, the requisite repentance and work and effort and fruit that's gonna move out. I believe that our enemy has recognized that they can't control and they can't foist a one world government on us. If you recognize this multipolar admission yesterday from Klaus Schwab at the G20 summit, he's telling people, you guys aren't on the same page enough. You need to collaborate. They can't execute the game plan they want to execute. They're going to try, but they fail. They have their own countervailing ambitions, so they cut themselves off at the kneecap. Why would we expect a nation or an entity full of corrupt liars that are ambitious and greedy and selfish and lying would be able to unify? Why do we think that that is possible? It's not possible. It's not going to happen. This is why whenever you look to Christ, you recognize, you know what? He gave us a great commission. Let's go make it work. I believe Trump's going to win in 2024. Not because of Trump, but because of God. And because I believe that Christians are going to turn back to him. And it starts with us. It starts with the people who love Jesus. Are we going to get back to him? Are we going to preach the gospel? Are we going to get back in the word? Or are we going to still give our attention to this stuff? We need to analyze it, to be aware of it, but it doesn't direct our thinking. This is why we live local. This is why we go to war.
And not even caring who's pumping their, at that point, it's like, we're all sellouts, right? If we can, if a real world company can sit there and say, hey, I like this guy and I like what he has to offer, let's do a business deal. If we can connect the outer world to our world here, through meaningful relationships, I think that is the tool that sets this industry past the idea of let's run a hamster race for Facebook gaming or Twitch or whatever platform you want to do. So if we can do it on our own, why don't we? So yeah, John, we'll talk more. Private message me in Discord. White says he's a good driver, drives heavy up and down Dalton Highway, has given rigs in the US. Ooh, nice. Guys, I appreciate the followages, man. I'm almost down to the very end. Travis, I appreciate that followage. What was that? 860 days. Appreciate that, Eric, man. Thank you so much. James says, I had a Hungry Man TV dinner. Hey, listen, nothing wrong with Hungry Man. I used to eat those growing up. Not bad. Not bad for the price, for sure. Eric, absolutely, man. Listen, you know how I feel about positivity, guys. Is you guys should know this by now. If you followed us by any length of time, you know we're only limited by our imagination and our ability to overcome negativity, right? And how do we do that? With positivity. Very simple. It is that simple. Don't let anybody ever tell you differently. Everything is that simple. But we've had obstacles after obstacles after obstacles for 10, 15, 30, however years you've been an adult. That's what they've thrown in our face. We have so many obstacles, and all we have to do is know we can, have the positivity behind it, and never let those obstacles circumvent our imagination. So.
Radio 96.9, covering Oklahoma with 100,000 watts of freedom.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. The 2024 presidential campaign is formally underway. White House correspondent Greg Clugston reports from Palm Beach, Florida.
2 years after losing re-election, Donald Trump is launching another run for the White House.
In order to make America great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
Surrounded by hundreds of supporters at his Mar-a-Lago estate, he accused President Biden of driving the country into a ditch. Trump promised to lower inflation, criticized what he called gender insanity, and said if elected, he would demand same-day voting and only paper ballots. Greg Clugston, Palm Beach, Florida.
Also at townhall.com, members of the group of 20 leading economies have ended their summit in Indonesia with a declaration of firm condemnation of the war in Ukraine and a warning that the conflict is making an already delicate world economy worse. The closing statement was noteworthy because China's support for a public statement critical of Russia surprised some. On the economic front, retail sales topped analyst expectations last month, raising 1.3% from September.
Economists had predicted a 1% increase. The 1.3% rise marks the largest month-over-month gain since January. Since the figures are not adjusted for inflation, though, it's not clear whether Americans are buying more or are simply paying more for what they get. Year over year, sales were 8.3% higher than in October of 2021. Now, speculation focuses on the size of future interest rate hikes by the Federal Reserve. Rich Thomason reporting.
And on Wall Street, stocks remain mixed. The Dow ahead 8 points, but the Nasdaq down 128. More of these stories at townhall.com.
I'm Lance Wallnau, Christian author and evangelical leader, here to remind you that God's gifts should never be taken for granted. Take, for example, your retirement savings. You've worked hard for your money, and God has rewarded you for that. Now, with record inflation eating away at the value of the U.S. dollar, those rewards are literally being taken from you. But there is a way the faithful can fight back. By diversifying your retirement account into gold, your savings can be protected. And that's what God wants. Even better, a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group allows you to transfer your current retirement funds into gold without fees or penalties. To see how it works, text the word FAITH to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. That's FAITH to 989898. Take action right now, and I pray that your family is blessed with continued prosperity.
Chinese authorities have locked down a major university in Beijing as part of their zero COVID policy.
Peking University is locked down after authorities found one COVID-19 case. Students and faculty are not allowed to leave the grounds unless necessary. And for one campus, classes have been moved to online through Friday. Beijing has reported more than 350 new cases in the latest 24-hour period. That's a small fraction of the city's 21 million population, but enough to trigger localized lockdowns and quarantines. Nationwide, China reports about 20,000 COVID cases this week. That's up from last week's roughly 8,000 new cases. I'm Donna Warder.
Britain's domestic spy chief says the country faces major security threats from the trio of Russia, China, and Iran. He also cited al-Qaeda and the Islamic State group. Breaking news at townhall.com. Target reporting an uptick in third quarter sales, but posted a 52% drop in profits.
The retailer was forced to further discount its merchandise to entice inflation-squeezed customers. Given the current environment, Minneapolis...
Troy, if you're interested in something like that, man, go to cdluniversity.org. In our pinned comment there, you'll see that link as well. Check them out, guys. There we go. All right, we're going to shut it down. We're going to go ahead and load this CDL University trailer up. William coming in with a like. Yo, Glenn, I really appreciate those stars, man. Thank you so much. Unless you're Chuck Norris, who is the toughest trucker in the movie Breaker Breaker. Man, do I feel... I was reading about the 371 Peterbilt. last night how I got on that article and started doing Google search research on the original, was it the needle nose Peterbilt? I don't know, but it's pretty wild.
Samata Kana is loving it.
Yo, brother, thank you so much for that like. Appreciate you guys being out here hanging with us.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Will Dargan is loving it.
All right, let's see if we can do this real quick. Adjust the seat and bring it back. There we go. There we go.
9. From the NYPD to the Secret Service to behind the microphone, taking the fight to the radical left and the putrid swamp. You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Here he is, Dan Bongino.
A couple quick notes before I get back to the big Trump announcement last night, the DeSantis response. We're going to cover all of it. The show may sound a little different tomorrow. Jim will and I will be doing it from the Patriot Awards from the Hard Rock in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, the radio show. So there may be some sound in the background that is not us doing it from outside a barbecue event where Jim's introducing a brisket for judging. It is the Patriot Awards. It should be a good time. I'll be doing my podcast from there tomorrow too. So check that out. We'd appreciate it. And a thank you to everyone who decides to. I know we don't take a ton of callers on this show. I'm sorry. I just there's a lot to cover, and we try to get to them in the last block. But I really enjoy your feedback on my Facebook page and all the comments you make in the messages section. So I leave the page open for messages, and I read as many as I can. If you watch me on Fox Nation, you'll see me during the break scrolling through. And to those regular commenters, you know who you are. Tim and all those other guys, I even though I don't get to respond, I read as many of them as I can. And I appreciate it because it helps me fine-tune the show and create a better product for you. I was told early on in the business, I kid you not, do not read the feedback. I don't buy that at all. You wouldn't do that about a widget, right? If you made widgets and the widget didn't work and the feedback, everybody in the audience told you it didn't work, you better listen. So I really appreciate it, and I read it. So thank you. And if you ever want to comment, I try to read as many as I can. So let's get back to the speech last night. Again, reestablishing where we were in the first hour. Folks, the media is characterizing the speech as boring. I'm telling you, the path to victory for Donald Trump lies with the media getting away from the Hitler analogies and calling the man boring. The best day Trump is ever going to have is giving an issue-oriented, focused speech like he did last night, distraction-free, and the media going, wow, I'm surprised. That was boring. That's a good thing. That's not me putting lipstick on it. That's a good thing. Because if they're not characterizing him as boring, they're characterizing him as a Nazi or a fascist, which is absurd. But on the issues front, he mentioned a few things last night. Voter ID, same-day voting, paper ballots, all a good idea. But this was a huge winner. And then I'll have to wrap it here. I'll get to the DeSantis response, some things about polling and some other things as well. But this is a huge winner. Folks, the last election in 2020, again, let's not gloss over stuff, okay? We had a real problem with suburban moms. They are an enormous block of voters. They care about their kids. They care about their husbands. They care about their jobs. They care about their homes, their cars, their debt, their kids' college, everything you and I care about. Suburban moms seem to move away from the Republican Party in the 2020 election. They did. The numbers are clear as day. It's not worth debating over. They just did. Now, you can argue about the reasons all day. I can't psychoanalyze millions of people who may have moved away from the Republican Party. But one of the suggestions was it was a lot of style over substance, that a lot of suburban moms just they couldn't get into the whole bravado routine on Twitter with Trump all the time. Maybe, I don't know. Like I said, I can't psychoanalyze all of them. But if there was ever an issue to try to bring back suburban moms back to the GOP if Trump were to win this primary, I see bells and whistles hanging all over getting rid of these mandates. These are parents who are sick of their kids being stuffed in face diapers in school. They don't want their kids getting this vaccine because they don't think their kids are at risk. They are tired of their friends talking about being fired for standing up against the vaccine. This is an enormous winner fighting back against these mandates, and he brought it up last night. Check this out.
We will abolish every Biden COVID mandate and rehire every patriot who was fired from our military with an apology and full back pay.
It's perfect timing. I had a hiccup, right? I was like, you hit that button sooner. That's a huge winner, folks. We're going to have to get suburban moms back into the fold. The style thing, I don't know. Trump is who he is. Okay, I'm not going to lecture the guy on style. It doesn't bother me. It does bother other people. I'm a Queens kid. I'm the same way. That's a huge winner. And again, if he can stick with this issue-oriented, distraction-free, buttoned-up speeches, he'll be fine. Now, the reaction from the media was insane. I showed you what happened with Politico Playbook. They're like, oh, my God, he was boring. Hey, terrible. Whatever, man. I mean, again, there's nothing the guy can do without you guys taking a shot at him. He gives one of his big electric off-the-cuff speeches. He's loose cannon crazy. He gives a buttoned-up speech. It's boring. Everybody should go to sleep. Boring? Have you heard Joe Biden give a speech ever? Joe Biden he goes from two separate poles, right? Joe Biden goes from putting people to sleep and stumbling over every word to screaming like a lunatic. We beat Big Pharma! Jim, you got to pull that. It is. You got to pull that. I know it's not a joke. We have got Jim sound like Joe Biden. That was so weird. I didn't tell you to open up your mic. Come on, guy. Exercise some mic control there. He's doing his Joe Biden imitation here. I know it's not a joke. He does. He goes from criticizing a Trump speech for being boring. Is fair game, I guess. If you believe it, you believe it. It's it's your bag of donuts. I get it. You have the right to your opinion. But it's hilarious given the guy we have in the White House now, who has never, ever given a good speech, ever. I mean, ever. I've listened to Obama's speeches, and even though I disagree with them, listen, some of them were good. Disagree with the premise, but I was like, this guy's trouble. I can prove it to you. If you're at the Patriot Awards, ask Paula Paula, Dan told me you called him from the Shelbourne Hotel once about Obama. I am not kidding. True story. I'm up working an event for the Secret Service as the Democrat National Committee's going on to nominate Obama? No, John Kerry. I'm doing a plain clothes assignment in the counter surveillance unit of the Secret Service. I'm staying in the Shelbourne Hotel in Midtown Manhattan. I'm dating Paula back then. Was I dating Paula? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I was dating Paula. Doesn't matter. I was with Paula. I don't want to screw up the dates. Paula listens, and she'll come up here, and it'll get ugly. But I call her up, and I said, listen, man, I've been hearing a lot about this guy, Barack Obama, this senator from Illinois. And I said, did you just hear that speech? She goes, no. I said, I'm telling you, man, this guy's going to be big trouble. I swear on my life that happened, folks. Jim, did I tell you the story too? You're shaking your head. I'm telling you, I right away sniffed it right out. Oh, she can? Oh, you said the same thing. You see, Jim had the same conversation. I'm like, this guy is trouble, man. Big time. I have never, ever, ever said that about Joe Biden. He is never. So trashing a Trump speech for being boring is hilarious. And then he starts screaming like a maniac. Big Pharma! Like a lunatic. Beat Big Pharma. This guy's giving Pharma billions of dollars to jam a vaccine in your arm. Some versions of it don't even prevent transmission of the virus you're supposed to be vaccinated against. I got it. This is my favorite. Jim, we got to keep that one handy. It's the Biden scream. It's so disingenuous. It's like when he fakes being tough. Remember the corn pop thing? We got to do that like once a week. And corn pop. And he showed up in the parking lot with the chain. And they had the chain while the kid was rubbing my leg. And corn pop came up with the chain and said, get the kid off the leg. And I took out the razor. And then I stole the chain and he took the razor. And like Indiana Jones, I hit him with the chain and the razor with and Corn Pop came back with some bad dudes. And the dudes came back, and I brought my dudes and our dudes and their dudes. This is what he does. He goes from, like, boring to full bravado to scream, "We beat Big Pharma." At least Trump can give a speech. Can give a speech and not stumble over himself 1,000 times. I'll take a Trump speech any day. Here was the NPR response. So NPR, your tax dollars pay for this. I mean, NPR has become a running joke. NPR tweeted out, and their verified account, breaking: Donald Trump, who tried to overthrow the results of the 2020 presidential election and inspired a deadly riot at the Capitol in a desperate attempt to keep himself in power, has filed to run for president again in 2024. Now you realize why nobody trusts these idiots. They're obviously activists. You can't just write a story about Donald Trump running again. You've got to editorialize. You got to editorialize, and you got to put in just all the drama. Of course you do. That's who NPR is. So we'll see where that goes. All right. A couple other notes. I'm going to play for you in a bit the DeSantis response because I think it's important to cover both sides. Again, I want everyone to feel really comfortable here because this is an important show. You guys have given me an opportunity here, and I think during this election cycle where America could change for the far worse if we screw this up, it's important to us, to guide people in the right direction here, do the right thing. Don't fret bruising primaries. I said it before, but also don't fret polls going forward. The polls on Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen, have been embarrassing. If you want to read an interesting piece on it, my newsletter today, Christopher Tremoli has a piece in the Washington Examiner. Can we finally stop listening to election pollsters? My newsletter is bongino.com/newsletter. If you'd like to subscribe, it's a good one today. Sorry, I don't want to screw this up. Sorry.
If you fake, you gon' say it way. We gon' know if you real, you ain't gotta say it. It's gon' show if you fake, you gon' say it way. We gon' know. I need proof. I need proof. It's not what you say, it's about what you do. I need proof. I need proof. I need proof. I need proof. 'Cause if you real, you ain't gotta say it. It's gon' show if you gon' say it way. We gon' know. I need proof. I need proof. I need proof. I need proof. Hey, call me Johnny Kamehameha. I'm so high you'll find me in the stars. Think they shit is wavy, show 'em mine. I be whipping, now they wanna ride. I hit the drop step and I'm gon' win. It's no contest. Are you useless like some popcorn that ain't popped yet? This another reason why it's come up season and she water slide all in my DMs. If you gotta be him, I don't wanna be him. Put my glasses on so I didn't see him. Lions and tigers and bears, oh my, what are you doing up there? I'm high. Little shawty sitting right there, she fine. I just might walk over there and say hi. I blow my whistle on him, I blow my tissue on him, and they be staring at me. I take a picture for him. There's plenty of fish in the sea, and I got a fishing for him. They say I can see in 3D, cause I got the vision on him. Needed to cause my flow is stupid. I don't like the tone of voice you're using. Got a new pair of Nikes just to do it. You fooling around and now you looking foolish. I'm the player with the most improvement. Develop a sound, I call it evolution. Roll it up and then pass it to me. Got a bad bitch that'll lash it for me. That's Johnny. Hey, yo, Johnny, what you doing in there? I need proof. I need proof. It's not what you say, it's about what you do. I need proof. I need proof. I need proof. I need proof. If you real, you ain't gotta say it. It's gon' show. If you fake, you gon' say it way. We gon' know. If you real, you ain't gotta say it. It's gon' show. If you fake, you gon' say it way. We gon' know.
This makes me nervous. I'm not this good of a driver. That was good. That was good. So how's the weekend going for everybody else? Anybody do anything special this weekend? I gotta get some flags on my truck. That's what we needed. We need some.
Today on the Flyover Conservative Podcast, we are joined by one of our favorite people because he blends all of our favorite things, which is business, love in America, and truth bombs. More than about anybody that we've ever met. Courage, speaking up, standing up. He's the author of many books, but I want to highlight two real quick. One is The Great Reset. This breaks down everything. If you're just kind of waking up and you're like, there's some weird stuff going on in the world, I kind of want to catch up what's going on. A guy named Klaus Schwab wrote a book called COVID-19, The Great Reset. Clay Clark wrote a book called The Great Awakening, The Great Reset, and juxtaposing them against each other. And a book called Boom, which if you're a business owner, if you're somebody that wants to keep people that work for you thriving, if you personally want to thrive and do well during crazy times, this book is written in a way that you could just pick it up any day and get your brains blown in almost a magazine-like format. The one, the only, the host of the Thrive Time show, Clay Clark.
Yay! Hey, I appreciate you guys allowing me to be here with you. I thought we could do today's show if we could, kind of like a roller coaster where it goes up and down, because there was just good news, bad news, all of it, just facts. And I believe, Colton, you're an incredible producer. But by the way, Avery, Colton, and your entire team, you guys worked diligently at the behind the scenes of the Reawaken America Tour to put out some of the best content. And then when you got back home, you edited all that content and got it all out. So that deserves a round of applause right there. So great job, Colton and Avery and the team.
One thing a highly valued whited trait is just work. We work like farmers. If hay's in the field, you just work until it's all in the barn. You don't clock out at 5. Matter of fact, both those guys pulled one night, an all-nighter. They were still working from the morning before till the sun was coming up the next day without a break. They Uber Eats in food and just cranked.
I was wondering why there was a supply chain shortage of Red Bull at all of the convenience stores in Missouri. Apparently, Colton was smashing it. No, seriously.
We should get a sponsorship deal.
I want to share this first clip with you guys because we have this thing right now that's occurring. It's actually happening right now. A lot of people maybe are aware of this. Maybe you're not. It's called the G20, and it's called the Leaders Summit. It's taking place in Bali. And I just wanted to play a little highlight. Maybe we can stop and kind of comment on it as we look at some of the highlights here. Okay, so this is Joe Biden shaking hands with the communist president of the People's Republic of China.
They're buds.
In a very gleeful way. Here's Klaus Schwab making his entrance into the G20 event attended by Joe Biden and the Communist Party. There's Klaus Schwab shaking hands with his communist friends. They're having a good time. Here they are.
Got some fashion tips here.
This is Joe Biden and Justin Trudeau walking in together, showing unity, that they're all working together right here. This is Klaus Schwab here getting his photo taken here at the G20. And then this would be Joe Biden delivering the keynote address at the World Economic Forum in 2016, where he explained how to master the fourth industrial revolution, which is also known as the Great Reset. So, I don't know, Dave, you just got back from hunting. Are you a deer hunter? What kind of hunting do you do?
Deer. You know, Tarzan's got to bring home the saber-toothed tiger to take care of Jane. And we're prepping.
Let me just role play this scenario for a second. So let's just imagine I went to the local convenience store to get a Red Bull, and they're all out, you know, because your family was diligently working all night to get these videos out. And the guy at the store says to me, "Hey, are you going hunting?" And I say, "Well, no, why?" And he goes, "Well, because you got an orange vest on, you're wearing camo, you got some sort of boots on, you're driving up in a muddy truck, you have a hat on that's orange. It says Ducks Unlimited. You got a duck call on you, and you smell like deer pee. Are you going hunting?" And I'm going, "No, why?"
Yeah, why you keep asking me that?
Well, think about this, though. This is Joe Biden, Stacey. He was the keynote speaker at the World Economic Forum in 2016, where he spoke on mastering the fourth industrial revolution, which is also called the Great Reset, in 2016. Then he shows up, Joe Biden, at the G20 event with Justin Trudeau and the head of China and Klaus Schwab. Now, Trudeau has been the keynote speaker at the World Economic Forum. Klaus Schwab started the World Economic Forum. The head of China has appeared with Klaus Schwab at the World Economic Forum. Joe Biden was the keynote speaker at the World Economic Forum. It appears to me as though they're there to implement the Great Reset.
Totally agree. And even in that clip that you were showing there, Klaus Schwab was saying that Joe Biden was one of the hardest workers. He would start early in the morning and end at midnight.
He's their trophy boy. I want to say, Midget, a lot of this content is in this book. People can also click. Can you tell me how they get a free copy? Because they can order this, but you can get a download by going to your website, which is a pretty cool deal.
If you go to timetofreeamerica.com, timetofreeamerica.com, what I try to do to start the conversation is I try to give people 5 free things. One, you can download the Great Reset versus the Great Reawakening documentary for free at timetofreeamerica.com. 2, you can download the book, The Great Reawakening versus the Great Reset, for free at timetofreeamerica.com. 3, you can find jobs that don't require the COVID-19 shots at timetofreeamerica.com. 4, we have a COVID-19 vaccine religious exemptions that pastors will sign at timetofreeamerica.com. So there's thousands of jobs. There's a way to get the COVID-19 vaccine religious exemption. You can download the book and the documentary all right there. Now, on this next clip we have, can you guys hear the audio on the clips when you play it?
Yes.
Can you hear it? Okay. So you got this is Tucker Carlson saying out loud what Dr. Zelenko said on our show and many other truther shows a year ago. So hit play. This is Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson.
Link to neurodegenerative disease, myocarditis, Bell's palsy, liver disease, impaired adaptive immunity, impaired DNA damage response, etc. So it's possible, in fact, it's looking likely, that the vaccine might suppress the immune system. This fact, the authors concluded, will, quote, have a wide range of consequences, not the least of which include the reactivation of latent viral infections and the reduced ability to effectively combat future infections, end quote.
I don't know if how to communicate this idea, so I will try to communicate it as succinctly as possible. And Dave, please interrupt me if I'm not making any sense. Okay. There's 4 aspects of the Great Reset everyone needs to know. Okay, so first off, the word corona, okay, the word, the idea, the word, the concept corona is in fact satanic. All right, so the word corona, 666. The word corona equals 666. C's a 3, O's a 15, R's an 18, O's a 15, N's a 14. The word corona is 666. That's what that is. That's a fact. Okay. The World Economic Forum, their logo is 666. That's the World Economic Forum. Klaus Schwab, where Joe Biden was the keynote speaker, where Trudeau was the keynote speaker, where the World Economic Forum is manipulating the whole world, implementing the Great Reset. It's all coming from the World Economic Forum, which is the 666. All right. So this whole thing is a satanic attack, but it's not a satanic. I'm not attacking anybody out there that doesn't know the literal, because I agree. Some people will say it's a satanic attack and they maybe can't cite the literal. Maybe I'm more literal, someone else is more spiritual. But the United Nations put a statue in front of their building, okay, called the Guardian of Nations statue, to symbolize the Great Reset, which is the exact physical embodiment of Revelation chapter 13, verse 2. You got to look it up, folks. Revelation 13:2. That is a fact, okay? The Bill Gates patent for a cryptocurrency that goes inside the human body is W02020 060606 W02020 You can look it up. And okay, the legislation that would force you to put the shots in your body is HR 6666. The Google Chrome logo is 666. The Google Chrome logo is 666. The Google Chrome logo is 666. So all these things are, if you need literal proof that's satanic, there you go. Second, is all of this is being used to implement. The book of Revelation talks about this. It talks about sorcery.
I just want to show, we've got on the screen there, if you're listening on Apple or you're on one of the radio stations that carry this program, if you can't see this, but we got a picture of the beast. If you scroll up just a little bit, Clay's got it there on the website on timetofreeamerica.com. That image, we see that lion head with the wings. That's an odd creature. You're like, what? That's art. Somebody made this up. Is it like Napoleon Dynamite came up with a Liger? What is this thing? No, every piece of that statue was modeled based on the book of Revelation, and it was created and placed in front of the United Nations to show where their allegiance is. So
Now,
if you've not seen it, it's on the screen there.
I don't know if people are aware of these ideas, but Revelation 18:23. So we talked, point one, COVID-19, the Great Reset, is in fact a satanic attack. Two, is all of this technology is fulfilling Revelation 18:23. Which reads, and the light of the candle shall shine no more at all in thee, and the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee. For thy merchants were the great men of the earth, and for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. Sorceries means pharmakia. Pharmakia means sorcery. Okay, so all nations were deceived by big pharma. And this technology mutes the candle, the light of the candle, the Holy Spirit, we would call it. It mutes that. That's what it does. It's RNA. Modifying nanotechnology that has the ability to send you thoughts that are not your own. Okay. And if we haven't discovered this technology, if we haven't read the patents, if we haven't seen it, this is how it works. Summary: technology is sent down from space through Starlink or other satellites. There's 30,000 low orbit satellites in the air right now called Starlink. It's called Starlink. There's 30,000 low orbit satellites. You can see them at night. That connects, that sends signals to 5G towers. And inside the COVID-19 shots is RNA modifying nanotechnology that has the ability to send and receive signals when it's in your body. That is a fact. And the guy developing the Starlink low orbit satellites, his name is Elon Musk. And the guy developing the Neuralink technology that connects brains to computers is Elon Musk. And the guy with the largest mRNA modifying nanotechnology center, the largest mRNA manufacturing center in the world is Elon Musk. It's called CureVac. And the guy developing the technology that makes it all work is called OpenAI. His name is Elon Musk, and he funded it with Bill Gates. So, and they want to take your ability to drive away from you. They want to roll out this thing called 15-minute cities. And the guy who has made the cars that have the ability to be turned on or off based upon the whims of somebody who's in control of you, that would be Elon Musk. You're seeing a pattern there. So that's satanic attack, Revelation 18:23.
Yep.
It's all.
Hey, Clay, did you see Elon Musk Halloween costume?
Yes, he did the whole Baphomet theme, which is not surprising to me because his girlfriend has back tattoos, and her songs prophetically, her name is Grimes, and she sings songs that prophetically prophesied COVID-19, the Great Reset, and she has lyrics that would indicate she's a Luciferian, and so again. And now this ties into point 3. I want to be very clear. This is going to rock somebody's mind. Oh, it's going to rock someone's mind. I think it rocked my wife's mind. It rocked somebody's mind because if everyone needs to know this, write it down, look it up, put it in your book, folks.
Okay.
All of this is being implemented by people you trust more than God.
Man.
Okay.
So people trust Candace Owens more than God. They trust Hero more than God. They trust Paul Ryan more than God. They trust Chris Christie. Let me give an example. I talked to a pastor the other day. He calls me. He says, hey, it's amazing, but I guess Paul Ryan thinks that Trump is the past and DeSantis is the future. Pastor says to me, you know why? Because I've met thousands of pastors on the Reawaken America tour, and I'm happy to say and also sad to say the best and the worst. I've met some great pastors like Phil Hotzenpiller. Amen. Great. Love that guy. Tammy Hotzenpiller, his wife. Awesome. Bernadette, awesome. Philip Smith. Great people. I've met some great pastors. Okay. I've also met some pastors that need a tune-up.
Yeah.
A checkup from the neck up. And this pastor in particular that I've stayed in contact with, I've always been very kind to him. I called him and he calls me. He says, hey, I need to talk to you. He says, hey, looks like you're supporting the wrong guy. I said, what do you mean? He says, well, Eric Trump's on your tour. And it looks like Paul Ryan is saying that Trump is the past and DeSantis is the future. And I go, what? Now, this man trusts Paul Ryan. Now, this is a true story. Then I talked to another person who really, really liked Candace Owens. My wife's always enjoyed the statements made by Candace Owens. She's always thought she's a brilliant communicator. And you could see it was unsettling for everybody that we know who loved Candace Owens because Candace Owens, Chris Christie, Paul Ryan and Ben Shapiro all came out with an anti-Trump statement of some kind or an anti-Trump story on the same day. Within the same 24 hours, within the same 48 hours, they're all talking about the same thing. And the thing is, and it goes back to it time and time and time again. I don't know what we can do to stop this. People trust these people. So I'm going to say this. I've said it on other shows, and I'll say it again. If you listen to anything I say on today's show, look it up. Assume I'm psychologically impaired, put zero faith in me, and read the Bible and use your discernment. So when you go to timetofreeamerica.com/revelation, all of the patents that I have stated, they all prove their plan, and they're all cited right there. You can see all the patents, everything. The 66 patents made by Harvard's Charles Lieber that connects brains to computers. It's all factual. And just in the way that Laura Logan has come on your show and brilliantly laid out facts, just in the way that Dr. Zelenko he came on programs like yours and shares the facts. You've had so many great people on your show over the years at the Flyover Conservatives. But I'm telling people they need to understand this idea. We cannot put our faith in people. We have to look up facts. That's right. And the Bible is the ultimate source of truth. And I'm telling you, a lot of people right now are going, well, Candace Owens says that Trump is the past and DeSantis is the future. And they're starting to like learn this little tagline. And I watch them all over the place. And how many people did that with Musk?
Right.
So if we open up our Bible to Matthew chapter 24, and I'm just going to read this. It talks in the Bible, it tells you there's going to be these people that emerge. It says, for many shall come in my name, saying that I am Christ, and shall deceive many. Now, for anybody out there that hasn't read the Bible in a while, Christ to be Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Okay. However, a lot of people in the world use the word Christ and Savior interchangeably. They do this. How many people have we seen this year that have shown up with the Savior complex and people blindly trust them? And so people go, great point. I shouldn't take the shots, but I have a leader in the Republican Party telling me I should. So I'm going to put my discernment down, my God-given discernment. The Holy Spirit's telling me what to do. I'm not going to listen to that. I'm just going to go ahead and get the shot because a conservative told me to do it. And now they're going, Elon Musk, he owns CureVac, the largest mRNA manufacturing facility. You don't just come up with these. They're not pop-up businesses. He's developing with CERN. CERN is trying to make larger hadron colliders underneath the Earth's surface. And who's making who owns the boring company? How many people do you know that think, when I grow up, I'm going to start a company that drills massive holes underneath the Earth so that we can make larger hadron colliders? The world doesn't want that.
I just want to hit a point here because we drive this home all the time in the show. We say it private. We say it on the show all the time that we are in an era of increased levels of personal responsibility. This is not something where the past generations, we go to your doctor, he gives you a prescription. Well, I don't know what's in it, but he said I need it. Well, you better own your own health. You'd better own your own faith. You can't, well, my pastor said that. Well, double check your pastor. You need to have personal responsibility because you're the one living with the consequences. And people will say with Musk, well, he's bringing free speech. He's got Twitter. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. Well, if there's a dog with rabies and he bites a burglar trying to get into my house, that's a win. But I'm not going to bring the dog with rabies into my house and trust him in all categories. That was a thing. But everyone should be tested every time they open their mouth. Yourself, us, every pastor, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis.
Dave,
you've got to test each thing that these guys say.
Let me tell you what Musk is going to do, okay? Musk is going to be taking Twitter and he's going to monetize it in some capacity. And people are like, oh man, $8 a month, let's do it. And you'll have millions of people signing up and it'll become the world's first $1 trillion company because they're going to roll out this thing called the X app. Okay. It's an app that's like, it's basically going to be like an app that does everything. You're going to see Elon Musk roll out an app that is so awesome. It does all these things. People want it. And they're so excited to have somebody that lets them say what they want to say on the internet that he's going to do this new thing. It's a next level it's a tough word for me to say. Authentication. That's the word. Authentication. It's a next level authentication system where like most people wouldn't normally feel comfortable with that level of verification to make a social media account. It seems reasonable to me you should be able to put your first name, last name, or any name you want and an email address, but they're going to have a whole different level for your safety to protect the identity of the people so you know who you're really hearing from. They're going to have all this, and people are going to give away their rights next level. Meanwhile, point number one, you've got the G20 happening right now in Bali. We talked about that. 2, this just in, Zelenko was right. Think about how bad some of the camera people working at Fox must feel right now.
Oh, man.
I mean, how bad would you feel? Think about how many people you have killed or maimed or destroyed their immune systems because you wanted to hold that camera and not lose your job.
Yep.
Think about that. So then third, you've got Paul Ryan, Chris Christie, Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro. They're all coming out with this anti-Trump, pro-DeSantis narrative. And I won't say anything I shouldn't say when it was private, but I can just tell you, I speak to Eric often, and the spirits that the Trump family has today are very positive and very upbeat in a way that wouldn't make sense if you weren't called by God to do something. Is how I would describe the energy behind the Trump team right now as they get prepared to make an announcement. Now, what announcement will they make? I don't know. I don't know what that announcement's going to be, but all I could say is that it's not even surprising to the Trump family at this point that there are people that were think about how many personalities and how many programs that the Trump family gave millions of views to, and thus advertisement dollars that are now betraying them.
Yep.
And
so
so
true.
It's not even shocking though to that family. I was amazed that the Trump family was not concerned, alarmed, or even bothered by the idea that Ron DeSantis will not hop on a microphone and say, I respect what President Trump has built, and I would be happy to serve as a vice president or to help in any capacity possible. And they're not even shocked. This is the guy, Ron DeSantis, who, just for anybody out there who doesn't know, okay, Ron DeSantis was the 4th most likely person to become governor of Florida. The 4th most likely, and was not going to win. He was number 4 in the race, and you probably would have had a crackhead as the governor of Florida. And then President Trump, per asking of Ron DeSantis asked and said, could you support me? Would you support me? And he buoyed him into a victory. Another example, how about Virginia? How about Virginia right now? And the lieutenant governor of Virginia coming out anti-Trump. So again, we need to be putting our faith in Jesus Christ and not putting our faith in some of these personalities, because it's going to get crazy.
And it's going completely against what the prophetic is saying, what God is saying through the prophets. The prophets are still saying Trump is the one, period. I mean, that is what the prophets are saying across the board.
We need discernment. People, listen to this show. Like, just grab this one idea. More than one thing can be true at the same time. You can't stand on a pedestal as saying, but look what DeSantis did against Disney. Look at DeSantis stood up to this. Look what he stood up for transgenders in sports. Like, those things are all true. That doesn't nullify the wins that he's done. I'll be the first to say he's a phenomenal governor. He's created a model how many other governors should lead. Does that mean he's unchecked in every single place? No. He's got money behind him. He's got people that push and pull and got levers. And more than one thing can be true at the same time. Somebody could do an incredible job and then maybe get out over their skis a little bit. And that doesn't negate the wins. It doesn't negate the wins that he's created. It just means
you think about your role at the Reawaken tour. I mean, you guys came to the first one in Tulsa. We met, and I really felt comfortable with you guys. And you came to a conference, and we really connected. And recently, about 60 days ago, I called you out of the blue, maybe 75 days ago, and I said, hey, could you guys do stage side interviews? Or we talked about that, And you guys stepped in your role, and you guys have been doing these stage side interviews. And, Colton and Avery and the team, you guys, are working around the clock. And I encourage people to watch those interviews because the energy in the room is electric. The people you interviewed were great. You're doing that. Now, just imagine for a second, you're doing the stage side interviews. And my job is to keep the speakers on time and to make sure we're following the agenda. And imagine just at some point I got a wild hair and I'm going, you know what I'm going to do? Instead of doing what I'm supposed to do as an MC, which I've agreed to do. I've talked to General Flynn about it. He knows I'm MCing. We know that you're running the stage side. Imagine just for a second, though, and again, we've already had this agreement. We've already had this discussion that you're doing the stage side interviews and I'm doing the emceeing. And imagine just out of the blue, randomly I'm going, I walk up to General Flynn. I don't even tell him really. I just walk past him and I leave and I decide to go check out the security and the porta potties. I just decide that all of a sudden I feel called to make sure that the porta potties are working well and that the security is working well. That's called disorder. That's called dysfunction. That's called disorganization. That's called disloyalty to a plan. And you don't talk to the President of the United States of America and ask him for an endorsement so that you can become governor, and then demonstrate unquestioned loyalty to only then demonstrate disloyalty. All right? Yep. That's not what you do. You just don't do that. You don't do it. That's like going over to for anybody out there who has grandkids who are married, you don't go visit your grandkids. You don't go visit the newlyweds, and when they're out at the mall, redecorate their house. That's called your disorder, dysfunction. You don't give people feedback unless they ask for it. You don't walk into someone's home and start criticizing them. You don't go to a church that's not your own and run up on stage and take the mic and start yelling out prophetic things that you think you're hearing. If you're in a choir and you're the lead singer, your job is to lead, and the people in the rest of the choir, their job is to harmonize and to stay on the melody. You don't just go from the back of the choir to the front because you feel called to do it. That's called disorder. That's called dysfunction. And I'm telling you, you've seen it in Florida with Antonio Brown, and you're seeing it again right now with Ron DeSantis. It's called disorder. Yep. It's called dysfunction. It's called disloyalty. It's called whatever name you want to put to it. You shouldn't do it. And I'm going to keep talking about it until Ron DeSantis gets back in line and recognizes, hey, you know what? I support the Make America Great Again agenda. I support the MAGA movement, and I'm going to get in order. That's what's happening right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
When somebody does that, you're not going to hear anything different from me.
Yep.
Update number 4.
Come on.
Keep right and then exit right. Exit right. Exit right.
All right, here we go. We have made it from our destination,
Keep left and then
Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Going over to Colorado Springs, Colorado. Nice little journey, ladies and gentlemen. Nice little journey. And we did it without even crashing. Hey. Hey. No wrecks. Yo, Jeremy coming up with another 100, man.
Jeremy Hall has sent 100 stars. Thank you for your support.
Yo, absolutely crushing it, man. Absolutely crushed it today. Everybody else who came out here, 88 shares, 59 reactions. Again. Absolutely crushed it.
and then continue straight on. Go straight on.
We're going to be dropping off over here at 42 Print.
Turn left. It's all over.
Here we go. Do a little backup job here. Let's see what we got.
Let's go! Let's go!
I got you on my TV and I can see the logo perfect. Sweet. That is awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, we're gonna make that. I'm gonna do my best, Lonnie, to make that a little bit bigger. Up the resolution from like 4,000 to 5,000 and 2,000 to 3,000. So. Oh, this is gonna be tough. Oh, this is gonna be tough. Man, if we were in a 53-footer, I don't know if this would be possible. In-cab challenge? Not accepted, sir. Not accepted. Hold up, Moto. Hold up, sir.
I'm just enjoying the view. I already dropped my trailer.
Nice, nice. Let's see. There we go. You know what? We're gonna get this green ding, and whoever's gonna unload this truck or this trailer just may not be happy with us. But we got it. If the aim's good, we're good. So let's go ahead and turn our engines off.
Graham Craig is loving it.
Wrap this thing up here. We did an excellent delivery, guys, of cans delivered from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, to Colorado Springs, Colorado. 547 miles later, 126 gallons of diesel used. But we ended up putting about $19,000 in our pocket. So it was well worth it, well worth it. Let's come back out here.
Love the collaboration, Tilly. Great work, brother.
Absolutely, man. I'm glad we could put it together. Hopefully we can do it more in the future as well.
All right, Moto, hashtag OTU Media and CDL University out.
All right, guys, you heard it. We're going to go and make it daylight real quick. Oh, that wasn't daylight.
Ken Plug is loving it.
There we go. Yo, Pops. Pops is in the building. Good to see you, Pops. Man, I hope you made it. Hope you made it safe.
Hey. Let's get us another one. Look, I'm watching the clock ticking. Yo, they calling me flame. They say I'm a hot nigga. Yo, I'm rolling with Monte, spotted me drop niggas. Yo, and I keep a stick, but I really do box niggas. So please do not box with us. I'm watching the clock ticking. Yeah, they say I'm a flame. They calling me hot nigga. Yo, I'm rolling with Monte, spotted me drop niggas. Yo, and I keep a stick, but I really do box niggas. So please do not box with us. Bitch, I'm a hot nigga. He got hit in his face just from running his mouth. Run off on my credit, we running your house. These niggas I play with don't play, they get down. So stay out the way if you not from the town. I grew with Monte and David and Quan. Till that nigga changed on me. Yeah, I did what I did and they said I was wrong. Yeah, they put the blame on me. Gang, I bang the same shit that I put on my arm. So I keep the gang on me. Gang, they blowing my phone trying to see what I own. But I ain't a stain on nigga. I fight your pain on nigga. Now I fight the same on nigga. Niggas is acting so strange on nigga. But they go tell them I'm dangerous nigga. Tell them I'm dangerous. I got no famous, I'm famous. I gotta get these diamonds on me, say stains. Put up this money, that shit in the sky, watching it fly. Whoa, slide it, glide it, whoa. I see were like Poseidon. I'm out of my brain, but some minus. Yeah. Clock, tick. I really can't fuck with these niggas. Online, I'm counting my digits. I'm high to the ceiling. Ice, my diamonds just hit. Mike Tyson, they biting and shit. You can get hit with a haymaker. Yeah, I stay making plays, I'm a playmaker. I need it today, not a day later. Yeah, I grew up with Kiori and Corey and Cam. If you touch Andre, I chop off his hand. Ooh. Can't let them play with the brothers. It's a whole lot of face snakes. When you young nigga raising a drone, these hoes lie straight to your face. Tell you they love you. You not fucking with us, then fuck you. We came from the ground in the rubble. The hunger taught me how to hustle, but the struggle taught me to stay humble. Get this shit off the muscle. Not trying to rush you, but I don't got time. I'm watching the clock ticking. Yo, they calling me flame. They say I'm a hot nigga. Yo, I'm rolling with Monte. Spotted me drop niggas. Yo, and I keep a stick, but I really do box niggas. So please do not box with us. I'm watching the clock ticking. Yeah, they say I'm a flame. They calling me hot nigga. Yo, I'm rolling with Monte. Spotted me drop niggas. Yo, and I keep a stick, but I really do box niggas. So please do not box with us. Bitch, I'm a hot nigga.
You're looking live inside the Quest airlock where astronaut Nicole Mann is helping to suit up NASA astronauts Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio, who will be conducting today's spacewalk. The duo are looking to head outside of the hatch later today to assemble and install brackets and struts for a modification kit for upcoming solar array upgrades. The new ISS rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs, will increase the space station's total available power. NASA astronaut Josh Cassada, suited up in the suit with the red stripes, will be EV1 or extravehicular crew member 1 today. He's on the left of your screen, a little out of focus. And then you'll see Frank Rubio in the unmarked suit today as they prep currently for their spacewalk. The crew is currently running about 30 minutes behind schedule, which could mean a later start time than the scheduled 7:05 a.m. Central Time to exit the hatch today.
Station Houston on 1, stop, exercise.
The duo are suited up and going through procedures before they head out of the hatch later this morning. They're currently in a process called pre-breathing, and currently the crew is going through some exercises which consist of 2 parts to purge nitrogen from their bodies. The first step is in which the crew is breathing 100% oxygen while in their suits. And then the second part of the pre-breathe portion is crew members being in their suits, and they are currently completing suit light exercise.
Start exercise.
You'll hear Capcom Megan Levins talking to the crew, telling them when to complete exercise and when to stop exercising. Again, this is part of the pre-breathe process, which the crew started about 15 minutes ago. And again, this is the activity before spacewalks where the crew purges nitrogen from their bodies. We're currently in a brief handover between satellites. You're getting a live view right now inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The Orbit 1 team, currently being led by Vincent LaCourte, flight director, will be handing over to Anthony Varia this morning. And Capcom Megan Levins will be handing over to the ground IV, who's going to be heading over to ground IV Zena Cardman this morning. You currently see this shift handover right now on your screen.
Station Houston on 1 for airlock. Stop exercise.
Won't you be mine? 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 Won't you be mine?
Station Houston on 1. Start exercise.
Won't you be mine? 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 This could be a ghetto gospel, or this could be a love story.
Station Houston on 1 for Duke. With K you recovered, your go to execute step 6.
Hey, so come on, link, just show me a sneak peek. Know that pussy pink, treat you like a queen thing. Give you diamonds, blink,
Copy, thumbs up, and correction, that's step 6. And correction on my part, that's steps 6 through 8.
Baby girl, we ain't got time for no pillow talking. I just had a taste of you and bitch, I'm feeling awesome. And I know I fucked you up because of the way you walking.
Good copy.
And I swear that that's tough, cause I ain't never been in love till I met you, yeah. Till I met you, yeah. Now you got me doing shit I never did before. I'm feeling you, I hope you feel it, though you make my feelings show. The shit you do, baby, yeah, got me feeling different. My feelings mixing, your love's the only feeling missing. And I know it gets rough, cause I ain't never felt no love till I met you, yeah.
If you're just joining us, you're looking live inside the Quest airlock where 2 astronauts are being suited up to head outside the hatch later this morning. We're bringing you live coverage today of the 254th spacewalk in the support of the International Space Station, assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. NASA astronauts Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio will conduct the spacewalk to assemble and install brackets and struts of a modification kit for upcoming solar array upgrades. The new ISS rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs, will increase the space station's total available power. The crew currently is in a stage called pre-breathe. They are in the second portion of pre-breathe, where they are doing in-suit light exercise. You'll hear the Capcom Megan Levins call up to the crew to start and stop the exercise. Again, this is to purge nitrogen from their bodies. As the crew continues to do preparations, you see Nicole Mann, NASA astronaut Nicole Mann, suit up lead, and her backer, JAXA astronaut Koichi Wakata, helping to set the duo up for their spacewalk this morning.
To deal with, but I swear I'm the realest. I won't leave you on your own. I'm in love for real. So tell me how you feel, and if you ain't ready, then we'll take it steady, baby. You don't have to go. You ain't never running solo. Bitch, niggas will smoke those. Feel like you too far away, even though we sitting so close. Heart stone cold like Frozone. Gotta bounce in like a pogo. Be in slow-mo where the flow go. An adventure like JoJo.
As Dew continues their preparations of pre-breathe, we can go into an animation to explain a little further what the crew will be doing today.
U.S. Spacewalk 81 will be conducted by EV1 Josh Cassada and EV2 Frank Rubio. EV1 exits the airlock and gets handed one of the bags in preparation for the EVA. And the second bag, the strut bag, gets handed out and put on EV1's body restraint tether. EV2 egresses the airlock, and that allows EV1 to start translation up the CETA spur over to phase 1 of the ISS truss. Josh translates along and stops at a handrail to hook up EV2's safety tether and his safety tether, and continues his translation path. As he makes his way down the truss, he translates along and gets out to the end of the S6 truss and tethers the strut bag. Meanwhile, Frank Rubio closes the thermal hatch and makes his way up the CETA spur, phase 1, to follow the same translation path that Josh just translated along. He makes his way out to the S4 truss and stows the cable bag and retrieves a pair of cables for the 3A beta gimbal assembly. This is in preparation for the ISS rollout solar array that will be installed in a future EVA. He hooks them up on the mounting bracket, routes one on the right side and tethers it off, and then routes the one on the left side. Frank translates out with that cable bag and temporarily stows it on the S6 truss. Meanwhile, Josh climbs up onto the 1 Bravo BGA and drives the H fixture bolts. This is in preparation for installing the mod kit assembly. When Josh is finished at the beta gimbal assembly, he leaves and joins Frank on the truss and starts assembling the upper triangle. They take the pieces out of the strut bag and bolt them together into a triangular pattern. Once these pieces are put together, Josh will ingress the articulating portable foot restraint in preparation for attaching the upper triangle to the beta gimbal assembly. Frank hands the triangle up to Josh, and Josh installs it with his pistol grip tool. Once this is in place, Josh will egress the foot restraint and help Frank retrieve several of the other struts as part of the assembly. Frank will get into position and hand one end of the lower strut up to Josh and get into position to drive his bolt. Working together, the two crew members will install the lower strut and bolt it in place. Frank will apply the final torque on the bolt and get into position for the mid strut. Again, working together, the two crew members will install the mid strut and drive the bolts to put it in place. Once this is complete, the two crew members retrieve the struts for the right side of the mod kit. They will repeat the process by installing the lower strut first and driving the bolts to torque it into place. The two crew members will follow that up with the right side mid strut, working together to get it into place and driving all the bolts. Meanwhile, Josh will egress the foot restraint and retrieve the ISS rollout solar arrays that will get put in place in preparation for deployment of the ISS rollout solar array when that arrives. This is very similar to what Frank did earlier in the EVA, where he'll take one of the two cables and route it over to the right side and tether it in place. And then he'll do the same to deploy the cable on the left side. Once this is done, the crew members will start collecting their gear and stowing it in the empty bags to bring back to the airlock. Frank collects these bags and puts them on his body restraint tether. He makes his way back to the airlock and stows them inside. Josh retrieves the articulating portable foot restraint, puts it on his body restraint tether, and takes it back to the crew aids and tools translation aid, stows it, and then makes his way back to the airlock to complete the EVA. Frank ingresses the airlock first, followed by Josh. The crew will close the thermal cover and then close the hatch on the inside.
Station Houston on 1 for Duke. We anticipate 12:15. That's 12:15 for Medox.
12:15 for Medox. Thank you.
I've been on the road. I leveled up, let's go. Johnny 2.0. I want to smoke like cannabis, chasing no Johnny gon' roll up no matter the place. And it's murder she wrote if my bro gets sprained. No, yeah. These niggas don't want smoke, so don't fuck with me when I'm in my zone. You ain't talking money, you niggas be bumming your bank like a funny.
We're currently in a brief handover period between satellites. You're currently looking inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. And there we go. We should have those views back inside the Quest airlock for you shortly.
Station Houston on 1. Stop exercise.
If you're just joining us, the duo of Josh Cassada and NASA's Frank Rubio will be conducting a spacewalk later today to assemble and install brackets and struts of a modification kit for upcoming solar array upgrades. The duo are suited up and going through procedures before they head out the hatch later this morning. Also in the hatch, the airlock assisting is NASA astronaut Nicole Mann and JAXA astronaut Koichi Wakata, Mann serving as suit-up lead. During today's spacewalk, Cassada and Rubio will focus on the installation of the 1B modification kit, building and installing the upper triangle, left and middle struts, and running the IROSA cables. This will enable the next 2 EVAs for the U.S. where they install the IROSAs.
Welcome.
A modification kit is the support structures needed for the future IROSAs or the ISS rollout solar arrays and their upgrades. And periodically you'll hear the Capcom, that's Megan Levins this morning, call up to the crew. She'll say either to stop or to start exercise. Again, this is a part of the pre-breathe, which the crew began just over 30 minutes ago. This activity happens before spacewalks where the crew purges nitrogen from their bodies. The crew is currently working to complete their pre-breathing exercise, which they're currently in the suit light exercise, or the aisle. This is the second of 2 portions of pre-breathing. Currently in your view, Josh Cassada over on the left side of your screen. He will be the EV1 or extravehicular crew member 1 today. He's in the suit with the red stripes. Frank Rubio will be EV2 today. He will be in the unmarked suit. This will be the first spacewalk for both, as this is their first mission to the International Space Station. Again, the view you see here of Cassada and Rubio in the Quest airlock shows them completing their in-suit light exercise protocol. These movements help acclimate the body to the lower pressure of the suit and help astronauts purge the excess nitrogen from their blood solely to avoid getting the bends or decompression sickness. At nominal pressure, the suit is pressurized to about 4.3 pounds per square inch, or PSI. For a little context, the PSI here on Earth is about 14.7, so that 4.3 PSI in the suit is like what you would experience at an elevation of roughly 30,000 feet. Again, you'll see NASA astronaut Nicole Mann and JAXA astronaut Koichi Wakata. Mann is the suit-up lead, being backed by Wakata today.
cause I'm very zealous. Yeah. Text my plug and he said he already mailed it. Yeah, that's on the way, I already smell it. We sold out, sound like
Station Houston on 1. Stop exercise.
baby lungs. How many blunts have I smoked today? Damn near 81. Yeah, every single strain is my favorite one. I don't know you like that, I'm finna face this blunt. Hey, I'm blowing, I'm cooking anytime that I'm riding around through the city. I embody a man on a mission, just know anywhere that I'm going to get it. Make sure I make money if I make a decision. I'm a weed connoisseur, all my weed is exquisite. I'm always putting in work, whether it's sober or high, it don't make a difference. Smoking the best of the best, so potent, I'm holding my chest. Smoking it straight from the grower, this ain't no dispose yet. Yeah, top shelf only. Anything less is a waste of time. I got a millionaire state of mind. I got it on the whole world from 29. Ay, smoking the best of the best, so potent, I'm holding my chest. Smoking it straight from the grower, this ain't no dispose yet.
Station Houston on 1. Start exercise.
Anything less is a waste of time. I got a millionaire state of mind. I got it on the whole world from 29. Top shelf, 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 top. Smoking the best of the best, so potent, I'm holding my chest. Smoking it straight from the grower, this ain't no dispose yet. Yeah, top shelf only. Anything less is a waste of time. I got a millionaire state of mind. I got it on the whole world from 29. Top shelf, 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 top shelf. It's not coming down anytime soon. We be geeking, no geeks, while my squad full of goons. Hitting toes in the streets, dabba dabba doo. She said, Johnny, you a dog, grew up watching Scooby-Doo. Level up, told her take some more shrooms. You like hoes, I like mine, multiplied by 2. They both wet, that's 2 monsoons. Yeah, kick 'em out the crib, get back to watching cartoons. Down and up, that brand new Porsche outside, that horse is mounted up. I need me a stallion for my chariot. I got a big heart, girl, get him carry up. Can you carry us? Skin way over my head. Yeah, gets around my neck. Yeah, here it go, give me a check. Yeah, this is worldwide flex. Yeah, everywhere I go, I flex. I taught that little bitch how to finesse. I fuck, I didn't even hit my best. I bust, I'm leaving my kids on her chest. Yeah, this shaking my chest. Yeah, I'm saving my breath to the day, fuck nigga, put me to the test. Hey, yeah, smoking pressure. I'm under pressure. Yeah, they want pressure. Okay, yeah, it's no pressure. Pull up with my twins, you know we gon' get it in. I just fucked this bad bitch, now I'm fucking on a friend. I've been high as hell. Yeah, Perky got me moving like a snail. Yeah. Fucking this bitch like yeah. Poking her face like Gaga. She asked how much love I got for her. I told her nada. Sipping on Molly water, but my heart still froze. Worldwide when I flex, I stay on tiptoes.
If you're just joining us, you're looking live inside the Quer's airlock. You're looking at the equipment airlock section where the crew is running through some final procedures before venturing out into the vacuum of space this morning, where they will complete the 254th extravehicular activity or spacewalk today. And assembly and maintenance and upgrades for the International Space Station. Today, the duo will head out and they will be building and assembling and installing brackets and struts as a modification kit for upcoming solar array upgrades. The new ISS rollout solar arrays, or IROSs, will increase the space station's total available power.
Something might check 1, 2. Spitting that heat, bring the ice to the booth. I'ma send a shot at every guy in the room, but these niggas can't shoot. They like out of 22. Badass bitch, waist size 22. She don't drink champagne, she like Henny and she rude. I don't take her out cause she real bougie. I just leave her at the crib to suck dick and watch movies. Eat it up, beat it up, hit it like Looper. Freaky ass bitch, she want me to eat her booty. She gon' dream about it over the last name Kruger. I was in the cut with a thumper and a Ruger. Me and Young Sue heard these niggas want buckets, but I ain't never seen a nigga pull try and do it. Been a minute since you seen a nigga spit this floor, and I need my check right now. Just do it, hold on. Niggas can't touch my moves, my flow. I flow like Michael Jackson dance. Something about $100 bill excite me. I don't really know, I just love these bands. Niggas can't touch my moves, my flow. I flow like Michael Jackson.
Station Houston, start the final exercise round.
I see destiny taking me now. I'm moving fast, hope I don't drown. All I see is me at the top, taking risk. I know the job. I see destiny taking me now. I'm moving fast, hope I don't drown. All I see is me at the top, taking risk. I know the job.
I see destiny taking me now.
Power the game, power the change. Power's the trend when you stick to the game. Power for change, power for rain, power for name, no cap to the plane. I'm staring in the mirror like I need a change. Too good to be broke, my sign is a bank. I'm feeling like I need a comma today. Block high like I'm in the sign of the day. I just gotta flip, no comma to say. Told bro I'm lit, no doubt it's a play. Put a bag on my teeth, I'ma smile today. Fuck around, find me a model today. With a bad attitude like Cardi and Megan. I'ma ride the way. I know to make it, gotta take risks. Time moving my Benjamins. I'm out here getting it on all 10. I need a ticket for the sign-in. To the top, I'm not slowing down. Why they wanna see a nigga out? I keep reaching for more power, cause all I see is me with a crown. I see destiny taking me now. I'm moving fast, hope I don't drown. All I see is me at the top, taking risk. I know the job. I see destiny taking me now. I'm moving fast, hope I don't drown. All I see is me at the top, taking risk. I know the job.
I see destiny taking me now.
Product obtained, product is slang. Peel off the profits to fill up the tank. Product on planes, product on trains. The easy to go, I done brought up the game. I'd rather be rich while most choose fame. My people be strapped like I'm Hussein. What you pay for a house, I dropped on my chain. All the sights on my wrist cost about 2 things. Got a couple foreign bitches, they far from plain. I like to get head both sides of the brain. I need the whole low straight down to the grain. Turn an ounce to a bell, you won't be the same. Get money in my blood, I can never change. I'll take the risk, I need everything. I tell my brother we gon' hit the top. Blowing cake, smell it round the block. Handguns, the choppers fully stocked. Any street you get a gig got. So it's money missions non-stop. Tell the plug, bring them by the flock. Sliding in the Tesla, fuck the ops. Just in case I have to let it rock.
I see destiny taking me now. I'm moving fast, hope I don't drown. All I see is me at the top, taking risk. I know the job. I see destiny taking me now. I'm moving fast, hope I don't drown. All I see is me at the top, taking
risk. I know the job.
Houston, just checking. We still have the hackers on. Are you still doing the activation?
And Duke, with you on one, we were actually just about to call you, let you know you can power off the heck out per step 8 of the pre-breathe procedure. Additionally, stop exercise.
Copy, powering off the heck out.
We're going to do this. We're powering off right now for some troubleshooting. We'll power it back on at a later time. We'll give you words on that later, but with the end of the exercise, you'll also go for Medox changeout.
Break them down to bricks like a kingpin. She gon' pop it, shake it, drop it like it's hot. Give it all you got. You see all this work I put in on the block. I run through it all like the juggernaut.
Okay, Houston, for EV1, we have Medox serial number 005, and for EV2, we have 1033.
Copy, all those are good numbers. You're good to continue.
Bitch, bad, bougie, and petite. Throw that ass back for a nigga on the beat with a bag and a bottle getting turned on the scene. She like a rap nigga putting words on the beat like work, bitch. Throw it down to the surface. This trap money gon' be worth it. Jiggle, jiggle, make it twerk, bitch. Work, bitch. I'm that nigga that'll slide through to get it. She give me top while I ride through the city. Couple jets had to slide through the east. Putting on for my city, out you gotta eat work, bitch. Really out here serving. This trap money gon' be serving. Shawty wiggle, wiggle, twerk. Bitch, keep working. I like my bitches bougie but fancy. Buy a Gucci 2-piece, made of candy. Baby, why you got them goods in the pantry? I need it all like I'm a vigilante. Twerk, bitch, twerk. Drop it down to the earth, bitch. Twerk. I'm that nigga make you squirt quick. Wobble, wiggle, wiggle, work. Get twerk, bitch. Twerk. I wanna see you work. I wanna see you work, work, bitch. Work. All this money on me, work. I can make it rain on you, show me you deserve it. Baby, don't be nervous. Act like this a verse, sis. I wanna see you work. Get twerk, bitch.
Now, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen, prepare to be amazed. We now have Candy Kisses coming to the stage. If your pockets are a little skimpy, you better leave because she's tempting. You'll leave and they'll be empty.
Sweet like candy, she like dancing, yeah. Got me enchanted. I like the way she stand up. She like cashing out. She like standing now. Got me investing now. All she see is cameras. Sweet like candy, she like dancing, yeah. Got me enchanted. I like the way she stand up. She like cashing out. She like standing now. Got me investing now. All she see is cameras. She like the way I rock. I like the way she move. I got all the cash. Hundreds I'm throwing the room. She like dancing. I like to get it enhancing. I like to make me a movie. I like to capture the image. I had to step off the block. She showed a nigga how she work it. She like to put in them hours. I like the way that she curves. Throw that ass back in a circle. Show me that you really worth it. I got all this cash. I'm here to burn this bag. Sweet like candy. She like dancing, yeah. Got me enchanted. I like the way she stand up. She like cashing out. She like standing now. Got me investing now. All she see is cameras. Sweet like candy. She like dancing, yeah. Got me enchanted. I like the way she stand up. She like cash.
If you're just joining us, you're looking live inside the Quest airlock, where NASA astronauts Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio are finishing up preparations and pre-breathe procedures before heading out the hatch today. The duo will be assembling and installing brackets and struts for a modification kit for upcoming solar array upgrades. The new ISS rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs, will increase the space station's total available power. The duo was about 30 minutes behind schedule, which could mean a later start time than the scheduled 7:05 a.m. Central Time, 8:05 a.m. Eastern Time. This will be the first spacewalk for Cassada's career and the first for Rubio on their first mission to the International Space Station. This is the first spacewalk for Expedition 68 and the 9th spacewalk of 2022. Josh Cassada arrived to the station as part of Crew 5 in October, and Frank Rubio arrived on a Soyuz rocket back on September 21st. Cassada, as a part of NASA's SpaceX Crew 5, following their launch to the International Space Station on the 5th commercial crew rotation mission aboard the International Space Station. The crew astronauts lifted off at 5:01 p.m. Eastern Time on October 5th from Launch Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket propelled the Crew Endurance spacecraft with NASA astronauts Nicole Mann and Josh Cassada, along with Koichi Wakata of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency and Anna Kikina of Roscosmos, into orbit to begin a 6-month science mission aboard the space station.
Circle, show me that you really worth it. I got all this cash, I'm here to burn this bag. Sweet like candy, she like dancing, yeah. Got me enchanted, I like the way she stand up. She like cashing out, she like standing now. Got me investing now, all she see is cameras. Sweet like candy, she like dancing, yeah. Got me enchanted, I like the way she stand up. She like cashing out, she like standing now. Got me invested now, all she see is cameras.
She like to dance with a pole, she a stripper. I like the chance, baby, I'm a big tipper. She say she taking, but do back to differ. Sweet Jolly Rancher, but thick like a Snicker. The looks plus the money, yeah, it's time to slip. Let's hit the hotel, drink it to the hit. The clothes off her back, all gon' get ripped. Hit her then flip her like how I switch. I keep it sweet too, baby. Fucking with me, I make you crazy. Her body up to 180. Yeah, I'm in the waters like the Navy. Splash. Coming right on my dick till you crash. She said, okay, opened up the stash. Today, baby, you gon' do the dash. Gon' drop it down for that bag, yeah.
Sweet like candy. She like dancing, yeah.
Another important thing happening today, the tanking for NASA's Space Launch System rocket with the Orion spacecraft at Launch Pad 39B at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. NASA TV will be showing and airing that coverage today starting at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. NASA's Artemis 1 mission is the first integrated test of the agency's deep space exploration systems, the Orion spacecraft, SLS rocket, and supporting ground systems. Launch of the uncrewed flight test is targeted for November 16th at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. And you're currently seeing a live view with beautiful weather at the Cape, where SLS is sitting on pad 39B at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
She like standing now. Got me invested now. All she see is cameras. Sweet like candy. She like dancing, yeah. Got me enchanted. I like the way she stand up. She like cashing out. She like standing now. Got me invested now. All she see like the way I rock. I like the way she move. I got all the cash. Hundreds I'm throwing the room. She like dancing. I like to get it enhancing. I like to make me a movie. I like to capture the image. I had to step off the block. She showed a nigga how she work it. She like to put in them hours. I like the way that she curves. Throw that ass back in a circle. Show me that you really worth it. I got all this cash. I'm here to burn this bag. Sweet like candy. She like dancing, yeah. Got me enchanted. I like the way she stand up. She like
Currently seeing views inside the Quest airlock where Suit Up lead NASA astronaut Nicole Mann and JAXA astronaut Koichi Wakata are helping the duo of Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio get prepared to venture outside into the vacuum of space today. The crew is now getting their SAFERs installed. The SAFER, or the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, is essentially a jetpack that the astronauts wear when they perform spacewalks. SAFER is worn as a precautionary measure in the unlikely event that an astronaut were to become untethered from the space station. The SAFER would allow the crew member to safely propel themselves back to the space station. Once the SAFERs are successfully installed on the astronauts, they will be moved through the equipment lock portion of the airlock you see on the top of your screen. Now into the crew lock section. The hatch will then be closed behind them, and the final preparations will begin to depressurize the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. They'll then complete suit checks and communication checks with the flight control team here in Houston before venturing outside the hatch.
Face. Liu Kang with his bitch gave her loose wang. When I look into the mirror, feel like 2 Chainz. I ain't never been the one to make the room shake. I ain't never been the one with the most fame, but I always been the one with the most gang. Wu-Tang, bitches sucking dick like a Wu-Tang. Mustang singing in the back of a loose brain. Who'da thought a nigga finna make a fall today? If I knew I took an L, then who'd I call today? I ain't never had a handout, just a handout. 40 niggas needing help up, nigga man down. I was trying to get us all up, get the ball up. Straps out, give them racks up. If I ever shot a man down, would it stand out? I ain't never had a voice, but my voice is stand out. I was stolen of a childhood, so I'm the man now. I was taking dumps on you niggas while your pants down. I ain't never had a handout, just a handout. 40 niggas needing help up, nigga man down. I was trying to get us all up, get the ball up. Now these niggas getting straps out, give them racks up. If I ever shot a man down, would it stand out? I ain't never had a voice, but my voice is stand out. I was stolen of a childhood, so I'm the man now. I was taking dumps on you niggas while your pants down.
Houston Station in step 11, time was 12:18. We have started a timer for the 2-minute purge.
Copy 12:18 for both. Thanks.
I ain't never finna show trust. Y'all the reason that it's hard for me to feel love. How I do anything that you ask of me. Then treat me like I never had your back, bruh. Like I never dropped my own for me to show up. I can't stand these niggas in the same club. Same drinks, same workers in the same bus. Same hot, same smoke from the same blunts. Wonder if these lame niggas ever change up. I don't think they see they playing to the same game they claim they hate. Twitter got these lame niggas thinking that they on a whole new level of some woke shit. But these niggas really on the same bro shit. Tell me why. I ain't never had a handout, just a handout. 40 niggas needing help up, nigga man down. I was trying to get us all up, get the ball up. Now these niggas getting straps up, give the racks up. fresher than they had ever been. Heroin flow through their veins, the way they sleeping in on me. I got the venom, who feeling venomous on me. Shorty been saying stop taking Ritalin. Switch lanes, nigga, I ain't feeling no pain. Too drunk for the yellow or the white paint. Switch blades to that pussy nigga cute face. Luke Kang with his bitch gave her loose wing. When I look into the mirror, feel like 2 chains.
Houston Station, the Maddox canisters that we removed are serial number 20 and serial number 22. They're stowed on the deck in step 21, GMT 1223.
And we copy all numbers, Duke. Thanks, and we're good with that.
Okay, we're moving on to step 22.
And copy and concur.
I ain't never finna show trust. Y'all the reason that it's hard for me to feel love. How I do anything that you ask of me. Then treat me like I never had your back, bruh. Like I never dropped my own for me to show up. I can't stand these niggas in the same club. Same drink, same workers in the same bus. Same hot, same smoke from the same blunts. Wonder if these lame niggas ever change up. I don't think they see they playing in the same game they claim they hate. Twitter got these lame niggas thinking that they on a whole new level of some woke shit. But these niggas really on the same bro. Tell me why I ain't never had a handout, just a handout. 40 niggas needing help up, nigga man down. I was trying to get us all up, get the ball up. Now these niggas getting straps up, give the racks up. If I ever shouted man down, would it stand out? I ain't never had a voice, but my voice is stand out. I was stolen of a childhood, so I'm the man now. I was dumping on you lame niggas while your pants down.
Houston Station, manual leak check is complete. We're moving on to a safer donning.
We copy.
These niggas hate 'cause I'm fresher than they had ever been. Heroin flow through their veins, the way they sleeping in on me. I got the venom, who feeling venomous on me. Shorty been saying stop taking Ritalin.
If you're just joining us, you're looking live inside the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, where NASA astronaut Josh Cassada is suited up in this suit with the red stripes. He will be EV1 today. He's on the left of your screen. And Frank Rubio, EV2, the suit with unmarked suit, will be EV2 today. Is being helped by JAXA astronaut Koichi Wakata to the top of your screen, and Nicole Mann, who just went out of view. The duo will head out of the hatch of the International Space Station later this morning, where they will be conducting the 254th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The duo are suited up now, and they have just completed their pre-breathe procedures for this morning. They are now about to don their safers, or put on their safers for the day. Again, the safer or the Simplot Aid for EVA rescue is essentially a jetpack that the astronauts wear when they perform spacewalks. Safer is worn as a precautionary measure in the unlikely event that an astronaut were to become untethered from the space station. The safer would allow the crew members to safely propel themselves back to the International Space Station. Once the safers are successfully installed on the astronauts, they will be moved through the equipment lock portion of the airlock you see on your top of your screen, now into the crew lock section. The hatch will then be closed behind them, and the final preparations will begin to depressurize the crew lock area all the way down to vacuum. They'll then complete suit checks and communication checks with the flight control team here in Houston before venturing outside the hatch. You'll now see Nicole Mann and Koichi Okada working together to install the safer on Josh Cassida's suit. The spacesuits you see the duo wearing now are EMUs, or extravehicular mobility units, are essentially a mini life support system providing environmental protection, mobility, and communications for the crew members during their spacewalk.
Houston on 1, Koichi and Duke, if you guys can turn on the HECA for EV1 and 2, one by one, please.
Welcome to Mars.
If you're just joining us, you're looking live inside the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, where NASA astronaut Josh Cassada is currently being helped by NASA astronauts Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata to don his safer. That means to put on his safer. Across from him, you see Frank Rubio in the unmarked suit. He'll be EV2 today, while Josh Cassada will be EV1, extravehicular crew member 1 for today's EVA. The 254th spacewalk in the support of the International Space Station Assembly, Maintenance, and Upgrade. NASA astronauts Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio will be conducting today's spacewalk. They will be looking to assemble and install brackets and struts of a modification kit for upcoming solar array upgrades. That's the new ISS rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs, that will help increase the space station's total available power. This EVA sets the stage for the installation of an IROSA on the S6 truss that will be launched next year on a SpaceX Cargo Dragon flight. you're just joining us, you're looking live inside the Quest airlock. You're looking live inside the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, where NASA astronaut Josh Cassada, suited up in the suit with the red stripes, is donning his safer, and Frank Rubio in the unmarked suit are in preparations for today's spacewalk. That's going to be live coverage today of the 254th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The crew has successfully are proceeding nominally with pre-breathing procedures, including donning of the safer as mentioned. The team is slightly behind the timeline. They're running about 30 minutes behind, giving us a later start time. Essentially, a later start time than the 7:05 Central Time or the 8:05 Eastern Time of exiting the hatch this morning. We're looking for the crew lock depress to start around 6:55 Central Time, 7:55 Eastern Time this morning. Again, you're getting a view of astronaut Nicole Mann, the suit-up lead this morning, backed by JAXA astronaut Koichi Wakata, helping out the duo of Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio today as they do final preparations for before the start of today's EVA or spacewalk. Again, the duo is helping currently Josh Cassada don his safer. Again, that safer is an acronym for simplified aid for EVA rescue, and is essentially a jetpack that the astronauts wear when they perform spacewalks. The safer is worn as a precautionary measure in the unlikely event that an astronaut were to become untethered from the space station. The safer would allow the crew member to safely propel themselves back to the space station. Again, once the safers are successfully installed on both astronauts, they will be moved into the crew lock section. Then the hatch will then be closed behind them, and the final preparations will begin to depressurize the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. They'll then complete suit checks and communication checks with the flight control team here in Houston before venturing outside the hatch. And you currently see Nicole Mann.
Could you guys please turn off the hiccup, please, and make sure that blue light goes off like that. And we did get the telemetry, so thanks for this troubleshoot.
If you're just joining us, you're looking live inside the Quest airlock, and you currently see Koichi Okada working with Frank Rubio in the unmarked suit as they try to power cycle his Heka or his helmet camera. He will be camera number 20 today. And you see Nicole Mann in the back with the red shirt on as she helps Josh Cassada in the suit with the red stripes, or EV1. He will be helmet cam number 22 today. Nicole Mann is currently moving Josh Cassada inside the crew lock section, while Frank Rubio still has to go through his safer install. He's currently still attached to the suit donning. He's still attached to the suit donning stand. He will need to work through the same procedures that Josh Cassada just went through as the duo of Nicole Mann and Koichi Okada attached the safer to his suit.
See you work on the Heka. We will get you some steps shortly. Stand by. You may not be able to get it on without removing the light lock.
You just heard a call from Aki Hoshide, acting Capcom this morning, up to the station, talking to Koichi Okada as they work on the Heka or the helmet cam on Frank Rubio's suit, trying to power cycle to get that to turn on properly.
We're still standing by for the Heka installation on Frank's helmet. We proceed with safer installation while we wait for the procedure.
And Koichi, thanks for the report. If you guys can remove the L's and then work those 4 latches to put the helmet light on the helmet, you guys are going to do that. And you guys can do the safer donning as well. But if you guys need steps, we'll give you some steps shortly.
Okay, Aki, we copy. It's in work. And also, for your essay, when I put Josh in the crew lock, he asked me to turn on his helmet lights, and they would not come on. So I went and I rechecked all connections and whittled and pushed them together, and then his helmet lights did come on. I didn't notice, there was nothing disconnected. I didn't notice anything that was abnormal. So his helmet lights are on now, but I wanted you to be aware in case he has a problem later in the EVA.
Okay, dude, copy your last report. Thank you very much for letting us know.
If you're just joining us, you're looking inside the Quest airlock as the duo of Nicole Mann, NASA astronaut, and JAXA astronaut Koichi Wakata work to reinstall the HECA, or the camera system attached to the helmet of Frank Rubio, today's extravehicular 2 crew member that will be going outside the station with EV1 Josh Cassada to conduct the 254th spacewalk for the International Space Station's assembly, maintenance, and upgrades today. The crew is currently about 30 minutes behind their scheduled timeline of going outside of the hatch at 7:05 a.m. Central Time, 8:05 a.m. Eastern Time.
Left side, and that P2 alpha plug is in the way.
Resources are
It
low.
seems to make it difficult. Can I disconnect that plug or no?
Stand by, check-in. Duke, first let's turn off OFF the Reba, and then you can disconnect that connection.
You just heard a call from NASA astronaut Nicole Mann and the response from JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide, Capcom communicating all the way through depressurization this morning, at which point the ground IV, Zena Cardman, will take over communications and walking the crew through today's spacewalk. Cardman was selected as an astronaut in 2017, and she's a part of the Turtle class. Again, they're attaching the lights and camera. You'll hear them call out to about a HECA. That's the HD camera attached that will give us views of the spacewalk today from the astronaut's point of view. Once that is attached, we then will go through the procedures to attach the SAFER, or the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, to Frank Rubio as well, and we will then move him from the equipment lock portion of the airlock, you see, to the crew lock session where we just saw Nicole Mann move Josh Cassada to. After Frank Rubio is put into the crew lock section, the hatch will then be closed behind them, and the final preparations will begin to depressurize the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. They'll then complete suit checks and communication checks with the flight control team here in Houston before venturing outside the hatch. We're in a short satellite handover period, and we'll gain communications with the International Space Station shortly.
Okay, the helmet lights are back on. The EHIPs are installed. TMG is back. P2 Alpha is plugged back into the helmet.
Dave, thanks a lot for the report. Once you guys are happy, go ahead and turn on ON the Reba, and let's check the lights and also just turn on the HECA and check for the green light. And ERCA. Copy, thumbs up.
And you're hearing calls from Akihishida to the crew discussing the REBA. REBA is the rechargeable EVA battery assembly. And the crew now has the lights back on the suit and will go on to put the safer on the back of Frank Rubio's spacesuit. Again, the spacesuit you see currently with Frank Rubio in view is the EMU, or the extravehicular mobility unit. And they are essentially a mini life support system providing environmental protection, mobility, and communications for the crew members during their spacewalk.
Houston, airlock, we have reinstalled the helmet light. HECA and the REBA is on, and we checked HECA light, the LED went on, and helmet lights are good. And did you want us to turn on the EMU TV also?
Affirm, please.
Okay, EMU TV is on and LED is on.
Copy that. And Koji, you can turn those the cameras
we can turn
off.
EMU TV and the HECA and lights are all off. Is that okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Resources are
Thank you.
low.
if you're just joining us, you're looking inside the Quest airlock where NASA astronaut Nicole Mann, suit-up lead, and Koichi Wakata are helping Frank Rubio today in the unmarked spacesuit don his safer. They're preparing to put his safer on his back. He's following behind EV1, which is Josh Cassada. Josh Cassada has currently donned his safer and is inside the crew lock section. And we are waiting for the safer to be put onto Frank Rubio so he can join Josh Cassada in the crew lock section. After the safer is safely installed, the crew will both Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada will be inside the crew section, and the hatch will be closed behind them, and then the final preparations will begin to depressurize the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. They'll then complete suit checks and communication checks with the flight control team here in Houston before venturing outside the hatch.
Resources are low.
Airlock on 1, just a suggestion. If you want Frank to grab onto a handrail, that might stabilize him, and then it might be easier for a safer dying.
If you're just joining us, we're bringing you live coverage today of the 9th spacewalk of 2022 and the 254th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. So far, NASA astronaut Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio have completed pre-breathe and are heading towards the crew lock. Cassada now in the crew lock and Rubio finishing safer donning and will be headed to the crew lock shortly. Again, today's spacewalk marks the 254th in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This will be Josh Cassada's and Frank Rubio's first spacewalk. Cassada as EV1, or extravehicular crew member 1, will wear the suit with the red stripes, helmet cam number 22. Rubio as EV2 will wear the suit that is unmarked with helmet cam number 20. Again, you're currently seeing Nicole Mann, NASA astronaut, and JAXA astronaut Koichi Wakata help Frank Rubio don his safer.
Know they sit around plotting, know they pocket watching. I was giving this shit my all, I was too couch hopping. Yeah, tryna gon' get that bag and bet your bottom dollar. Yeah, I was praying that I was gonna see better days. Smile on my shoes with a smile on my face. I got a doubt in my pride every day. Take my shirt off and I dance in the rain. Things gonna change if you say the same. Think too much, I got too much to say. Heart full of hurt and a verse full of pain. Going up another level, I'm one of a kind. You can't change my mind, I know that I got something special. I need a whip with the leg room. I be smoking on jet fuel, and she got a dome like Rasputin. And I'm trying to see what the neck do. And I need a be wear a dog t-shirt. Need a bitch with big pockets, let me dig in your purse. Can't do it better, they can't do it worse. Just trying to stuff blues in my pockets like Smurfs. I just had to talk with the whole universe. I just had to realize deep soul search. Can't let a motherfucker ever question my worth. Can't never settle for nothing less first. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. I'm leaving it all on the table. I'm leaving it all in court. Ready and willing and able. Leave it to Johnny to say. I need a crew to pull. I need a car with no roof. I need some ice on my neck. I need a reason to flex. I need respect on my name. I need to change the game. I need a mill in the bank. Wait, I need to fill up the bank. I need big bills, house on the hills. I need somewhere we can Netflix and chill. Pull up a pearl, conquer the world. I need it all.
Currently in a brief handover between satellites. We'll have views inside the Quest airlock back for you shortly.
I need my funds to be doubling up. 2.0 got the glove getting crunk. I need the best of the best in my blood. Yeah. I'm leaving it all on the table. I'm leaving it all in court. Ready and willing and able. Leave it to Johnny to say. I need a crew to pull. I need a car with no roof. I need some ice on my neck. I need a reason to flex. I need respect on my name. I need to change the game. I need a mill in the bank. I need to fill up the bank. I need big bills. Yeah.
Watch where you at.
And now with views back, we see Koichi Wakata move Frank Rubio into the crew lock section of the airlock. Again, after both are inside the crew lock section, we're going to close the hatch. They're going to close the hatch behind them and begin the final preparations to depressurize the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. They'll then complete suit checks and communication checks with the flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston before venturing outside the hatch this morning.
Fresher than they had ever been. Heroin flow through their veins the way they sleeping in. On me, I got the venom, who feeling venomous. On me, shorty been saying stop taking Ritalin. Switch lanes, nigga, I ain't feeling no pain. Too drunk for the yellow or the white paint. Switch blades to that pussy nigga cute face. Luke Kang with his bitch gave her loose wing. When I look into the mirror, feel like 2 Chainz. I ain't never been the one to make the room shake. I ain't never been the one with the most fame, but I always been the one with the most gang. Wu-Tang, bitches sucking dick like a Wu-Tang. Mustang singing in the back of a loose brain. Who'da thought a nigga finna make a fall today? If I knew I took an L, then who'd I call today? Yeah, I ain't never had a handout, just a handout. For these niggas needing help up, nigga man down. I was trying to get us all up, get the ball up. Now these niggas getting straps out, give them racks up. If I ever shot a man down, would it stand out? I ain't never had a voice, but my voice is stand out. I was stolen of a childhood, so I'm the man now. I was taking dumps on you niggas while your pants down. Yeah, I ain't never had a handout, just a handout. For these niggas needing help up, nigga man down. I was trying to get us all up, get the ball up. Now these niggas getting straps out, give them racks up. If I ever shot a man down, would it stand out? I ain't never had a voice, but my voice is stand out. I was stolen of a childhood, so I'm the man now. I was taking dumps on you niggas while your pants down. Can I give a little piece of my 2 cents? I ain't never had to prove shit to a lame fuck nigga like you. Can't fuck with no niggas who do all the lame shit, y'all. fly, nigga, I'm too fly with it. 6'7", got my head high chillin'. Put me in the sky and fly too high, nigga. I ain't never had a hand up, but I hand down. Game to these lame pussy jits with their hands out. How they niggas pull a strap out, then give it back up. Brother, I'ma slide on my own, fuck a back up. Glock, keep me straight. If you run, blow your back up. Made a little nigga leave town, made him pack up. Let's pack up, run it back up, running back down. Niggas know where I'ma be. I ain't never skipped. Who else? Got a strange feeling I'ma go big. Fuck all these other fuck niggas showing fake love. Y'all the reason I ain't never finna show trust. Y'all the reason that it's hard for me to feel love. How I do anything that you ask of me. Then treat me like I never had your back, bruh. Like I never dropped my own for me to show up. I can't stand these niggas in the same club. Same drink, same workers in the same bus. Same hot, same smoke from the same blunts. Wonder if these lame niggas ever change up. I don't think they see they playing to the same game they claim they hate. Twitter got these lame niggas thinking that they on a whole new level of some woke shit. But these niggas really on the same bro shit. Tell me why I ain't never had a handout, just a handout. 40 niggas needing help up, nigga man down. I was trying to get us all up, get the ball up. Now these niggas getting straps up, give the racks up. If I ever shot a man down, would it stand out? I ain't never had a voice, but my voice is stand out. I was stolen of a childhood, so I'm the man now. I was dumping on you lame niggas while your pants down. How did I get it all up from the bottom? I had to hold down the throttle. How the fuck Mobby looked like a model? Yeah, I'm the nigga that you follow. I'm the nigga with the double cut. I gotta lean today, yeah, counting money when I leave the bag. Dropping it all. How this kid so smooth? How he do this shit he do? Been through it all, but I gotta keep coming. Cause fuck shit will tough you on living proof. I don't know why he was talking about hot, but he crying when I'm sliding through. I slid to that nigga mom, then I slid to his dad's, and I let off a few to the crew. These nigga chicken, they ain't really tough. And I only slip back cause I'm wanting to beef. I live it high when I get in the booth. You said I sub, but what is it you do? Don't got a track that I can't listen to. Yeah, you gon' talk to a guy like you hot shit. None of these niggas don't know how to drop shit. I get a show, I pull up and I stop shit. I'm at your house in the front just to talk shit. Don't act surprised when I start getting toxic. I make her sick, think I'm making her nauseous. Saying too much, they want me change the topic. Why I'm so hot, I belong in the tropics. Why I'm so hot, I think I got a fever. Don't give a fuck if these niggas don't fuck with me. I wasn't coming to fuck with you neither. Niggas be hitting my line like some shit on my story with shit I was meaning for you. I don't know why niggas lying when I've been supplying these niggas with nothing but true. I take a trip to the ocean just so I can see if it's deeper than me and you, boo. I'm trying to swim to the bottom and never come up. You gon' need a whole navy or two. If you want me to come out after I do the shit to you that I've been planning to do. I got a Glock with a beam right aside of the messenger, but we can talk it out too. I'm headed straight for the top and ain't stopping for nothing, so why would I stop it for you? Leave you like Bobo the fool. You the type nigga got bully in school. I got some niggas who shoot from the line while I'm standing right in front of you. Yeah, you niggas faking the streets ain't next. Why the fuck would I listen to you?
If you're just joining us, we're bringing you live coverage today of the 9th Spacewalk of 2022 and the 254th Spacewalk in support of International Space Station Assembly Maintenance and Upgrades. So far, NASA astronauts Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio have completed pre-breathe and have headed to the crew lock. They're now in the crew lock. The spacewalk today again marks the 254th in support of International Space Station Assembly Maintenance and Upgrades. This will be Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio's first spacewalk. Cassada is EB1, or Extravehicular Crew Member 1, and is wearing the suit with the red stripes, and he will have on helmet cam number 22. Rubio, as EV2, is in this suit that is unmarked and will have helmet cam number 20. The duo are suited up and have been put in the crew lock section of the airlock. You see the duo being assisted by NASA astronaut Nicole Mann and JAXA astronaut Koichi Wakata this morning. NASA flight engineers Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio will focus on assembling and installing a modification kit required for upcoming solar array upgrades. The pair will install brackets and struts to support the future installation of an ISS rollout solar array, or IROSA. The arrays will ultimately augment 6 of the station's 8 power channels, increasing the station's total available power from 160 kilowatts up to 215 kilowatts.
Try to pick me up just to use me up and to throw me down. I just wanna try hot shit, you want a Hellcat, big body Jeep, hunt a fuck nigga down. Why in the hell can my ex bitch just get over me? What the fuck I do? Bitch all mad that she in my music just to get my elbow eye tattoo. Girls don't cry but a bitch might scream when she hear what I got to say. You bitch is lazy, my bitch is crazy. We can chop it up if you're free today. Hilltop Park where we used to.
And currently seeing Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata closing the hatch to the crew lock section of the airlock, where now the final preparations for this spacewalk this morning can begin. At this time, we're going to start final procedures, which include suit and communication checks, as well as depressurization. Depressurization of the airlock will go down to vacuum, and it will occur in a 2-stage fashion. The crew lock will be taken down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure, at which point they'll pause pressurization to do a system check. And then the depressurization will resume to get the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. Once it gets down to vacuum, Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio will conduct suit checks and communication checks with Mission Control Houston before they put their suits on the internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk.
So smooth, I don't even need brakes. I can let it drive right down and speed. Brand new brakes like weekly. Pull the e-brake when I bust my turns. Niggas trying to write in my eulogy. Before I die, gotta right my wrongs. But you niggas taking down anything when you're 6 feet deep, but your karma's still coming.
Complete. And Koichi could.
Probably cause that bitch can't get enough of me. Walking in and a nigga smelling like a Duffer tree. We can down all of these pills if you fucking me. I just got a text for your mom, she in love with me. Shot a text back to the bitch, now she fucking back in high school.
And Koichi, could you repeat your last, please?
Give her A+ dick or she flunking me. You niggas dead, you a pee on. You niggas peed on. Carter saw R. Kelly theme song.
Okay, we are in the step 77 and steps 76 and step 70 are complete.
Don't know why these niggas hate me. I'm doing gravy. Fuck, then I sleep like a baby.
And copy your last, thanks.
Get rid of me. I'm making 405 history. Hey, these niggas been trying to jib me. All up the Glock to your 10 speed. And we can take turns if you tell me.
Back in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, the Orbit 2 team is ready to support today's spacewalk under the direction of Flight Director Anthony Varia. To his right at the Capcom console is the ground IV, NASA astronaut Zena Cardman, who serves as spacewalk communicator, who will talk directly with the crew during the spacewalk, helping them choreograph timelines and procedures.
Are we still, we're not hot mic yet, correct?
You guys are hot mic.
She got it tucked in her bra while we lay low. Show you the titties, then give
Okay, copy, thank you. Copy that, Aki. We are currently hot mic. Thanks.
Yes, we actually just went into hot mic, so just so you know.
Houston Airlock, understand you will take care of step 78 through 80.
Yes, stand by.
Don't give a fuck about your vatos. Fuck all your new straps, nigga. We already got those. These niggas asking for scripts, but my nigga pressed them. I don't know why I'm trying to give me a Draco. Fuck if you lay low. This hit a Brit like it's Play-Doh. 762 through your windows. Now you got new lights. I gave that nigga some halo. Shorty gon' do what I say so. Nigga, that's why she going where I go. She got it tucked in her bra while we lay low.
Airlock Houston, we are complete through step 80. You can pick back up in step 81. We copy that. Thank you.
That's why she going where I go. She got it tucked in her bra while we lay low. Show you the titties, then give you the big bro.
Okay, EV2, check that the switch depress pump power is off on the UIA.
Pump power off, OFF.
Verify depress pump enabled LED is lit.
Repeat, please.
Verify that the depress pump enabled LED is on.
Depress pump enable LED is on, ON.
Houston, we're standing by for your go to do the crew lock depress depress.
Houston, we are go in step 84.
Copy, we are executing the crew lock depress.
I see destiny taking me now. I'm moving.
EV2,
fast.
switch depress pump power on. Wait 10 seconds for complete startup.
Okay, depress pump is on.
The job. I see destiny taking me now. I'm moving fast. Hope I don't drown. All I
EV2,
is me at the top.
switch the depress pump man ISO valve to open, and you expect an alert tone. Monitor your suit T gauge less than 5.5.
Depress pump man ISO valve open. Copy, expect tone. You do one copy.
Like I need to change, you good to be broke. My sign is a bank. I'm feeling like I need a comma today. Block high like I'm in the sauna today. I just gotta flip, no comma to say. Told bro I'm lit, no doubt it's a play.
Flight controllers here in Houston, all a go for depressurization to begin in the Quest airlock. That depress set to begin just momentarily.
EV2, I see pressure dropping on my DCM, currently at 13.5.
I'm not slowing down.
Copy, when the crew lock gets to 6, you can expect an alert tone.
Copy, alert tone at 6.
Destiny taking me now. I'm moving fast. Hope I don't drown. All I see is me at the top, taking risk. I know the job. I see destiny taking me now. I'm moving fast. Hope I don't drown. All I see is me at the top, taking risk. I know the job.
I see destiny taking me now.
Product obtained, product is slang. Peel off the profits to fill up the tank. Product on planes, product on trains. The easy to go, I done brought up the game. I'd rather be rich while most choose fame. My people be strapped like I'm Hussein. What you pay for a house, I dropped on my chain. All the sights on my wrist cost about 2 things. Couple from bitch, stay far from plain. I like to get head both sides of the brain. I need the whole load straight down to the grain. Turn an ounce to a bell, you won't be the same. Get money in my blood, I can never change. I'll take the risk, I need everything. I tell my brother we gon' hit the top. Blowing cake, smelling
Crew lock depress has started during the final steps of EMU pre-brief. The crew is currently inside the Quest airlock, where they've started the depressurization process. Again, this will happen in 2 stages. First, they'll take the crew lock down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure, at which point depressurization will be paused to do a systems check. Following this, depressurization will resume and continue all the way down to vacuum. Once vacuum is reached, the 2 spacewalkers will complete suit and comm checks before placing their spacesuit on internal battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk. Again, we expect depressurization to take about 30 minutes.
standing now. Got me invested now. All she sees cameras. Sweet like candy. She like dancing, yeah. Got me enchanted. I like the way she stand up. She like fashion now. She like standing now. Got me invested now. All she sees cameras.
She like to dance with a pole, she a stripper. I like the chains, baby, I'm a big tipper. She say she taking, but you bet the differ. Sweet Jolly Rancher, but thick like a snipper. Looks for the money, yeah, it's time to slip. Let's hit the hotel, drinking to the head. The girls on my back, all gon' get real. They ain't flipping like how I sweet. I keep it sweet too, baby. Fucking with me, I make you crazy. Her body up to still 180. Yeah, I'm in the waters like the Navy splash. Coming right on my dick till you crash. She said, okay, opened up the stash. Today, baby, you gon' do the dash. Gon' drop it down for that bag, yeah.
Sweet like candy. She like dancing, yeah. Got me enchanted. I like the way she stand up. She like cash now. She like standing now. Got me invested now. All she sees is cameras. Sweet like candy. She like dancing, yeah. Got me enchanted. I like the way she stand up. She like cash now. She like standing now. Got me invested now. All she sees is
Most hated twins in this motherfucker. Y'all know what the fuck going on. Shout out Ghost, no cap. Ay. Shout out Snooki Lee. Easy to go. Lil' mama say she good at acting, lights, camera action. If you was, she a bad bitch. Nigga going grind. She don't fuck with broke niggas that ass getting fat. I'm whipping it up. Pancake mix batter. I'm pushing it out like nothing else matters. This product so good, turn a sober to a junkie. My price is so right, they'll rather go hungry. Before I bet hug that pussy. Suck my dick with some honey. I like my bitches bougie but fancy. Buy a Gucci two-piece made of candy. Baby, why you got some goods in the pantry? I need it all like I'm a vigilante. Twerk, bitch, twerk. Drop it down to the earth, bitch, twerk. I'm that nigga make you squirt, quick. Wobble, wiggle, wiggle, work, get, twerk, bitch. I like the chance, watch that ass dance. Rider with no hands, fuck your man. He don't do it like me, I'm on 10. Only nigga that can move swift like me is my twin. We got bells, break them down to bricks like a kingpin. She gon' pop it, shake it, drop it like it's hot. Give it all you got. You see all this work I put in on the block. I run through it all like the juggernaut. The way she shake that ass, I feel the aftershock. Twerk, bitch, twerk. I wanna see you work. I wanna see you work, work, bitch, work. All this money on me, work. I can make it rain on you, show me you deserve it. Baby, don't be nervous. Act like this a verse, sis. I wanna see you work, get twerk, bitch. I like my bitches bougie but fancy. Buy a Gucci two-piece made of candy. Baby, why you got some goods in the pantry? I need it all like I'm a vigilante. Twerk, bitch, twerk. Drop it down to the earth, bitch, twerk. I'm that nigga make you squirt, quick. Wobble, wiggle, wiggle, work, get twerk, bitch.
I like my bitch bad, bougie, and petite. Throw that ass back for a nigga on the beat with a bag and a bottle getting turned on the scene. She like a rap nigga putting words on the beat.
If you're just joining us, you're seeing live coverage inside the Quest airlock as we begin the 254th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station Assembly, Maintenance, and Upgrades. NASA astronaut Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio will be conducting today's spacewalk to assemble and install brackets and struts in a modification kit for upcoming solar array upgrades. The new ISS rollout solar arrays, or IROSs, will increase the space station's total available power. Cassada as EV1, or extravehicular crew member 1, is wearing the suit with the red stripes and helmet cam number 22. Rubio as EV2 is wearing the unmarked suit and helmet cam number 20. The duo are suited up and are inside the crew lock section of the airlock, where they're currently undergoing depressurization.
Play that beat.
Hey man, I don't have a motherfucking choice but to make it. You hear me? Big money schemes, not dreams. I'm trying to put on for the fam, I'm trying to put on for the team. Nigga, we gotta make this shit work. Hey, I'm up, baby, I'm up all the time.
Have you ever lost it all? Have your back against the wall? Had to persevere, couldn't show fear, had to stand tall.
Can you do a heads up on the crew on the 5 PSIA? You're going to then close the deep press pump and ISO valve. You got about 15 millimeters to go.
Okay, EV2 copy, and I see crew lock pressure at 6.0.
Showing 5.6. I think 5 reads a little low.
I was hungry with nothing. I was lonely with no one. I was wandering with no path. Now I'm coming from myself.
And that was the crew and Nicole Mann interacting as they discuss getting down to 5 psi. Again, once the crew lock goes down to 5 psi or pounds per square inch, they'll pause depressurization to do a system check. The depressurization will resume to get the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. Once it gets down to vacuum, Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio will conduct suit checks and communication checks with Mission Control Houston before they put their suits on internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk.
Have you ever had to go and steal? I've been really out in the field. That was fuck starving. 223s, a whole 100. I had to up the cartridge. I put a scope on that bitch. Let's see who get the farthest. I'm not from here. We are not the same bitch. I'm a
ISO valve closed. Expect alert soon.
Defense pump and ISO valve is closed. I have airlock pressure at 5.1.
I know some niggas indebted to me. Easy to go where the medical be. I be cooking it up, secret recipe. What I'm making a day.
Okay, for both EV1 and EV2, this is your leak check. On your DCM, switch display status until leak check question mark is displayed.
EV1 copies and work.
EV2 copies and work.
EV1's got leak check question mark.
Same for EV2.
EV1 and 2, switch display, yes, hold for 2 seconds, and then follow instructions on your DCM.
In work.
EV2 in work, countdown started.
Stand by for EV1. So now I'm now displaying O2 position IV. I think I need to go back and get to it before it times out. There we go. Leak check, question mark, going to gas. Leak check is in progress for EV1.
Check complete for EV2. Bring O2 actuator to EVA for EV2.
Had to come up out the trenches. So I'm selling packs, so I'm serving midget. It don't matter, we got it just how we had to get it. Yeah, I'm blowing that gas, you smell it through the you smell it through the city. Yeah,
check complete for EV1. That's O2 to EVA. In work.
I was smoking that gas, it's all I know. Inhale, exhale, blow out all the smoke. Nowadays this shit got me moving hella slow. Remember we didn't go home because we smell like Joe? I was selling booth pack cause I had to get it. Right now it's going 10 and it used to go for 20, man, that's a price difference. But yeah, I still gotta get it in, set the price to get the maximum profit. I got hitters in the D, I got hitters in your city. Got my plug out in Cali and he really fucking with. Just had him send me a new packet at Thrax. Lemon OG and Gary P, what's that? It's some real exotic if a nigga didn't know. Yeah, your plug say he got it, but he capping no. So the tune for the high, but got it for the low. Now he trying to tax and that's the reason that his trap slow. Silly niggas trying to be like me.
Man still inside the equipment section. Continue to monitor depressurization on the Quest airlock, where NASA astronauts Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio are suited up and undergoing preparations to eventually venture outside the space station's hatch for today's spacewalk.
I swear I love it, so I take it out on days, count face after face after face. After I spin it, man, this shit get replaced. Smoking that gas, you smell it through the city. You smell it through the city. I be smoking that gas, you smell it through the city. You smell it through the city. I be smoking that gas, you smell it through the city.
And EVA position for EV1.
Hold on. Okay, copy. We have O2 actuator and EVA for EV1 and 2. EV2, depress pump man ISO valve open. Expect alert time.
Depress pump man ISO valve is open.
Okay, I am opening the emergency MPES. Monitor your suit P gauge less than 5.5.
EV1 copy. EV2 copy.
And my heart too cold like a knee. I don't trust nothing but that calculator. It never lie when I be counting paper. Deep up in that water like an alligator. I got flavors like an hour later. Look, you would never know I'm serving to your neighbor.
And just a heads up, our next step is at 2 PSI.
Copy that, dude.
I wonder what that shit about. I don't even know him, but the game turned this bitch out. If you want smoke, you bringing blicks and a zips out. We bringing blicks and a zips out.
Smoking that gas, you smell it through the city. Me and all my niggas had to come up out the trenches. So I'm selling booth packs, so I'm serving midget. It don't matter, we got it just how we had to get it. Yeah. Smoking that gas, you smell it through the city. Me and all my niggas had to come up out the trenches. So I'm selling booth packs, so I'm serving midget. It don't matter, we got it just how we had to get it. Yeah.
Guys on the track, whoa!
Oh my gosh.
She was tryna flex on the young nigga, so I had to boss up. She was tryna flex on the young nigga, told her that the stress wasn't enough. Now I'm on my grind, now I'm on my shit, and you know I ride, and you know I did. Fucking with the guys, yeah, they my clique. If I tell them shoot, they gon' aim it at your lip. One phone call, my nigga spinning. You know they'll do it for a ticket. No herbo, but I ain't got no limit. I was very young and I lost all my feelings. Shawty in my phone and she said that she gon' ride. So I pull up late night and I tell her hop inside. And you know that we gon' get it. I give her this dick, now she right back in her feelings. She was tryna flex on the young nigga, so I had to boss up. She was tryna flex on the young nigga, told her that the stress wasn't enough. Now I'm on my grind, now I'm on my shit, and you know I ride, and you know I did. Fucking with the guys, yeah, they my clique. If I tell them shoot, they gon' aim it at your lip. Yeah, running it up, 100 meter dash. Yeah, moving too fast, money on the thing stuck in my vision. Yeah, never do cash, I'ma just do what I want. I'ma be all in my bag. I'ma hop out and I stun. Dripping in designer fashion. One phone call, I have her screaming. And you know late night she just be fiending. And if I tell her go, she gon' green it. She'll do it for no reason. She was tryna flex on the young nigga, so I had to boss up. She was tryna flex on the young nigga, told her that the stress wasn't enough. On my shit, and you know I ride, and you know I did. Fucking with the guys, yeah, they my clique. If I tell them shoot, they gon' aim it at your lip.
almost zero.
Okay, EV2, depress pump man ISO valve closed.
Depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
EV2, on the UIA, switch depress pump power off.
Depress pump power off, OFM.
Okay, Zena, I will hand it over to you for the initial tether configuration, and Frank and Josh, Godspeed, and kick that out there.
Thank you, dude.
Thanks, Duke. EV1 and 2 with you here, ready for your tether config.
Morning, Zena. EV1 will start here on the EV on my left. E-ring extender, I've got a single waist tether. On the E-ring extender, the gate is closed, the slider is locked, black on black. That goes up to my mini workstation. On my right E-ring extender, the tether back, I've got a red hook, gate closed, slider locked, black on black. That goes to a red reel, it is unlocked. From that red reel, we've got a yellow hook going to a green reel. That yellow hook is gate closed, slider locked, black on black. That green reel is unlocked. The green reel, the green hook going back to the red reel, and that green hook is unlocked. Also on that right E-ring extender for me, I've got a waist tether. That anchor is gate closed, slider locked, black on black. That leads to Frank. His anchor for his safety tether. His gate closed, slider locked, black on black for both my waist tether and his safety tether. And then I can give you one more that'll help Frank out. The D-ring extender of the airlock. I've got his waist tether, gate closed, slider locked, black on black. Thanks, Josh. Hey, Jake. So from Josh's waist tether, he already gave you my anchor hook, which I confirm is gate closed, hook locked, black on black. My green reel is unlocked. My green hook is on my red reel, gate closed, locked. My red reel is unlocked. My yellow hook is to my green reel, which is gate closed, hook locked, black on black. And then my hook is on my right E-ring extender, gate closed, hook locked, black on black. Also on my right E-ring extender is my right waist tether, and only waist tether, and that gate is closed, hook locked, black on black. And then that goes out to the E-ring extender previously called out by Josh.
Okay, EV1 and 2, that's a good config. Got a quick handover here. When the crew lock DPDT is 0, expect an alert tone.
Copy, thanks, CV2, copy, thank you.
And you just heard the Spacewalkers, EV1 Josh Cassada and EV2 Frank Rubio talking to Ground IV Zena Cardman as they gave the tether configurations before they exit the hatch this morning. We're going to listen out for that switch to power and to internal battery power, officially marking today's start of today's spacewalk. A U.S. spacewalk start and end time is measured from the time the crew places their spacesuit on internal battery power all the way up until the time repressurization occurs and they are back inside the crew lock following completion of their spacewalking tasks for the day.
Brand new Air Force Ones when they roll.
Play this record as frequently as possible.
Look. But why would you say I'm your nemesis? Please do not step on these premises. See this big Nike check on my tennis shoes. If I flip this bitch up, it'll enter you. Please do not say what you finna do. My niggas move, you ain't finna move. I'm in the back doing different things. My bitch in the room trying different moves. But why would you say I'm your nemesis? Please do not step on these premises. See this big Nike check on my tennis shoes. If I flip this bitch up, it'll enter you. Please do not say what you finna do. My niggas move, you ain't finna move. I'm in the back doing different things. My bitch in the room trying different moves. I'm Larry Bird with the shot, but I'm Kyrie with the pot. Trying to let me his hand can get chopped. I send that shit to his pops. Bitch, I got ice, I got water, but I ain't talking about diamonds. My amigos just dropped off a load. I call that shit perfect timing. I know these fuck niggas hurting me. Niggas ain't worth like a third of me. I body the beat, give it surgery. My pocket's too fat, that shit hurt me. My niggas moving through damage. You niggas at home doing homework. Really, I never liked school. All I knew how to do was make phones work.
I said it, that bitch to that motherfucker start ringing, I'll tell you that.
Check on my team.
I'll never watch TV, niggas. Bitch, all about business, nigga.
Please do not say what you finna do. If my niggas move, you ain't finna move. I'm in the back doing different things. My bitch in the room trying different moves. But why would you say I'm your nemesis? Please do not step on these premises. See this big Nike check on my tennis shoes. If I flip this bitch up, it'll enter you. Please do not say what you finna do. My niggas move, you ain't finna move. I'm in the back doing different things. My bitch in the room trying different moves. But why would you say I'm your nemesis? Please do not step on these premises. See this big Nike check on my tennis shoes. If I flip this bitch up, it'll enter you. Please do not say what you finna do. My niggas move, you ain't finna move. I'm in the back doing different things. My bitch in the room trying different moves. On the quad bike doing donuts. My mad yard getting tore up. I'm a real nigga from the toe up. Why I say shit, yeah, they know it. Don't take kindly to this. We'll turn down for the beat. We'll set this whole house on fire. So he'll come out to the street. I'm a big nigga, gotta eat. Please give me like 4 or 5 feet. Plug for like 4 or 5 P's.
Again, we're listening out for that switch to internal battery power. That call out will start the official time of this spacewalk today.
Please stop calling my phone. Say I'm your nemesis. Please do not step on these premises. See this big Nike check on my tennis shoe. If I flip this bitch up, please do not say what you finna do. If my niggas move, you ain't finna move. I'm in the room trying different.
Yep.
Bitch in the back trying.
Next on the card. All that we're gonna do is sign us up. Yep. After copy. Right here. ED hatch will be open after EPDT is 0, and we gotta go from. And then after that, we'll do power to bat. Is that right? Yep. Duke will close the MPEV. We'll go to bat. We'll disconnect from the SCU. And then we'll do a couple things out here. And then we'll have to check our cooling basically after that. Okay. So next step we get to go is open the hatch. Correct. Thanks. Longer handover than I expected. It is, yep. I'm seeing this at 0.5. Where you at? My screen went blank, and I'm not going to data. Apparently it's not blank, yeah? It was, yep. I just added it down to see the pressure. Okay.
I'm showing your airlock at 35 millimeters, and you need to get down to 26, and it is moving slow.
Yep. Yeah, no, we can't do anything anyway till they say anything. I agree. Do you see how long this LOS is?
I see we have good comms. Houston, how do you hear?
We've got you loud and clear, and yeah, that's right. We're still showing a little bit above 0.5 PSI.
Copy that. Thanks, Ina.
For your awareness, we're estimating about 4 more minutes on this depress.
Thank you for the heads up. Copy. And Vina, just one request. When we have LOSs, when you come back, could you just check in with us just to give us better SA?
Absolutely. Yeah, my apologies. That last one was just a quick handover, so I've had comms.
No worries.
That was the crew to Nicole Mann and Zena Carterman, confirming that they do have a little bit more left of depress to go, looking for the crew to get down, the crew lock pressure to get down below 0.5 psi. They still have a little bit ways to go, and they're about 4 minutes away from that, reaching that psi. Again, once that psi is reached, they will have about 5 minutes post-depress, and they will power their battery onto internal power, start the official start of today's spacewalk.
Look, I'm watching the clock ticking. Yo, they calling me flame, they say I'm a hot nigga. Yo, I'm rolling with Monte, spotted me drop niggas. Yo, and I keep a stick, but I really do box niggas. So please do not box with us. I'm watching the clock ticking. Yeah, they say I'm a flame, they calling me hot nigga. Yo, I'm rolling with Monte, spotted me drop niggas. Yo, and I keep a stick, but I really do box niggas. So please do not box with us. Bitch, I'm a hot nigga. He got hit in his face just from running his mouth. Run off on my credit, we running your house. These niggas I play with don't play, they get down. So stay out the way if you not from the town. I grew with Monte and David and Quan. Till that nigga changed on me. Yeah, I did what I did and they said I was wrong. Yeah, they put the blame on me. Gang, I bang the same shit that I put on my arm, so I keep the gang on me. Gang, they blowing my phone trying to see what I own, but I ain't a stain on nigga. I fight your pain on nigga. Now I fight the same on nigga. Niggas is acting so strange on nigga. But they go tell them I'm dangerous, nigga. Tell them I'm dangerous. I got no famous, I'm famous. I gotta get these diamonds on me, but stay stainless. Put up this money, that shit in the sky, watching it fly. Whoa, slide it, glide it, whoa. I can be right up beside it. I'm out of my brain, but some minus.
Yeah, clock, tick. I really can't fuck with these niggas. Online, I'm counting my digits. I'm high to the ceiling. Ice, my diamonds just hit. Mike Tyson, they biting and shit. You can get hit with a haymaker. Yeah, I stay making plays, I'm a playmaker. I need it today, not a day later. Yeah, I grew up with Kiori and Corey and Cam. If you touch Andre, I chop off his hand. Ooh, yeah. Can't let them play with the brothers. It's a whole lot of face snakes. When you young niggas raising a drone, these hoes lie straight to your face. Tell you they love you. You not fucking with us, then fuck you. We came from the ground in the rubble. The hunger taught me how to hustle, but the struggle taught me to stay humble. Get this shit off the muscle. Not trying to rush you, but I don't got time.
I'm watching the clock ticking. Yo, they calling me flame, they say I'm a hot nigga. Yo, I'm rolling with Monte, spotted me drop niggas. Yo, and I keep a stick, but I really do box niggas. So please do not box with us. I'm watching the clock ticking. Yeah, they say I'm a flame, they calling me hot nigga. Yo, I'm rolling with Monte.
EV1 and 2, we are below 0.5 psi. You are go to open the hatch and stow.
So please do not box with us. Bitch, I'm a hot nigga.
Houston EV1, copy that we are go to open the hatch, and just be advised you were broken.
Copy broken, and this will be a night pass when you emerge.
Thank you for the heads up.
Hey, brand new Air Force Ones on they vocal cords. Pay attention, cause
And just heard confirmation from Zena Carterman to the crew that they are below the 0.5 psi and are go for hatch opening. Again, we are looking for that call to turn on internal battery power, and then the crew will head out to open the hatch.
brand new Air Force
destruction that's easy on the eye.
Oh yeah, Margie. Just the one right here.
Okay, Drake, it might be catching on the stress bag now. Okay, checking. You're clear. Clear. Good job. And Zena, the hatch is open and in the hatch key.
Copy, hatch open. Okay. Emergency MPEV closed.
Emergency MPEV closed.
Copy, Duke. EV1 and 2 on your DCM. Switch power to BAT, stagger your switch throws, and expect a warning tone.
Works for EV1. I'll let you know, Frank. Copy. O2 rate 0, SOP rate. I think that's expected. EV1 is in back. I copy EV1 in back. 2 also in back.
Copy EV1 and 2. Switch your display to Pro to verify a functional display.
No joy for EV1. On EV2, I have an end status. Good display.
And just to clarify, Josh, was that no display? What was your last?
No display. The display is dark.
Copy, Josh. We're working on that. Just one sec.
Okay. I've got another message right now that I can't see, but I'll throw it.
Josh, do you have a blank display, or are you seeing a message right now?
Blank display, but I just had a double tone that I could not see, of course, because the screen was blank, but I did throw it.
Okay, Josh, we're going to run a procedure for your display loss during power transfer. I'm going to give you a heads up here. You're going to be running open, but do not perform your cup checklist warm restart for comm failure. That's page 28, steps 4.3 to the end. So open, but do not perform.
And page 28, I'm going there now. Do not perform yet. I understand it's going to be steps 4.3 to the end.
That's correct. In warm restart for comm failure, I will lead you through steps starting at 4.3 to the end of the page to reset the DCM display. If you unexpectedly lose comm or encounter any issues, you can use the cup checklist to complete the response.
E1 copy. Frank, I can talk you through this real quick if you want some SA. Yep, I'm on page 28 with you. Okay. Yep, thank you. Right. We're not doing it yet till we get to go, but the power's already in bat for me. Copy, same for me. We'll take probably just me to off. Verify the LED is off. Then I'll go fan off, go back to SCU. I'll wait for 7 seconds, and then I'll go back to bat. When it's complete, then I'll go fan back on. I see the same stuff.
Yeah, that's correct. So, Frank, on the UIA, switch power for EV1 off and check that the power EV1 LED is off. The affected EMU will be without a fan and comm after a couple of steps.
Okay, copy that. So for EV2, power EV1 is coming off. EMU LED is off.
Okay, in this procedure, the fan and power will be taken off for 7 seconds. While the fan is off, you will be without cooling and CO2 removal. Overheating and the loss of visibility from fogging are possible. There will be no comm until you take the power back to bat. If fan operation is delayed or not restored, the power is not restored after switching back to bat. Open and lock the helmet perch valve to restore vent flow. Take a moment to confirm power and fan switch access. The specific actions will be to switch the fan off, switch power to SCU, wait 7 seconds, switch power back to bat, then switch fan back to on. When you're complete with these actions, all switches will be toward you.
Copy. End state will be switches all back towards me. The order is going to be fan off, then power to SCU, 7 seconds, power back to bat, and fan back to on. If we have trouble or I'm fogging up, I will open my helmet perch valve.
That's exactly correct. Okay, on your DCM, switch fan off. Expect fan switch off tones in 7 seconds. Switch your display back to Pro.
Fan's coming off, and then I'm going to go to Pro, and then you want me to wait for your call on battery to SCU.
In 7 seconds, you can continue by switching your power to SCU to power down the suit.
My understanding was fan off, power SCU, and then wait 7 seconds.
That's correct.
Okay, so I don't need your go for power to SCU. My understanding is fan is coming off, and power is going to SCU.
You've got it exactly right.
On the bat in 7 seconds. All right, here we go. More two.
And you just heard Ground IV Zena Cardman working with Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio to get their displays on their HUD or their chest plate, their control panel to come back. They had a loss of display when they switched to internal power. And again, EVA is 7 hours and 18 seconds in.
And fan is on. I've got a screen that's reading H2O is off. Josh, I got you loud and clear. Thanks.
Josh, we hear you, and we can jump back into the depressed cue card. That's great news. Okay.
Well, thanks for the help.
So you've got both functional displays now. On the UIA, switch power for EV1 and 2 off, and check that the power LEDs, all 4 of them, are off.
Stand by. I'll be standing by. Okay, I've got a good stream. Sorry, continue. Okay, EV2. Power for EV1 is off. LED is off. Power EV2 coming off. And LED is off.
Copy. On the DCM, disconnect your SDU from the DCM and install the DCM cover.
Word for EV1. EV2 on word.
Once again, I lost my focus. Once I went in, I lost control. I was at my wit's end, but y'all didn't notice. Battling these demons on my shoulder, trying hard not to let them take me over. Feel like the devil trying to pull me close. Ain't drunk, but I'm definitely not sober. Still getting to this money like I'm supposed to. Cold like the winter in Oklahoma. My team the most gifted in Oklahoma. Didn't nobody give me this crown? I stole it. She said, I was on this song. I said, wait, I like it. Don't get me wrong. Try to sell it.
You heard come.
Looks like a bit of snow coming from the
Okay, can you let us know how much? Is it a small amount, a couple droplets, or more than that?
That type of shit to run your fade better.
free floating, and then I've got maybe 40%, 30 and 40% of the bottom left connector. That's some, I think snow's the best descriptor. EV2 had pretty much the same thing.
Shelf, top, shelf, top, shelf, top, shelf, top.
Okay, hang on, we're checking, guys.
Smoking it straight from the grower. This ain't no disposal. Top shelf only. Anything less is a waste of time. I got a millionaire state of mind. I got on the whole world from 29. Ran through.
Okay, we feel comfortable, especially if it's not increasing. You guys can stow the SDU in its pouch and finish installing your DCM cover.
In the pouch, working on the cover. And EV2 SDU is disconnected in the pouch, and DCM covers on. Same for EV1.
Okay, on the crew lock, check the depressed pump man ISO valve is closed.
Depressed pump man ISO valve is closed.
Take your temperature control valve to max hot.
Work for EV1. Good work, EV2. Max hot for EV1. Max hot for EV2.
Switch water on.
Work for EV1. And it's on for EV1. And EV2 water is on.
Check that your DCM is blank and bite off.
Blank and bite off for EV1. EV2 is blank, bite off.
Okay, take your temperature control valve as desired. Let us know your setting and report all subsequent changes to us.
Top, shelf, top,
work.
Shelf, top, shelf,
EV1, and I'm 4.5, and Wilco on future changes. And EV2 is at 4.
Okay, copy 3.5 and 4. Report your suit P gauge.
Actually, that was 4.5 for EV1 for the TVC or TV setting. And I'm showing 4.2 on my UT gauge. And EV2, 4.2.
Okay, copy. Those are good pressures. Set your visors as required. You are now coming out into a day pass.
I agree. I see it. Thank you. EV2, copy. Visor set for EV1. Dina, I'm going to wait till I pass the bags to bring mine down.
Okay, copy, Frank. Josh, you can open the hatch thermal cover.
Understand attaching it to the stowage E-ring, is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, the hook will go to the stowage tether point and cinch the strap snug until you see 6 lines visible on the tail.
Smile on my face, I got a doubt in my pot every day. Take my shirt off and I dance in the rain. Things gonna change if you say the same. Think too much, I got too much to say. Heart full of hurt and a verse full of pain. Going up another level, I'm one of a kind. You can't change my mind, I know that I got something special.
And at 8:14 a.m. Central Time, the 254th Spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades has begun. Cassida and Rubio now will work to open a thermal cover and make their way outside the space station hatch to begin their work for the day.
Sorry, Josh.
Thermal cover now open and they are making their way out of the hatch.
A little bit. Going vertical.
Yeah, if I can help.
Yeah, I made it.
The crew now 15 minutes into today's EVA as they exit the hatch currently. The crew had to rectify some displays as they switched to internal powers. The display module is the control panel for the mini spacecraft in which they are inhabiting during the space walk today. The EMU, the switches, control, and gauges are on an electronic display on the EMU, and astronauts can operate the primary life support subsystem from that module. So that's now back up and running. And the crew was given the go to exit the hatch.
I'm ready for cable bag. Understand we're going to 5, 5, 4.
Copy that. Cable bag coming your way.
And Josh, for you, we'll have you turn on your HECA as well.
Okay, I've got the bag out. If you don't mind, I'm going to put that on 554.
Absolutely. You got it.
And we see EV1, that's Josh Cassida, was the first to exit, and he will now receive some materials, the struts and bags that will be used in their spacewalk today.
I'm grabbing it. It's closer to your hand right now.
I got it.
Thank you.
You're tethered to it?
It is tethered. The big hook is connected, so the one you want to release, just the one that goes back to the airlock.
Yep.
And, you know, the ECA is in work.
All right, Josh, cable bag is free.
Jeez. Okay, I heard that a different way. All right, Zena, HECA is on. I've got a good green light.
Copy, Josh. EV2, you can transfer the strap bag to Josh. Josh, when you receive the strap bag, stow it on your BRT with the tape toward your feet.
Okay. When it's on its way, Frank, if you wouldn't mind pausing so I can get my red on it.
Copy that. All right, it's trying to come out the hatch.
Yeah.
It's about a fourth of the way out the hatch.
Okay, I don't see the handrail yet.
Nope. Should be starting to see the handrail now.
Okay, now can you rotate it clockwise?
Work.
Good. And unfortunately, we put the anchor on the same line glass as where I need to go right now. You know, I think I can get 2 hooks on there. It's just a challenge. If you agree, I'm going to do that. All right, bring it back towards me, Frank, please, if you can. All right, we got 1 hook on.
Okay. I have good control of the tether.
All right, let's do it. Here comes the tether, and if you would just continue to control of the strut bag. All right, Dino, we've got a BRT ret on the tape end. We've got the BRT on there. Jaws are closed and paddles are out. And I'm going to try to get this thing oriented, the tape towards my feet.
All right, Josh, that sounds like a great plan. And once you're in a good config, EV2 can egress the airlock, and Frank, you can then turn on your HECA after you egress.
Copy there.
Bye, Frank.
Doors.
Okay.
Water whipping, water dripping. Broke the pack, mixed it with the midget.
It is clear for your egress.
Copy that. Coming out.
Good.
Go ahead and get aft. Heck of a view.
That brings a big smile to my face. Looking good, guys.
All right, Dino, my HECA is in work.
Copy, Frank.
warm out here in the sun. I'm now at 7.
Copy, Josh.
Hey, Josh. Can you verify that I'm pushing the echo button here?
Can help you. Yeah, so what I did, watch careful. That looks loose.
Yeah, I feel like I'm pushing on it, and it's not giving me resistance.
Yeah, so it looks, assembly on top looks loose. Nina, can you see in my WVS?
Checking. We don't have your WVS yet. We're looking.
Would you like me to turn on the EMU TV? All right, Frank. So I can show you how to turn it on, but you're right. I don't know that that's the goal right now.
Yeah. What I was thinking is I can provide the resistance, or you can, and the other person pushes the button, and we'll just leave it alone. I guess, are you able to push?
Yeah, I could. Let me just make sure that it's secure.
And just to confirm, is Frank's IRCA loose?
That's right. The entire assembly on top of the helmet, just is, there's some free play there. And when he goes to push the button, the assembly moves ever so slightly. The play is a total of 1 inch fore and aft, maybe 2 inches aft, and none zenith and nadir on his body.
Okay, we copy. Stand by 1.
Copy.
Okay, Josh, we'll have you hold on to Frank's IRCA just to provide resistance and press the button for him.
Good, I'll do it. We're good. I got it, Frank.
Okay.
Yeah, I recommend maybe not even.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Let's see what I'm thinking, and then move on.
That's great.
So let's get a buddy check now. What? You want to go ahead with putting your bag on? I'm going to try not to get in your way here, but I'm going to do a little plane change with this behemoth.
And hey, guys, back with you after a quick handover.
Okay. So, you understand we're pressing on, and Frank's just going to minimize his interaction with his IRCA. Do you agree?
We like that plan.
Okay. Let me know when you've got good videos from my EMU, and then he's getting his cable bag on his BRT right now.
Okay, copy. And confirming both of you have your HECA on now, yes?
Affirmative for... Oh, sorry, get Josh, go ahead.
That's affirmed. We got 2 green lights just for HECAs at this point.
Copy.
Frank, while you work there, just a heads up, I have everything cinched down that I can on the BRT. This is a decent amount of mass. So if you see me going up to Cedarburg, it's at a weird orientation. Please let me know.
Will do. Yeah, I don't know if you can pull the top that's closest to your head, closest to your shoulder, just to kind of orient it parallel to your body.
Yeah. See this. Let's lock that.
You know, if you just keep going in that direction.
Yeah, the airlock just makes it hard to get clearance, but I'm gonna rotate my body.
Actually, right there, it's about parallel with your body.
Yeah, I'm just gonna rotate my body and then lock it down as best I can. Okay. That's the best I can do for cinching that down, and I think that's gonna work out okay. I'll keep an eye on it. If you're ready for buddy checks, Dita, we'll get on those.
Nice work, guys. Yes, we are ready. And Frank, if you can take an extra close look at Josh's left safer handle, we may have seen it bumped.
Cool. Yep, your left safer handle is up. Let's just fix up before starting the push. A little bit fast. You're on the PGT a little more. So you got your hands on it. Push down. Perfect. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Let's blame that on EV3 here.
All right, do you want me to start or you want to start?
I only have 2 green lights. Are you looking for a second, Zena, before we get started?
If you're able to, absolutely. We'll take WVS as well. And Josh, you can also help Frank with that if needed. And we can also have Josh turn Frank's light on as well, just to provide some resistance, not bump it any further, and then we'll just leave it on for the duration.
Copy.
I am not getting a green light back here for...
No, I see it. It was on.
Oh, it was on?
Yep, here. There you go, push it in. It's on.
Okay, just at a weird angle for me.
Yep.
Let me get... Oh, yours is already on.
Great.
And your light, you got 2 lights on right now.
Can you push it up so that it's pointing forward?
This light, got it.
Great. Awesome, thank you.
Nope, I haven't done it yet. Stay. Now it's up.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay. So I got 2 green lights for Frank. I've got 1, 2. If you rotate to your left, 3 tabs up, and I've got 2 safer handles down for Frank.
Okay, copy. And if you can get eyes on his tethers and tools in a good config as well, and then we'll take a buddy check for Josh.
All right, so you'll probably swing your bag back a little bit, and I assume you've got a red on it. I can't see you red.
Yep.
And your tethers look clear because 1 is coming to me. Took a good config.
Okay, copy that. And I have good WVS lights, good Heckle lights. Tap your camera forward, please, just a little bit.
Tap my camera forward?
Yeah. It's blocking the tab on the right.
Oh, this camera?
Yep. Perfect, thank you. I see 1, 2, 3 taps up. And good, tools and tethers configured.
Okay, copy. Can we get both of your safer handles for Josh?
I apologize for that. And left handle is down, and right handle is down.
Copy. That's a good config for both of you. We'll take a baseline HAP check as well.
Dry for EV1.
Dry for EV2.
Copy, dry HAPs. All right, EV1, you can translate starboard to the anchor hook location. That's at the S1, S3 interface, just nadir of the starboard seated cart. Frank, meanwhile, you can tend the hatch thermal cover closed as able. And reminder, you've got that wire tie if you need.
I'm going to wait till I can unhook to fully close it, but I'll close it partially.
Yeah, copy, Frank. And just a quick reminder, as you're translating, don't touch the radiator, flex hoses, or tusk cables, and go slowly with that strut bag.
Zena, we'll go.
All right, guys, have a good trip.
Thank you. See you soon.
If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage today of the 254th Spacewalk in support of the International Space Station Assembly Maintenance and Upgrades. NASA astronauts Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio have exited the hatch this morning at 8:14 a.m. Central Time and are now translating to their work sites, where they will have two separate tests, beginning worksite preparation, and then EV1 Josh Cassada will begin the 1BH fixture removal, while Frank Rubio EV2 will begin the 3A IROSA cable routing. The duo will come back together later to build and install the upper triangle build for the mast canister at the 1B power channel.
Copied. And Josh, we've got your heck of you looking good.
Josh, I can see you from here. It looks like the bag is parallel to your body so far.
Thanks.
And we're currently getting helmet camera views from EV1 or Josh Cassada today. He's currently translating to his work site, where he will initially begin work site preparations and then jump into removal of the 1BH fixture.
Frank, I'm under the MT.
Copy, under the MT. I can see you again. Looks good. Bag is it's at 80% parallel.
Take it.
Looking good, guys. Frank, we've got your hecka now, too.
Okay, copy that.
You'll hear the acronym APFR today, which stands for Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, and it is what the crew members will use to restrain their feet at their respective workstations today. Another acronym you'll hear throughout the day is BRT, which stands for Body Restraint Tether.
Outstanding. For your EV1 anchor hook, you're looking for S3 handrail 3011. That's nadir of the starboard seated cart. Should be kind of a vertical handrail.
I've got it now, and I'm going to put my anchor there. All right, EV1 anchor is down on 3011, gate closed, fighter lock, black on black.
Copy. That's great. You can take Frank's EV2 anchor hook to S1 handrail 3217. That should be just to the right of 3011.
I see it in work. E2 anchor hook is down on 3217. Closed, fighter lock, black on black.
Copy, Josh. You'll be giving Frank a go to release his waist tether.
Frank, you have a go to release your waist tether.
Copy, I heard 3217 and go to release my waist tether. In work, and close in thermal cover. I see thermal cover closed.
Copy, thermal cover closed. All right, Frank, you can translate up to the 3 Alpha mass canister. Meanwhile, Josh, you're translating to the non-radiator side of 1 Bravo.
Understand. Continue up. Nadir. Eventually. I'm on the Indispo.
Copy, Frank. And yeah, for Josh, you're going on the non-radiator side to the nadir handrail path.
Now with the thermal cover to the hatch closed, Frank Rubio is now translating to his work site. And again, Frank Rubio is headed to the 3A mass canister to route IROSA cable. And again,
awesome, looking good.
currently in a brief handover between satellites, but we'll have views for you shortly. Again, Casta is translating to the 1B mass canister, and Rubio is translating to the 3A mass canister, where they'll start worksite preparations and then begin their first task for the day. For Casta, that's the 1B H fixture removal, and for Rubio, that is routing of the 3A IROSA cables.
We'll have Ratty S-Band here for a couple of minutes, but still with you. And for both of you, before you cross the Sarge, just check that your gauntlets are in place.
It's in place for EV1. Need 2 copies.
After completion of their first task, the duo will come together and begin work at the 1B mass canister together, installing the modification kit or support structure.
Copy, Frank.
I'll just hang out here for a moment. EV1 across the Surge.
Nice work. At S4, you can continue outboard on the non-radiator side. Following that nadir handrail path, you're looking for 2219. At S4, you can continue outboard on the non-radiator side. Following that nadir handrail path, handrails 2219, 2222.
I just passed 2223. 32. EV2, I'm at the Sarge. Gauntlets are both down.
Copy, Frank. At S4, you'll be translating to the Zenith side, the non-keel 3 Alpha side, and continuing outboard.
Big deer. Understand, I'm going 2125. A little bit more starboard, and then Zenith.
That sounds like a good plan, Josh. And yeah, at the outboard end of S5, you'll be crossing the A-frame over to the Zenith side.
Currently seeing images of the ISS rollout solar array augmentation plan. Again, currently we have Josh Cassada heading to the 1B mass canister, where they'll have the 1B power channel and a future upgrade with a solar array. And we have Franco Rubio heading to the 3A mass canister, where he will be routing the cabling for an already placed solar array. He's routing the cabling where they already have a modification in place. Again, we're looking for some future IROS upgrades.
Copy, you're at 2119. That's great. You can stow the cable bag on those S5 handrails, 2119 and 2103, with the bag parallel to the long axis of the truss.
Copy.
2008.
Copy, 2008 is a great spot. Both of you looking good, and just a reminder not to translate on the BCDU MLI that's near your Green Hook location, Josh.
Thank you. Need your copy. Venus, can you talk to me about some handrails here for the bag?
Yeah, absolutely. The strut bag is going on the outboard non-radiator corner, and use the integral straps on the bag to handrails 2057, 2013, 2011. .2011 will be kind of in the middle of the IEA, or in the middle of the outer edge of the IEA, and 2013 is the corner.
Thank you. I'm local down on 2012 right now.
Copy.
Resources are low.
I have both sets of cables, right 3 alpha and left 3 alpha on a tether on the loop and heading out to the bracket.
Okay, perfect. Now that you're readied and translating out to the 3 alpha mounting bracket, just a reminder, no sudden movements on the mass canister, and avoid cyclic loading.
New colonists have arrived.
I've got an integral down on 2011. I'm removing my BRT. Understand the handrail's going to go in and the tape is going to go outboard.
That's correct, Josh. Yep, that handrail toward the radiator and tape toward the mass canister.
on the bracket. Because of the way that the receiver is mounted, I can't quite point the handle of the square scoop completely away from the left canister. It's kind of canted at a 45-degree angle.
Okay, Frank, we see that. Let's just, we'll confirm if that's a good configuration.
Copy.
With that piston face, you can go ahead and remove your rets and start routing the IROSA cables.
Copy, thank you.
Research complete.
You're currently seeing a dual box where both Josh Cassada, EV1 in the suit with the red stripes on your left, and Frank Rubio in the unmarked suit on your right. Both are at their workstations, where Frank Rubio on the right will be routing the 3A cables for the IROSA upgrades, future IROSA upgrades. And on your left, Josh Cassada has the strut bag, but will begin to remove the 1BH fixture. Again, this will be necessary for the power upgrades and the solar arrays, the future work that's coming.
For both of you, last 1 hour PET, both of your met rates are looking good.
Zena, back there. Zena, I'm at the handrail for the right solar struts on the upper stanchion. Then I've got my the mark here, and I'll put that on the wire tie that's currently on the handrail.
Copy, Frank.
Almost caught me there. I do have the other set of cables.
We copy, Frank. Good catch.
You know, I'm not going to miss that bag. And 3 places.
Nice, Josh.
Hey, nice job with that bag, Josh.
Freaked on over there, cable guy. It's nice to see you.
Zena, verify this is 3 twists?
Yes, this will be 3 twists on the handrail stanchion closest to the mounting bracket.
Copy.
And also a reminder, there's an indicator line on the IROSA cable here.
Affirmative, and I see the right cables with the red candy stripes now wire tied at the black mark to the right lower struts, upper handrail.
Copy, Frank. That looks great.
We're currently seeing an HD view from Frank Rubio as he's currently routing the cables for the 3A mass canister.
Green Hokey Pulse on the red reel.
Copy, Josh. You can translate Nader over the A-frame and continue inboard to the seated cart. You'll follow S5 handrail 2125 again.
The colonists are on the brink of
Josh Cassida just got the A-OK to translate further to his work site where he'll be removing the 1BH fixture. He had some worksite preparation to do as he stowed away the strut bag because he wouldn't be needing it just yet to remove the H fixture.